Hello, and welcome to Bitesized Audio on YouTube. I'm Simon Stanhope, actor, audiobook narrator, and curator of this channel. On the channel, I narrate classic short stories, mostly from the Victorian and Edwardian eras, including vintage ghost stories, detective stories, and other classic tales of mystery and suspense. I put notes in the video description with some background information on the authors and the stories if you'd like to read more, and you'll also find links to playlists and podcast series, as well as some compilation videos if you'd like a longer listen. If you enjoy this content, please subscribe, like, share, leave a comment if you'd like to, and thank you for listening. A selection of Father Brown stories by G.K. Chesterton. Read by Simon Stanhope. The Blue Cross. Between the silver ribbon of morning and the green glittering ribbon of sea, the boat touched Harwich, and let loose a swarm of folk like flies, among whom the man we must follow was by no means conspicuous, nor wished to be. There was nothing notable about him, except a slight contrast between the holiday gaiety of his clothes and the official gravity of his face. His clothes included a slight, pale grey jacket, a white waistcoat, and a silver straw hat with a grey-blue ribbon. His lean face was dark by contrast, and ended in a curt black beard that looked Spanish and suggested an Elizabethan ruff. He was smoking a cigarette with the seriousness of an idler. There was nothing about him to indicate the fact that the grey jacket covered a loaded revolver, that the white waistcoat covered a police card, or that the straw hat covered one of the most powerful intellects in Europe. For this was Valentine himself, the head of the Paris police, and the most famous investigator of the world, and he was coming from Brussels to London to make the greatest arrest of the century. Flambeau was in England. The police of 3 countries had tracked the great criminal at last from Ghent to Brussels, from Brussels to the Hook of Holland, and it was conjectured that he would take some advantage of the unfamiliarity and confusion of the Eucharistic Congress then taking place in London. Probably he would travel as some minor clerk or secretary connected with it. But, of course, Valentine could not be certain. Nobody could be certain about Flambeau. It is many years now since this colossus of crime suddenly ceased, keeping the world in a turmoil. And when he ceased, as they said after the death of Roland, there was a great quiet upon the earth. But in his best days, I mean of course his worst, Flambeau was a figure as statuesque and international as the Kaiser. Almost every morning the daily paper announced that he had escaped the consequences of one extraordinary crime by committing another. He was a Gascon of gigantic stature and bodily daring, and the wildest tales were told of his outbursts of athletic humour, how he turned the juge d'instruction upside down and stood him on his head to clear his mind, how he ran down the Rue de Rivoli with a policeman under each arm. It is due to him to say that his fantastic physical strength was generally employed in such bloodless, though undignified scenes. His real crimes were chiefly those of ingenious and wholesale robbery. But each of his thefts was almost a new sin, and would make a story by itself. It was he who ran the great Tyrolean Dairy Company in London, with no dairies, no cows, no carts, no milk, but with some 1,000 subscribers. These he served by the simple operation of moving the little milk cans outside people's doors to the doors of his own customers. It was he who had kept up an unaccountable and close correspondence with a young lady whose whole letter-bag was intercepted by the extraordinary trick of photographing his messages infinitesimally small upon the slides of a microscope. A sweeping simplicity, however, marked many of his experiments. It is said that he once repainted all the numbers in a street in the dead of night merely to divert one traveller into a trap. It is quite certain that he invented a portable pillar-box, which he put up at corners in quiet suburbs, on the chance of strangers dropping postal orders into it. Lastly, he was known to be a startling acrobat. Despite his huge figure, he could leap like a grasshopper and melt into the tree-tops like a monkey. Hence, the great Valentin, when he set out to find Flambeau, was perfectly aware that his adventures would not end when he had found him. But how was he to find him? On this, the great Valentin's ideas were still in process of settlement. There was one thing which Flambeau, with all his dexterity of disguise, could not cover, and that was his singular height. If Valentin's quick eye had caught a tall apple-woman, a tall grenadier, or even a tolerably tall duchess, he might have arrested them on the spot. But all along his train there was nobody that could be a disguised Flambeau, any more than a cat could be a disguised giraffe. About the people on the boat he had already satisfied himself, and the people picked up at Harwich or on the journey limited themselves with certainty to 6. There was a short railway official travelling up to the terminus. 3 fairly short market gardeners picked up 2 stations afterwards. 1 very short widow lady going up from a small Essex town, and a very short Roman Catholic priest going up from a small Essex village. When it came to the last case, Valentin gave it up and almost laughed. The little priest was so much the essence of those eastern flats. He had a face as round and dull as a Norfolk dumpling. He had eyes as empty as the North Sea. He had several brown paper parcels, which he was quite incapable of collecting. The Eucharistic Congress had doubtless sucked out of their local stagnation many such creatures, blind and helpless, like moles disinterred. Valentin was a sceptic in the severe style of France, and could have no love for priests. But he could have pity for them, and this one might have provoked pity in anybody. He had a large, shabby umbrella, which constantly fell on the floor. He did not seem to know which was the right end of his return ticket. He explained with a mooncalf simplicity to everybody in the carriage that he had to be careful, because he had something made of real silver, with blue stones, in one of his brown paper parcels. His quaint blending of Essex flatness with saintly simplicity continuously amused the Frenchman, till the priest arrived, somehow, at Tottenham with all his parcels, and came back for his umbrella. When he did the last, Valentin even had the good nature to warn him not to take care of the silver by telling everybody about it. But to whomever he talked, Valentin kept his eye open for someone else. He looked out steadily for anyone, rich or poor, male or female, who was well up to 6 feet, for Flambeau was 4 inches above it. He alighted at Liverpool Street, however, quite conscientiously secure that he had not missed the criminal so far. He then went to Scotland Yard to regularize his position and arrange for help in case of need. He then lit another cigarette and went for a long stroll in the streets of London. As he was walking in the streets and squares beyond Victoria, he paused suddenly and stood. It was a quaint, quiet square, very typical of London, full of an accidental stillness. The tall, flat houses, round, looked at once prosperous and uninhabited. The square of shrubbery in the centre looked as deserted as a green Pacific islet. One of the 4 sides was much higher than the rest, like a dais, and the line of this side was broken by one of London's admirable accidents, a restaurant that looked as if it had strayed from Soho. It was an unreasonably attractive object, with dwarf plants in pots, and long striped blinds of lemon yellow and white. It stood specially high above the street, and in the usual patchwork way of London, a flight of steps from the street ran up to meet the front door, almost as a fire escape might run up to a first-floor window. Valentine stood and smoked in front of the yellow-white blinds, and considered them long. The most incredible thing about miracles is that they happen. A few clouds in heaven do come together into the staring shape of one human eye. A tree does stand up in the landscape of a doubtful journey, in the exact and elaborate shape of a note of interrogation. I have seen both these things myself within the last few days. Nelson does die in the instant of victory, and a man named Williams does quite accidentally murder a man named Williamson. It sounds like a sort of infanticide. In short, there is in life an element of elfin coincidence which people reckoning on the prosaic may perpetually miss. As it has been well expressed in the paradox of Poe, wisdom should reckon on the unforeseen. Aristide Valentin was unfathomably French, and the French intelligence is intelligence specially and solely. He was not a thinking machine, for that is a brainless phrase of modern fatalism and materialism. A machine only is a machine because it cannot think. But he was a thinking man, and a plain man at the same time. All his wonderful successes that looked like conjuring had been gained by plodding logic, by clear and commonplace French thought. The French electrify the world, not by starting any paradox. They electrify it by carrying out a truism. They carry a truism so far, as in the French Revolution. But exactly because Valentine understood reason, he understood the limits of reason. Only a man who knows nothing of motors talks of motoring without petrol. Only a man who knows nothing of reason talks of reasoning without strong, undisputed first principles. Here he had no strong first principles. Flambeau had been missed at Harwich, and if he was in London at all, he might be anything from a tall tramp on Wimbledon Common to a tall toastmaster at the Hotel Metropole. In such a naked state of nescience, Valentine had a view and a method of his own. In such cases, he reckoned on the unforeseen. In such cases, when he could not follow the train of the reasonable, he coldly and carefully followed the train of the unreasonable. Instead of going to the right places, banks, police stations, rendezvous, he systematically went to the wrong places, knocked at every empty house, turned down every cul-de-sac, went up every lane blocked with rubbish, went round every crescent that led him uselessly out of the way. He defended this crazy course quite logically. He said that if one had a clue, this was the worst way. But if one had no clue at all, it was the best, because there was just the chance that any oddity that caught the eye of the pursuer might be the same that had caught the eye of the pursued. Somewhere a man must begin, and it had better be just where another man might stop. Something about that flight of steps up to the shop, something about the quietude and quaintness of the restaurant, roused all the detective's rare romantic fancy, and made him resolve to strike at random. He went up the steps, and sitting down at a table by the window, asked for a cup of black coffee. It was halfway through the morning, and he had not breakfasted. The slight litter of other breakfasts stood about on the table to remind him of his hunger, and, adding a poached egg to his order, he proceeded musingly to shake some white sugar into his coffee, thinking all the time about Flambeau. He remembered how Flambeau had escaped, once by a pair of nail-scissors, and once by a house on fire, once by having to pay for an unstamped letter, and once by getting people to look through a telescope at a comet that might destroy the world. He thought his detective brain as good as the criminal's, which was true, but he fully realized the disadvantage. The criminal is the creative artist, the detective only the critic, he said with a sour smile, and lifted his coffee cup to his lips slowly, and put it down very quickly. He had put salt in it. He looked at the vessel from which the silvery powder had come. It was certainly a sugar basin, as unmistakably meant for sugar as a champagne bottle for champagne. He wondered why they should keep salt in it. He looked to see if there were any more orthodox vessels. Yes, there were 2 salt cellars quite full. Perhaps there was some speciality in the condiment in the salt cellars. He tasted it. It was sugar. Then he looked round at the restaurant with a refreshed air of interest, to see if there were any other traces of that singular artistic taste, which puts the sugar in the salt cellars and the salt in the sugar basin. Except for an odd splash of some dark fluid on one of the white-papered walls, the whole place appeared neat, cheerful, and ordinary. He rang the bell for the waiter. When that official hurried up, fuzzy-haired and somewhat blear-eyed at that early hour, the detective, who was not without an appreciation of the simpler forms of humour, asked him to taste the sugar, and see if it was up to the high reputation of the hotel. The result was that the waiter yawned suddenly and woke up. "Do you play this delicate joke on your customers every morning?" inquired Valentin. "Does changing the salt and sugar never pall on you as a jest?" The waiter, when this irony grew clearer, stammeringly assured him that the establishment had certainly no such intention. It must be a most curious mistake. He picked up the sugar basin and looked at it. He picked up the salt cellar and looked at that, his face growing more and more bewildered. At last he abruptly excused himself, and, hurrying away, returned in a few seconds with the proprietor. The proprietor also examined the sugar basin and then the salt cellar. The proprietor also looked bewildered. Suddenly the waiter seemed to grow inarticulate with a rush of words. "I think," he stuttered eagerly, "I think it is those 2 clergymen." "What 2 clergymen?" "The 2 clergymen," said the waiter, "that threw soup at the wall." "Threw soup at the wall?" repeated Valentin, feeling sure this must be some singular Italian metaphor. "Yes, yes," said the attendant excitedly, and pointed at the dark splash on the white paper. "Threw it over there, on the wall." Valentin looked his query at the proprietor, who came to his rescue with fuller reports. "Yes, sir," he said, "it's quite true, though I don't suppose it has anything to do with the sugar and salt. 2 clergymen came in and drank soup here very early, as soon as the shutters were taken down. They were both very quiet, respectable people. One of them paid the bill and went out. The other, who seemed a slower coach altogether, was some minutes longer getting his things together. But he went at last. Only, the instant before he stepped into the street, he deliberately picked up his cup, which he had only half emptied, and threw the soup slap on the wall. I was in the back room myself, and so was the waiter, so I could only rush out in time to find the wall splashed and the shop empty. It don't do any particular damage, but it was confounded cheek, and I tried to catch the men in the street. They were too far off, though. I only noticed they went round the next corner into Carstairs Street." The detective was on his feet, hat settled and stick in hand. He had already decided that in the universal darkness of his mind he could only follow the first odd finger that pointed, and this finger was odd enough. Paying his bill and clashing the glass doors behind him, he was soon swinging round into the other street. It was fortunate that even in such fevered moments his eye was cool and quick. Something in a shop front went by him like a mere flash, yet he went back to look at it. The shop was a popular greengrocer and fruiterer's, an array of goods set out in the open air, and plainly ticketed with their names and prices. In the 2 most prominent compartments were 2 heaps of oranges and nuts, respectively. On the heap of nuts lay a scrap of cardboard, on which was written in bold blue chalk, Best tangerine oranges, 2 a penny. On the oranges was the equally clear and exact description, Finest Brazil nuts, 4d. a pound. Monsieur Valentin looked at these 2 placards, and fancied he had met this highly subtle form of humour before, and that somewhat recently. He drew the attention of the red-faced fruiterer, who was looking rather sullenly up and down the street, to this inaccuracy in his advertisements. The fruiterer said nothing, but sharply put each card into its proper place. The detective, leaning elegantly on his walking cane, continued to scrutinize the shop. At last he said, "Pray excuse my apparent irrelevance, my good sir, but I should like to ask you a question in experimental psychology and the association of ideas." The red-faced shopman regarded him with an eye of menace, but he continued gaily, swinging his cane. "Why," he pursued, "why are 2 tickets wrongly placed in a greengrocer's shop like a shovel-at that has come to London for a holiday? Or, in case I do not make myself clear, what is the mystical association which connects the idea of nuts marked as oranges with the idea of 2 clergymen, one tall and the other short?" The eyes of the tradesman stood out of his head like a snail's. He really seemed, for an instant, likely to fling himself upon the stranger. At last he stammered angrily, "I don't know what you have to do with it, but if you're one of their friends, you can tell 'em from me that I'll knock their silly heads off, parsons or no parsons, if they upset my apples again." "Indeed?" asked the detective, with great sympathy. "Did they upset your apples?" "One of 'em did," said the heated shopman. "Rolled 'em all over the street. I'd have caught the fool, but for having to pick 'em up." "Which way did these parsons go?" asked Valentin. "Up that second road on the left side, and then across the square," said the other promptly. "Thanks," replied Valentin, and vanished like a fairy. On the other side of the second square he found a policeman, and said, "This is urgent, constable. Have you seen 2 clergymen in shovel-ats?" The policeman began to chuckle heavily. "I have, sir, and if you asked me, one of 'em was drunk. He stood in the middle of the road, that bewildered that—" "Which way did they go?" snapped Valentin. "They took one of them yellow buses over there," answered the man. "Them that go to Hampstead." Valentin produced his official card, and said very rapidly, "Call up 2 of your men to come with me in pursuit," and crossed the road with such contagious energy that the ponderous policeman was moved to almost agile obedience. In a minute and a half the French detective was joined on the opposite pavement by an inspector and a man in plain clothes. "Well, sir," began the former, with smiling importance, "and what may—" Valentin pointed suddenly with his cane. "I'll tell you on the top of that omnibus," he said, and was darting and dodging across the tangle of the traffic. When all 3 sank panting on the top seats of the yellow vehicle, the inspector said, "We could go 4 times as quick in a taxi." "Quite true," replied their leader placidly, "if we only had an idea of where we were going." "Well, where are you going?" asked the other, staring. Valentin smoked frowningly for a few seconds. Then, removing his cigarette, he said, "If you know what a man's doing, get in front of him. But if you want to guess what he's doing, keep behind him. Stray when he strays, stop when he stops, travel as slowly as he. Then you may see what he saw, and may act as he acted. All we can do is to keep our eyes skinned for a queer thing." "Oh, what sort of queer thing do you mean?" asked the inspector. "Any sort of queer thing," answered Valentin, and relapsed into obstinate silence. The yellow omnibus crawled up the northern roads for what seemed like hours on end. The great detective would not explain further, and perhaps his assistants felt a silent and growing doubt of his errand. Perhaps also they felt a silent and growing desire for lunch, for the hours crept long past the normal luncheon hour, and the long roads of the North London suburbs seemed to shoot out into length after length, like an infernal telescope. It was one of those journeys on which a man perpetually feels that now at last he must have come to the end of the universe, and then finds he has only come to the beginning of Tufnell Park. London died away in draggled taverns and dreary scrubs, and then was unaccountably born again in blazing high streets and blatant hotels. It was like passing through 13 separate vulgar cities, all just touching each other. But though the winter twilight was already threatening the road ahead of them, the Parisian detective still sat silent and watchful, eyeing the frontage of the streets that slid by on either side. By the time they had left Camden Town behind, the policemen were nearly asleep. At least, they gave something like a jump as Valentin leapt erect, struck a hand on each man's shoulder, and shouted to the driver to stop. They tumbled down the steps into the road, without realizing why they had been dislodged. When they looked round for enlightenment, they found Valentin triumphantly pointing his finger towards a window on the left side of the road. It was a large window, forming part of the long facade of a gilt and palatial public house. It was the part reserved for respectable dining, and labelled Restaurant. This window, like all the rest along the frontage of the hotel, was of frosted and figured glass. But in the middle of it was a big black smash, like a star in the ice. "Our cue at last," cried Valentin, waving his stick. "The place with the broken window." "What window? What cue?" asked his principal assistant. "Why, what proof is there that this has anything to do with them?" Valentin almost broke his bamboo stick with rage. "Proof!" he cried. "Good God, the man is looking for proof. Why, of course, the chances are 20 to 1 that it has nothing to do with them. But what else can we do? Don't you see, we must either follow one wild possibility, or else go home to bed." He banged his way into the restaurant, followed by his companions, and they were soon seated at a late luncheon at a little table, and looked at the star of smashed glass from the inside. Not that it was very informative to them, even then. "Got your window broken, I see," said Valentin to the waiter as he paid the bill. "Yes, sir," answered the attendant, bending busily over the change, to which Valentin silently added an enormous tip. The waiter straightened himself with mild but unmistakable animation. "Ah, yes, sir," he said. "Very odd thing, that, sir." "Indeed? Tell us about it," said the detective, with careless curiosity. "Well, 2 gents in black came in," said the waiter. "2 of those foreign parsons that are running about. They had a cheap and quiet little lunch, and one of them paid for it and went out. The other was just going out to join him when I looked at my change again and found he'd paid me more than 3 times too much. 'Here,' I says to the chap, who was nearly out of the door, 'you've paid too much.' 'Oh,' he says, very cool, 'have we?' 'Yes,' I says, and picks up the bill to show him. Well, that was a knockout." "What do you mean?" asked his interlocutor. "Well, I'd have sworn on 7 Bibles that I'd put 4 shillings on that bill, but now I saw I'd put 14 shillings, as plain as paint." "Well?" cried Valentin, moving slowly but with burning eyes. "And then?" "Oh, the parson at the door, he says all serene, 'Sorry to confuse your accounts, but it'll pay for the window.' 'What window?' I says. 'The one I'm going to break,' he says, and smashed that blessed pane with his umbrella." All 3 inquirers made an exclamation, and the inspector said, under his breath, "Are we after some escaped lunatics?" The waiter went on with some relish for the ridiculous story. "I was so knocked silly for a second I couldn't do anything. The man marched out of the place and joined his friend just round the corner. Then they went so quick up Bullock Street that I couldn't catch them, though I ran round the bars to do it." "Bullock Street," said the detective, and shot up that thoroughfare as quickly as the strange couple he pursued. Their journey now took them through bare brick ways like tunnels, streets with few lights, and even with few windows. Streets that seemed built out of the blank backs of everything and everywhere. Dusk was deepening, and it was not easy, even for the London policeman, to guess in what exact direction they were treading. The inspector, however, was pretty certain that they would eventually strike some part of Hampstead Heath. Abruptly, one bulging, gas-lit window broke the blue twilight like a bull's-eye lantern, and Valentine stopped an instant before a little garish sweetstuff shop. After an instant's hesitation, he went in. He stood amid the gaudy colours of the confectionery with entire gravity, and bought 13 chocolate cigars with a certain care. He was clearly preparing an opening, but he did not need one. An angular, elderly young woman in the shop had regarded his elegant appearance with a merely automatic inquiry. But when she saw the door behind him blocked with the blue uniform of the inspector, her eyes seemed to wake up. "Oh," she said, "if you've come about that parcel, I've sent it off already." "Parcel?" repeated Valentine, and it was his turn to look inquiring. "I mean the parcel the gentleman left. The clergyman gentleman." "For goodness' sake," said Valentine, leaning forward with his first real confession of eagerness. "For heaven's sake, tell us what happened exactly." "Well," said the woman a little doubtfully, "the clergyman came in about half an hour ago and bought some peppermints and talked a bit, and then went off towards the heath. But a second after, one of them runs back into the shop and says, 'Have I left a parcel?' Well, I looked everywhere and couldn't see one, so he says, 'Never mind, but if it should turn up, please post it to this address,' and he left me the address and a shilling for my trouble. And sure enough, though I thought I'd looked everywhere, I found he'd left a brown paper parcel, so I posted it to the place he said. I can't remember the address now. It was somewhere in Westminster, but as the thing seemed so important, I thought perhaps the police had come about it." "So they have," said Valentine shortly. "Is Hampstead Heath near here?" "Straight on for 15 minutes, said the woman, "and you'll come right out on the open." Valentine sprang out of the shop and began to run. The other detectives followed him at a reluctant trot. The street they threaded was so narrow and shut in by shadows that when they came out unexpectedly into the void common and vast sky, they were startled to find the evening still so light and clear. A perfect dome of peacock green sank into gold amid the blackening trees and the dark violet distances. The glowing green tint was just deep enough to pick out in points of crystal 1 or 2 stars. All that was left of the daylight lay in a golden glitter across the edge of Hampstead, and that popular hollow which is called the Vale of Health. The holiday-makers who roamed this region had not wholly dispersed. A few couples sat shapelessly on benches, and here and there a distant girl still shrieked in one of the swings. The glory of heaven deepened and darkened around the sublime vulgarity of man, and, standing on the slope and looking across the valley, Valentine beheld the thing which he sought. Among the black and breaking groups in that distance was one especially black, which did not break. A group of 2 figures, clerically clad. Though they seemed as small as insects, Valentine could see that one of them was much smaller than the other. Though the other had a student's stoop and an inconspicuous manner, he could see that the man was well over 6 feet high. He shut his teeth and went forward, whirling his stick impatiently. By the time he had substantially diminished the distance and magnified the 2 black figures as in a vast microscope, he had perceived something else, something which startled him, and yet which he had somehow expected, Whoever was the tall priest, there could be no doubt about the identity of the short one. It was his friend of the Harwich train, the stumpy little cure of Essex, whom he had warned about his brown paper parcels. Now, so far as this went, everything fitted in finally and rationally enough. Valentine had learned by his inquiries that morning that a Father Brown from Essex was bringing up a silver cross with sapphires, a relic of considerable value, to show some of the foreign priests at the Congress. This, undoubtedly, was the silver with blue stones, and Father Brown, undoubtedly, was the little greenhorn in the train. Now, there was nothing wonderful about the fact that what Valentine had found out, Flambeau had also found out. Flambeau found out everything. Also, there was nothing wonderful in the fact that when Flambeau heard of a sapphire cross, he should try to steal it. That was the most natural thing in all natural history. And most certainly there was nothing wonderful about the fact that Flambeau should have it all his own way with such a silly sheep as the man with the umbrella and the parcels. He was the sort of man whom anybody could lead on a string to the North Pole. It was not surprising that an actor like Flambeau, dressed as another priest, could lead him to Hampstead Heath. So far the crime seemed clear enough, and while the detective pitied the priest for his helplessness, he almost despised Flambeau for condescending to so gullible a victim. But when Valentine thought of all that had happened in between, of all that had led him to his triumph, he racked his brains for the smallest rhyme or reason in it. What had the stealing of a blue and silver cross from a priest from Essex to do with chucking soup at wallpaper? What had it to do with calling nuts oranges, or with paying for windows first and breaking them afterwards? He had come to the end of his chase, yet somehow he had missed the middle of it. When he failed, which was seldom, he usually grasped the clue, but nevertheless missed the criminal. Here he had grasped the criminal, but still he could not grasp the clue. The two figures that they followed were crawling like black flies across the huge green contour of a hill. They were evidently sunk in conversation, and perhaps did not notice where they were going, but they were certainly going to the wilder and more silent heights of the heath. As their pursuers gained on them, the latter had to use the undignified attitudes of the deer-stalker, to crouch behind clumps of trees, and even to crawl prostrate in deep grass. By these ungainly ingenuities, the hunters even came close enough to the quarry to hear the murmur of the discussion, but no word could be distinguished except the word reason, recurring frequently in a high and almost childish voice. Once over an abrupt dip of land and a dense tangle of thickets, the detectives actually lost the two figures they were following. They did not find the trail again for an agonizing 10 minutes, and then it led round the brow of a great dome of hill, overlooking an amphitheatre of rich and desolate sunset scenery. Under a tree, in this commanding yet neglected spot, was an old ramshackle wooden seat. On this seat sat the two priests, still in serious speech together. The gorgeous green and gold still clung to the darkening horizon, but the dome above was turning slowly from peacock green to peacock blue, and the stars detached themselves more and more like solid jewels. Mutely motioning to his followers, Valentine contrived to creep up behind the big branching tree, and, standing there in deathly silence, heard the words of the strange priests for the first time. After he had listened for a minute and a half, he was gripped by a devilish doubt. Perhaps he had dragged the two English policemen to the wastes of a nocturnal heath on an errand no saner than seeking figs on its thistles. For the two priests were talking exactly like priests, piously, with learning and leisure, about the most aerial enigmas of theology. The little Essex priest spoke the more simply, with his round face turned to the strengthening stars. The other talked with his head bowed, as if he were not even worthy to look at them. but no more innocently clerical conversation could have been heard in any white Italian cloister or black Spanish cathedral. The first he heard was the tale of one of Father Brown's sentences, which ended, "What they really meant in the Middle Ages by the heavens being incorruptible." The taller priest nodded his bowed head, and said, "Ah, yes, these modern infidels appeal to their reason. But who can look at those millions of worlds, and not feel that there may well be wonderful universes above us, where reason is utterly unreasonable?" "No," said the other priest. "Reason is always reasonable, even in the last limbo, in the lost borderland of things. I know that people charge the Church with lowering reason, but it is just the other way. Alone on earth, the Church makes reason really supreme. Alone on earth, the Church affirms that God himself is bound by reason." The other priest raised his austere face to the spangled sky and said, "Yet who knows if in that infinite universe—" "Only infinite physically," said the little priest, turning sharply in his seat. "Not infinite in the sense of escaping from the laws of truth." Valentine, behind his tree, was tearing his fingernails with silent fury. He seemed almost to hear the sniggers of the English detectives whom he had brought so far on a fantastic guess, only to listen to the metaphysical gossip of two mild old parsons. In his impatience he lost the equally elaborate answer of the tall cleric, and when he listened again, it was again Father Brown who was speaking. "Reason and justice grip the remotest and the loneliest star. Look at those stars. Don't they look as if they were single diamonds and sapphires? Well, you can imagine any mad botany or geology you please. Think of forests of adamant with leaves of brilliance. Think the moon is a blue moon, a single elephantine sapphire. But don't fancy that all that frantic astronomy would make the smallest difference to the reason and justice of conduct. On plains of opal, under cliffs cut out of pearl, you would still find a notice board, 'Thou shalt not steal.'" Valentine was just in the act of rising from his rigid and crouching attitude, and creeping away, as softly as might be, felled by the one great folly of his life. But something in the very silence of the tall priest made him stop until the latter spoke. When at last he did speak, he said simply, his head bowed and his hands on his knees, "Well, I think that other worlds may perhaps rise higher than our reason. The mystery of heaven is unfathomable, and I, for one, can only bow my head." Then, with brow yet bent, and without changing by the faintest shade his attitude or voice, he added, "Just hand over that sapphire cross of yours, will you? We are all alone here, and I could pull you to pieces like a straw doll." The utterly unaltered voice and attitude added a strange violence to that shocking change of speech. But the guarder of the relic only seemed to turn his head by the smallest section of the compass. He seemed still to have a somewhat foolish face turned to the stars. Perhaps he had not understood, or perhaps he had understood and sat rigid with terror. "Yes," said the tall priest, in the same low voice, and in the same still posture. "Yes, I am Flambeau." Then, after a pause, he said, "Come, will you give me that cross?" "No," said the other, and the monosyllable had an odd sound. Flambeau suddenly flung off all his pontifical pretensions. The great robber leaned back in his seat, and laughed low but long. "No," he cried, "you won't give it me, you proud prelate. You won't give it me, you little celibate simpleton. Shall I tell you why you won't give it me? because I've got it already in my own breast pocket." The small man from Essex turned what seemed to be a dazed face in the dusk, and said, with the timid eagerness of the private secretary, Are you sure?" Flambeau yelled with delight. "Really, you're as good as a 3-act farce," he cried. "Yes, you turnip, I am quite sure. I had the sense to make a duplicate of the right parcel, and now, my friend, you've got the duplicate, and I've got the jewels. An old dodge, Father Brown, a very old dodge." "Yes," said Father Brown, and passed his hand through his hair with the same strange vagueness of manner. "Yes, I've heard of it before." The Colossus of Crime leaned over to the little rustic priest with a sort of sudden interest. "You have heard of it?" he asked. "Where have you heard of it?" "Well, I mustn't tell you his name, of course," said the little man simply. "He was a penitent, you know. He had lived prosperously for about 20 years, entirely on duplicate brown paper parcels. And so, you see, when I began to suspect you, I thought of this poor chap's way of doing it at once." "Began to suspect me?" repeated the outlaw, with increased intensity. "Did you really have the gumption to suspect me, just because I brought you up to this bare part of the heath?" "Oh, no," said Brown, with an air of apology. "You see, I suspected you when we first met. It's that little bulge up the sleeve where you people have the spiked bracelet." "How in Tartarus," cried Flambeau, "did you ever hear of the spiked bracelet?" "Oh, one's little flock, you know," said Father Brown, arching his eyebrows rather blankly. "When I was a curate in Hartlepool, there were 3 of them with spiked bracelets. So, as I suspected you from the first, don't you see, I made sure that the cross should go safe, anyhow. I'm afraid I watched you, you know. So at last I saw you change the parcels. Then, don't you see, I changed them back again, and then I left the right one behind." "Left it behind?" repeated Flambeau, and for the first time there was another note in his voice, beside his triumph. "Well, it was like this," said the little priest, speaking in the same unaffected way. "I went back to that sweet shop and asked if I'd left a parcel, and gave them a particular address if it turned up. Well, I knew I hadn't, but when I went away again, I did. So, instead of running after me with that valuable parcel, they have sent it flying to a friend of mine in Westminster." Then he added, rather sadly, "I learnt that, too, from a poor fellow in Hartlepool. He used to do it with handbags he stole at railway stations, but he's in a monastery now. Oh, one gets to know, you know," he added, rubbing his head again with the same sort of desperate apology. "We can't help being priests. People come and tell us these things." Flambeau tore a brown paper parcel out of his inner pocket and rent it in pieces. There was nothing but paper and sticks of lead inside it. He sprang to his feet with a gigantic gesture and cried, "I don't believe you. I don't believe a bumpkin like you could manage all that. I believe you've still got the stuff on you, and if you don't give it up, why, we're all alone, and I'll take it by force." "No," said Father Brown simply, and stood up also. "You won't take it by force. First, because I really haven't still got it, and second, because we are not alone." Flambeau stopped in his stride forward. "Behind that tree," said Father Brown, pointing, "are 2 strong policemen, and the greatest detective alive. How did they come here, do you ask? Why, I brought them, of course. How did I do it? Why, I'll tell you if you like. Lord bless you, we have to know 20 such things when we work among the criminal classes. Well, I wasn't sure you were a thief, and it would never do to make a scandal against one of our own clergy. So I just tested you to see if anything would make you show yourself. A man generally makes a small scene if he finds salt in his coffee. If he doesn't, he has some reason for keeping quiet. I changed the salt and sugar, and you kept quiet. A man generally objects if his bill is 3 times too big. If he pays it, he has some motive for passing unnoticed. I altered your bill, and you paid it. The world seemed waiting for Flambeau to leap like a tiger, but he was held back as by a spell. He was stunned with the utmost curiosity. "Well," went on Father Brown, with lumbering lucidity, "as you wouldn't leave any tracks for the police, of course somebody had to. At every place we went to, I took care to do something that would get us talked about for the rest of the day. I didn't do much harm, a splashed wall, spilt apples, a broken window, but I saved the cross, as the cross will always be saved. It is at Westminster by now. I rather wonder you didn't stop it with the donkey's whistle." "With the what?" asked Flambeau. "Oh, I'm glad you've never heard of it," said the priest, making a face. "It's a foul thing. I'm sure you're too good a man for a whistler. I couldn't have counted it, even with the spots, myself. I'm not strong enough in the legs." "What on earth are you talking about?" asked the other. "Well, I did think you'd know the spots," said Father Brown, agreeably surprised. "Oh, you can't have gone so very wrong yet." "How in blazes do you know all these horrors?" cried Flambeau. The shadow of a smile crossed the round, simple face of his clerical opponent. "Oh, by being a celibate simpleton, I suppose," he said. "Has it never struck you that a man who does next to nothing but hear men's real sins is not likely to be wholly unaware of human evil? But, as a matter of fact, another part of my trade, too, made me sure you weren't a priest." "What?" asked the thief, almost gaping. "You attacked reason," said Father Brown. "It's bad theology." And even as he turned away to collect his property, the 3 policemen came out from under the twilight trees. Flambeau was an artist and a sportsman. He stepped back and swept Valentin a great bow. "Do not bow to me, mon ami," said Valentin, with silver clearness. "Let us both bow to our master." And they both stood an instant uncovered, while the little Essex priest blinked about for his umbrella. The Secret Garden. Aristide Valentin, chief of the Paris police, was late for his dinner, and some of his guests began to arrive before him. These were, however, reassured by his confidential servant, Ivan, the old man with a scar and a face almost as grey as his moustaches, who always sat at a table in the entrance hall, a hall hung with weapons. Valentin's house was perhaps as peculiar and celebrated as its master. It was an old house, with high walls and tall poplars almost overhanging the Seine. But the oddity, and perhaps the police value, of its architecture was this, that there was no ultimate exit at all, except through this front door, which was guarded by a van and the armoury. The garden was large and elaborate, and there were many exits from the house into the garden, but there was no exit from the garden into the world outside. All round it ran a tall, smooth, unscalable wall, with special spikes at the top. No bad garden, perhaps, for a man to reflect in whom some 100 criminals had sworn to kill. As Ivan explained to the guests, their host had telephoned that he was detained for 10 minutes. He was, in truth, making some last arrangements about executions and such ugly things, and though these duties were rootedly repulsive to him, he always performed them with precision. Ruthless in the pursuit of criminals, he was very mild about their punishment. Since he had been supreme over French and largely over European policial methods, his great influence had been honourably used for the mitigation of sentences and the purification of prisons. He was one of the great humanitarian French free-thinkers, and the only thing wrong with them is that they make mercy even colder than justice. When Valentine arrived, he was already dressed in black clothes and the red rosette, an elegant figure, his dark beard already streaked with grey. He went straight through his house to his study, which opened on the grounds behind. The garden door of it was open, and after he had carefully locked his box in its official place, he stood for a few seconds at the open door, looking out upon the garden. A sharp moon was fighting with the flying rags and tatters of a storm, and Valentine regarded it with a wistfulness unusual in such scientific natures as his. Perhaps such scientific natures have some psychic prevision of the most tremendous problem of their lives. From any such occult mood, at least, he quickly recovered, for he knew he was late, and that his guests had already begun to arrive. A glance at his drawing-room when he entered it was enough to make certain that his principal guest was not there, at any rate. He saw all the other pillars of the little party. He saw Lord Galloway, the English ambassador, a choleric old man with a russet face like an apple, wearing the blue ribbon of the Garter. He saw Lady Galloway, slim and thread-like, with silver hair, and a face sensitive and superior. He saw her daughter, Lady Margaret Graham, a pale and pretty girl with an elfish face and copper-coloured hair. He saw the Duchess of Mont-Saint-Michel, black-eyed and opulent, and with her 2 daughters, black-eyed and opulent also. He saw Dr. Simon, a typical French scientist, with glasses, a pointed brown beard, and a forehead barred with those parallel wrinkles which are the penalty of superciliousness, since they come through constantly elevating the eyebrows. He saw Father Brown, of Cobble, in Essex, whom he had recently met in England. He saw, perhaps with more interest than any of these, a tall man in uniform, who had bowed to the Galloways without receiving any very hearty acknowledgment, and who now advanced alone to pay his respects to his host. This was Commandant O'Brien, of the French Foreign Legion. He was a slim, yet somewhat swaggering figure, clean-shaven, dark-haired and blue-eyed, and, as seemed natural in an officer of that famous regiment of victorious failures and successful suicides, he had an air at once dashing and melancholy. He was, by birth, an Irish gentleman, and in boyhood had known the Galloways, especially Margaret Graham. He had left his country after some crash of debts, and now expressed his complete freedom from British etiquette by swinging about in uniform, sabre and spurs. When he bowed to the ambassador's family, Lord and Lady Galloway bent stiffly, and Lady Margaret looked away. But for whatever old causes such people might be interested in each other, their distinguished host was not specially interested in them. No one of them, at least, was in his eyes the guest of the evening. Valentine was expecting, for special reasons, a man of world-wide fame, whose friendship he had secured during some of his great detective tours and triumphs in the United States. He was expecting Julius K. Brain, that multi-millionaire whose colossal and even crushing endowments of small religions have occasioned so much easy sport and easier solemnity for the American and English papers. Nobody could quite make out whether Mr. Brain was an atheist or a Mormon or a Christian Scientist, but he was ready to pour money into any intellectual vessel, so long as it was an untried vessel. One of his hobbies was to wait for the American Shakespeare, a hobby more patient than angling. He admired Walt Whitman, but thought that Luke P. Tanner, of Paris, Pennsylvania, was more progressive than Whitman any day. He liked anything that he thought progressive. He thought Valentine progressive, thereby doing him a grave injustice. The solid appearance of Julius K. Brain in the room was as decisive as a dinner bell. He had this great quality, which very few of us can claim, that his presence was as big as his absence. He was a huge fellow, as fat as he was tall, clad in complete evening black, without so much relief as a watch-chain or a ring. His hair was white and well brushed back like a German's. His face was red, fierce, and cherubic, with one dark tuft under the lower lip that threw up that otherwise infantile visage with an effect theatrical and even Mephistophelian. Not long, however, did that salon merely stare at the celebrated American. His lateness had already become a domestic problem, and he was sent with all speed into the dining-room, with Lady Galloway on his arm. Except on one point, the Galloways were genial and casual enough. So long as Lady Margaret did not take the arm of that adventurer O'Brien, her father was quite satisfied. And she had not done so. She had decorously gone in with Dr. Simon. Nevertheless, old Lord Galloway was restless and almost rude. He was diplomatic enough during dinner, but when, over the cigars, 3 of the younger men, Simon the doctor, Brown the priest, and the detrimental O'Brien, the exile in a foreign uniform, all melted away to mix with the ladies or smoke in the conservatory, then the English diplomatist grew very undiplomatic indeed. He was stung every 60 seconds with the thought that the scamp O'Brien might be signalling to Margaret somehow. He did not attempt to imagine how. He was left over the coffee with Brain, the hoary Yankee who believed in all religions, and Valentin, the grizzled Frenchman who believed in none. They could argue with each other, but neither could appeal to him. After a time, this progressive logomachy had reached a crisis of tedium. Lord Galloway got up also, and sought the drawing-room. He lost his way in long passages for some 6 or 8 minutes, till he heard the high-pitched, didactic voice of the doctor, and then the dull voice of the priest, followed by general laughter. They also, he thought with a curse, were probably arguing about science and religion. But the instant he opened the salon door, he saw only one thing. He saw what was not there. He saw that Commandant O'Brien was absent, and that Lady Margaret was absent too. Rising impatiently from the drawing-room, as he had from the dining-room, he stamped along the passage once more. His notion of protecting his daughter from the Irish-Algerian ne'er-do-well had become something central and even mad in his mind. As he went towards the back of the house, where was Valentin's study, he was surprised to meet his daughter, who swept past with a white, scornful face, which was the second enigma. If she had been with O'Brien, where was O'Brien? If she had not been with O'Brien, where had she been? With a sort of senile and passionate suspicion, he groped his way to the dark back parts of the mansion, and eventually found a servant's entrance that opened onto the garden. The moon with her scimitar had now ripped up and rolled away all the storm-wrack. The argent light lit up all 4 corners of the garden. A tall figure in blue was striding across the lawn towards the study door. A glint of moonlit silver on his facings picked him out as Commandant O'Brien. He vanished through the French windows into the house, leaving Lord Galloway in an indescribable temper, at once virulent and vague. The blue and silver garden, like a scene in a theatre, seemed to taunt him with all that tyrannic tenderness against which his worldly authority was at war. The length and grace of the Irishman's stride enraged him as if he were a rival instead of a father. The moonlight maddened him. He was trapped, as if by magic, into a garden of troubadours, a Watteau fairyland, and, willing to shake off such amorous imbecilities by speech, he stepped briskly after his enemy. As he did so, he tripped over some tree or stone in the grass, looked down at it first with irritation, and then a second time with curiosity. The next instant, the moon and the tall poplars looked at an unusual sight, an elderly English diplomatist running hard and crying or bellowing as he ran. His hoarse shouts brought a pale face to the study door, the beaming glasses and worried brow of Dr. Simon, who heard the nobleman's first clear words. Lord Galloway was crying, "A corpse in the grass! A blood-stained corpse!" O'Brien, at last, had gone utterly out of his mind. "We must tell Valentine at once," said the doctor, when the other had brokenly described all that he had dared to examine. "It is fortunate that he is here." And even as he spoke, the great detective entered the study, attracted by the cry. It was almost amusing to note his typical transformation. He had come with the common concern of a host and a gentleman, fearing that some guest or servant was ill. When he was told the gory fact, he turned with all his gravity instantly bright and businesslike, for this, however abrupt and awful, was his business. "Strange, gentlemen," he said, as they hurried out into the garden, "that I should have hunted mysteries all over the earth, and now one comes and settles in my own backyard. But where is the place?" They crossed the lawn less easily, as a slight mist had begun to rise from the river, but under the guidance of the shaken Galloway they found the body sunken in deep grass, the body of a very tall and broad-shouldered man. He lay face downwards, so they could only see that his big shoulders were clad in black cloth, and that his big head was bald, except for a wisp or two of brown hair that clung to his skull like wet seaweed. A scarlet serpent of blood crawled from under his fallen face. "At least," said Simon, with a deep and singular intonation, "he is none of our party." "Examine him, doctor," cried Valentin rather sharply. "He may not be dead." The doctor bent down. "He is not quite cold, but I am afraid he is dead enough," he answered. "Just help me to lift him up." They lifted him carefully an inch from the ground, and all doubts as to his being really dead were settled at once, and frightfully. The head fell away. It had been entirely sundered from the body. Whoever had cut his throat had managed to sever the neck as well. Even Valentine was slightly shocked. "He must have been as strong as a gorilla," he muttered. Not without a shiver, though he was used to anatomical abortions, Dr. Simon lifted the head. It was slightly slashed about the neck and jaw, but the face was substantially unhurt. It was a ponderous, yellow face, at once sunken and swollen, with a hawk-like nose and heavy lids, the face of a wicked Roman emperor, with, perhaps, a distant touch of a Chinese emperor. All present seemed to look at it with the coldest eye of ignorance. Nothing else could be noted about the man, except that, as they had lifted his body, they had seen underneath it the white gleam of a shirt-front defaced with a red gleam of blood. As Dr. Simon said, the man had never been of their party. But he might very well have been trying to join it, for he had come dressed for such an occasion. Valentine went down on his hands and knees, and examined with his closest professional attention the grass and ground for some 20 yards round the body, in which he was assisted less skilfully by the doctor, and quite vaguely by the English lord. Nothing rewarded their grovellings, except a few twigs, snapped or chopped into very small lengths, which Valentine lifted for an instant's examination, and then tossed away. "Twigs," he said gravely. twigs, and a total stranger with his head cut off. That is all there is on this lawn." There was an almost creepy stillness, and then the unnerved Galloway called out sharply, "Who's that? Who's that over there by the garden wall?" A small figure, with a foolishly large head, drew waveringly near them in the moonlit haze, looked for an instant like a goblin, but turned out to be the harmless little priest whom they had left in the drawing-room. "I say," he said meekly, "there are no gates to this garden. Do you know?" Valentine's black brows had come together somewhat crossly, as they did on principle at the sight of the cassock, but he was far too just a man to deny the relevance of the remark. "You are right," he said. "Before we find out how he came to be killed, we may have to find out how he came to be here. Now, listen to me, gentlemen. If it can be done without prejudice to my position and duty, we shall all agree that certain distinguished names might well be kept out of this. There are ladies, gentlemen, and there is a foreign ambassador. If we must mark it down as a crime, then it must be followed up as a crime. But till then, I can use my own discretion. I am the head of the police. I am so public that I can afford to be private. Please, Evan, I will clear every one of my own guests before I call in my men to look for anybody else. Gentlemen, upon your honour, you will none of you leave the house till tomorrow at noon. There are bedrooms for all. Simon, I think you know where to find my man, Ivan, in the front hall. He is a confidential man. Tell him to leave another servant on guard and come to me at once. Lord Galloway, you are certainly the best person to tell the ladies what has happened and prevent a panic. They also must stay. Father Brown and I will remain with the body." When the spirit of the captain spoke in Valentin, he was obeyed like a bugle. Dr. Simon went through to the armoury and routed out Ivan, the public detective's private detective. Galloway went to the drawing-room and told the terrible news tactfully enough, so that by the time the company assembled there, the ladies were already startled and already soothed. Meanwhile, the good priest and the good atheist stood at the head and foot of the dead man, motionless in the moonlight, like symbolic statues of their two philosophies of death. Ivan, the confidential man with the scar and the moustaches, came out of the house like a cannonball, and came racing across the lawn to Valentin like a dog to his master. His livid face was quite lively with the glow of this domestic detective story, and it was with almost unpleasant eagerness that he asked his master's permission to examine the remains. "Yes, look if you like, Ivan," said Valentin. "But don't be long. We must go in and thresh this out in the house." Ivan lifted the head, and then almost let it drop. "Why," he gasped, No, it isn't. It can't be. Do you know this man, sir?" "No," said Valentin indifferently. "We had better go inside." Between them they carried the corpse to a sofa in the study, and then all made their way to the drawing-room. The detective sat down at a desk quietly, and even without hesitation, but his eye was the iron eye of a judge at assize. He made a few rapid notes upon paper in front of him, and then said shortly, "Is everybody here?" "Not Mr. Brain," said the Duchess of Mont Saint-Michel, looking round. "No," said Lord Galloway, in a hoarse, harsh voice. "And not Mr. Neil O'Brien, I fancy. I saw that gentleman walking in the garden when the corpse was still warm." "Ivan," said the detective, "go and fetch Commandant O'Brien and Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, I know, is finishing a cigar in the dining-room. Commandant O'Brien, I think, is walking up and down the conservatory. I am not sure." The faithful attendant flashed from the room, and before anyone could stir or speak, Valentin went on with the same soldierly swiftness of exposition. Everyone here knows that a dead man has been found in the garden, his head cut clean from his body. Dr. Simon, you have examined it. Do you think that to cut a man's throat like that would need great force, or perhaps only a very sharp knife?" "I should say that it could not be done with a knife at all," said the pale doctor. "Have you any thought," resumed Valentin, "of a tool with which it could be done?" "Speaking within modern probabilities, I really haven't," said the doctor, arching his painful brows. "It's not easy to hack a neck through, even clumsily, and this was a very clean cut. It could be done with a battle-axe, or an old Edmund's axe, or an old two-handed sword." "But good heavens!" cried the Duchess, almost in hysterics. "There aren't any two-handed swords and battle-axes around here." Valentin was still busy with the paper in front of him. "Tell me," he said, still writing rapidly, "could it have been done with a long French cavalry sabre?" A low knocking came at the door, which, for some unreasonable reason, curdled everyone's blood like the knocking in Macbeth. Amid that frozen silence, Dr. Simon managed to say, "A sabre. Yes, I suppose it could." "Thank you," said Valentin. "Come in, Ivan." The confidential Ivan opened the door and ushered in Commandant Neil O'Brien, whom he had found at last pacing the garden again. The Irish officer stood up disordered and defiant on the threshold. "What do you want with me?" he cried. "Please, sit down," said Valentin, in pleasant, level tones. "Why, you aren't wearing your sword. Where is it?" "I left it on the library table," said O'Brien, his brogue deepening in his disturbed mood. "It was a nuisance. It was getting—" "Ivan," said Valentin, "please go and get the Commandant's sword from the library." Then, as the servant vanished, "Lord Galloway says he saw you leaving the garden just before he found the corpse. What were you doing in the garden?" The Commandant flung himself recklessly into a chair. "Oh," he cried, in pure Irish, "admiring the moon, communing with nature, me boy." A heavy silence sank and endured, and at the end of it came again that trivial and terrible knocking. Ivan reappeared, carrying an empty steel scabbard. "This is all I can find," he said. "Put it on the table," said Valentin, without looking up. There was an inhuman silence in the room, like that sea of inhuman silence round the dock of the condemned murderer. The Duchess's weak exclamations had long ago died away. Lord Galloway's swollen hatred was satisfied and even sobered. The voice that came was quite unexpected. "I think I can tell you," cried Lady Margaret, in that clear, quivering voice with which a courageous woman speaks publicly. "I can tell you what Mr. O'Brien was doing in the garden, since he is bound to silence. He was asking me to marry him. I refused. I said in my family circumstances I could give him nothing but my respect. He was a little angry at that. He did not seem to think much of my respect. I wonder," she added, with rather a wan smile, "if he will care at all for it now, for I offer it him now. I will swear anywhere that he never did a thing like this." Lord Galloway had edged up to his daughter, and was intimidating her in what he imagined to be an undertone. "Hold your tongue, Maggie," he said in a thunderous whisper. "Why should you shield the fellow? Where's his sword? Where's his confounded cavalry?" He stopped because of the singular stare with which his daughter was regarding him, a look that was indeed a lurid magnet for the whole group. "You old fool," she said, in a low voice, without pretence of piety. "What do you suppose you are trying to prove? I tell you, this man was innocent while with me. But if he wasn't innocent, he was still with me. If he murdered a man in the garden, Who was it who must have seen, who must at least have known? Do you hate Neil so much as to put your own daughter—" Lady Galloway screamed. Everyone else sat tingling at the touch of those satanic tragedies that have been between lovers before now. They saw the proud, white face of the Scotch aristocrat and her lover, the Irish adventurer, like old portraits in a dark house. The long silence was full of formless historical memories of murdered husbands and poisonous paramours. In the centre of this morbid silence, an innocent voice said, "Was it a very long cigar?" The change of thought was so sharp that they had to look round to see who had spoken. "I mean," said little Father Brown from the corner of the room, "I mean that cigar Mr. Brain is finishing. It seems nearly as long as a walking stick." Despite the irrelevance, there was assent as well as irritation in Valentine's face as he lifted his head. "Quite right," he remarked sharply. "Ivan, go and see about Mr. Brain again, and bring him here at once." The instant the factotum had closed the door, Valentine addressed the girl with an entirely new earnestness. "Lady Margaret," he said, "we all feel, I am sure, both gratitude and admiration for your act in rising above your lower dignity and explaining the Commandant's conduct. But there is a hiatus still. Lord Galloway, I understand, met you passing from the study to the drawing-room, and it was only some minutes afterwards that he found the garden and the Commandant still walking there." "You have to remember," replied Margaret, with a faint irony in her voice, "that I had just refused him, so we should scarcely have come back arm in arm. He is a gentleman, anyhow, and he loitered behind, and so got charged with murder." "In those few moments," said Valentine gravely, "he might really—" The knock came again, and Ivan put in his scarred face. "Beg pardon, sir," he said, "but Mr. Brain has left the house." "Left?" cried Valentine, and rose for the first time to his feet. "Gone, scooted, evaporated," replied Ivan in humorous French. "His hat and coat are gone too, and I'll tell you something to cap it all. I ran outside the house to find any traces of him, and I found one. And a big trace too." "What do you mean?" asked Valentine. "I'll show you," said his servant, and reappeared with a flashing, naked cavalry sabre, streaked with blood about the point and edge. Everyone in the room eyed it as if it were a thunderbolt. But the experienced Ivan went on quite quietly. "I found this," he said, "flung among the bushes 50 yards up the road to Paris. In other words, I found it just where your respectable Mr. Brain threw it when he ran away." There was again a silence, but of a new sort. Valentine took the sabre, examined it, reflected with unaffected concentration of thought, and then turned a respectful face to O'Brien. "Commandant," he said, "we trust you will always produce this weapon if it is wanted for police examination. Meanwhile," he added, slapping the steel back in the ringing scabbard, "let me return you your sword." At the military symbolism of the action, the audience could hardly refrain from applause. For Neil O'Brien, indeed, that gesture was the turning point of existence. By the time he was wandering in the mysterious garden again, in the colours of the morning, the tragic futility of his ordinary mien had fallen from him. He was a man with many reasons for happiness. Lord Galloway was a gentleman, and had offered him an apology. Lady Margaret was something better than a lady, a woman at least, and had perhaps given him something better than an apology, as they drifted among the old flower-beds before breakfast. The whole company was more light-hearted and humane, For though the riddle of the death remained, the load of suspicion was lifted off them all, and sent flying off to Paris with the strange millionaire, a man they hardly knew. The devil was cast out of the house. He had cast himself out. Still, the riddle remained, and when O'Brien threw himself on a garden seat beside Dr. Simon, that keenly scientific person at once resumed it. He did not get much talk out of O'Brien, whose thoughts were on pleasanter things. "I can't say it interests me much," said the Irishman, frankly, "especially as it seems pretty plain now. Apparently Brain hated this stranger for some reason, lured him into the garden, and killed him with my sword. Then he fled to the city, tossing the sword away as he went. By the way, Ivan tells me the dead man had a Yankee dollar in his pocket, so he was a countryman of Brain's, and that seems to clinch it. I don't see any difficulties about the business." "There are 5 colossal difficulties," said the doctor quietly, "like eye walls within walls. Don't mistake me. I don't doubt that Brain did it. His flight, I fancy, proves that. But as to how he did it. First difficulty, why should a man kill another man with a great hulking sabre, when he can almost kill him with a pocket-knife and put it back in his pocket? Second difficulty, why was there no noise or outcry? Does a man commonly see another come up waving a scimitar and offer no remarks? Third difficulty, a servant watched the front door all the evening, and a rat cannot get into Valentine's garden anywhere. How did the dead man get into the garden? Fourth difficulty, given the same conditions, how did Brain get out of the garden?" "And the 5th?" said Neil, with eyes fixed on the English priest, who was coming slowly up the path. "Is a trifle, I suppose," said the doctor, "but I think an odd one. When I first saw how the head had been slashed, I supposed the assassin had struck more than once. But on examination I found many cuts across the truncated section. In other words, they were struck after the head was off. Did Brain hate his foe so fiendishly that he stood sabring his body in the moonlight?" "Horrible," said O'Brien, and shuddered. The little priest, Brown, had arrived while they were talking, and had waited, with characteristic shyness, till they had finished. Then he said, awkwardly, "I say, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was sent to tell you the news." "News?" repeated Simon, and stared at him rather painfully through his glasses. "Yes, I'm sorry," said Father Brown, mildly. "There's been another murder, you know." Both men on the seat sprang up, leaving it rocking. "And what's stranger still," continued the priest, with his dull eye on the rhododendrons, "it's the same disgusting sort. It's another beheading. They found the second head actually bleeding into the river, a few yards along Brain's road to Paris, so they suppose that he—" "Great heaven!" cried O'Brien. "Is Brain a monomaniac?" "There are American vendettas," said the priest, impassively. Then he added, "They want you to come to the library and see it." Commandant O'Brien followed the others towards the inquest, feeling decidedly sick. As a soldier, he loathed all this secretive carnage. Where were these extravagant amputations going to stop? First one head was hacked off, and then another. In this case, he told himself bitterly, it was not true that 2 heads were better than 1. As he crossed the study, he almost staggered at a shocking coincidence. Upon Valentine's table lay the coloured picture of yet a 3rd bleeding head, and it was the head of Valentine himself. A second glance showed him it was only a nationalist paper called The Guillotine, which every week showed one of its political opponents with rolling eyes and writhing features just after execution, for Valentine was an anti-clerical of some note. But O'Brien was an Irishman, with a kind of chastity even in his sins, and his gorge rose against that great brutality of the intellect which belongs only to France. He felt Paris as a whole, from the grotesques on the Gothic churches to the gross caricatures in the newspapers. He remembered the gigantic jests of the Revolution. He saw the whole city as one ugly energy, from the sanguinary sketch lying on Valentine's table, up to where, above a mountain and forest of gargoyles, the great devil grins on Notre Dame. The library was long, low, and dark. What light entered it shot from under low blinds, and had still some of the ruddy tinge of morning. Valentine and his servant Ivan were waiting for them at the upper end of a long, slightly sloping desk, on which lay the mortal remains, looking enormous in the twilight. The big black figure and yellow face of the man found in the garden confronted them essentially unchanged. The second head, which had been fished from among the river reeds that morning, lay streaming and dripping beside it. Valentine's men were still seeking to recover the rest of this second corpse, which was supposed to be afloat. Father Brown, who did not seem to share O'Brien's sensibilities in the least, went up to the second head and examined it with his blinking care. It was little more than a mop of wet white hair, fringed with silver fire in the red and level morning light. The face, which seemed of an ugly, empurpled, and perhaps criminal type, had been much battered against trees or stones, as it tossed in the water. "Good morning, Commandant O'Brien," said Valentine, with quiet cordiality. "You have heard of Brain's last experiment in butchery, I suppose?" Father Brown was still bending over the head with white hair, and he said, without looking up, "I suppose it is quite certain that Brain cut off this head too." "Well, it seems common sense," said Valentine, with his hands in his pockets. "Killed in the same way as the other, found within a few yards of the other, and sliced by the same weapon which we know he carried away." Yes, I know," replied Father Brown, submissively. "Yet, you know, I doubt whether Brain could have cut off this head." "Why not?" inquired Dr. Simon, with a rational stare. "Well, Doctor," said the priest, looking up, blinking, "can a man cut off his own head? I don't know." O'Brien felt an insane universe crashing about his ears, but the doctor sprang forward with impetuous practicality and pushed back the wet white hair. "Oh, there's no doubt it's Brain," said the priest quietly. "He had exactly that chip in the left ear." The detective, who had been regarding the priest with steady and glittering eyes, opened his clenched mouth and said sharply, "You seem to know a lot about him, Father Brown." "I do," said the little man simply. "I've been about with him for some weeks. He was thinking of joining our church." The star of the fanatic sprang into Valentine's eyes. He strode towards the priest with clenched hands. "And perhaps," he cried, with a blasting sneer, "perhaps he was also thinking of leaving all his money to your church." "Perhaps he was," said Brown, stolidly. "It is possible." "In that case," cried Valentine, with a dreadful smile, "you may indeed know a great deal about him, about his life, and about his—" Commandant O'Brien laid a hand on Valentine's arm. "Drop that slanderous rubbish, Valentine," he said, "or there may be more swords yet." But Valentine, under the steady, humble gaze of the priest, had already recovered himself. "Well," he said shortly, "people's private opinions can wait. You gentlemen are still bound by your promise to stay. You must enforce it on yourselves, and on each other. Ivan here will tell you anything more you want to know. I must get to business and write to the authorities. We can't keep this quiet any longer. I shall be writing in my study if there is any more news." "Is there any more news, Ivan?" asked Dr. Seymour, as the chief of police strode out of the room. "Only one more thing, I think, sir," said Ivan, wrinkling up his grey old face. "But that's important too in its way. There's that old buffer you found on the lawn." And he pointed, without pretence of reverence, at the big black body with the yellow head. "We found out who he is, anyhow." "Indeed!" cried the astonished doctor. "And who is he?" "His name was Arnold Becker," said the under-detective, "though he went by many aliases. He was a wandering sort of scamp, and he's known to have been in America, so that was where Brain got his knife into him. We didn't have much to do with him ourselves, for he worked mostly in Germany. We've communicated, of course, with the German police. But, oddly enough, there was a twin brother of his, named Louis Becker, whom he had a great deal to do with. In fact, we found it necessary to guillotine him only yesterday. Well, it's a rum thing, gentlemen, but when I saw that fellow flat on the lawn, I had the greatest jump of my life. If I hadn't seen Louis Becker guillotined with my own eyes, I'd have sworn it was Louis Becker lying there in the grass. Then, of course, I remembered his twin brother in Germany, and following up the clue—" The explanatory Ivan stopped, for the excellent reason that nobody was listening to him. The commandant and the doctor were both staring at Father Brown, who had sprung stiffly to his feet, and was holding his temples tight, like a man in sudden and violent pain. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" he cried. "Stop talking a minute, for I see half. Will God give me strength? Will my brain make the one jump and see all? Heaven help me. I used to be fairly good at thinking. I could paraphrase any page in Aquinas once. Will my head split, or will it see? I see half. I only see half." He buried his head in his hands, and stood in a sort of rigid torture of thought or prayer, while the other three could only go on staring at this last prodigy of their wild 12 hours. When Father Brown's hands fell, they showed a face quite fresh and serious, like a child's. He heaved a huge sigh, and said, "Let us get this said and done with as quickly as possible. Look here, this will be the quickest way to convince you all of the truth." He turned to the doctor. "Dr. Seymour," he said, "you have a strong headpiece, and I heard you this morning asking the 5 hardest questions about this business. Well, if you will ask them again, I will answer them." Seymour's pince-nez dropped from his nose in his doubt and wonder, but he answered at once. "Well, the first question, you know, is why a man should kill another with a clumsy sabre at all, when a man can kill with a bodkin." "A man cannot behead with a bodkin," said Brown calmly, "and for this murder, beheading was absolutely necessary." "Why?" asked O'Brien with interest. "And the next question?" asked Father Brown. "Well, why didn't the man cry out or anything?" asked the doctor. "Sabres in gardens are certainly unusual." "Twigs," said the priest gloomily, and turned to the window which looked on the scene of death. "No one saw the point of the twigs. Why should they lie on that lawn, look at it, so far from any tree? They were not snapped off. They were chopped off. The murderer occupied his enemy with some tricks with the sabre, showing how he could cut a branch in mid-air or what not. Then, while his enemy bent down to see the result, a silent slash, and the head fell." "Well," said the doctor, slowly, "that seems plausible enough, but my next 2 questions will stump anyone." The priest still stood, looking critically out of the window, and waited. "You know how all the garden was sealed up like an air-tight chamber," went on the doctor. "Well, how did the strange man get into the garden?" Without turning round, the little priest answered, There never was any strange man in the garden." There was a silence, and then a sudden cackle of almost childish laughter relieved the strain. The absurdity of Brown's remark moved Ivan to open taunts. "Oh," he cried, "then we didn't lug a great fat corpse onto a sofa last night. He hadn't got into the garden, I suppose." "Got into the garden?" repeated Brown reflectively. "No, not entirely." "Hang it all!" cried Simon. "A man gets into a garden or he doesn't." "Not necessarily," said the priest with a faint smile. "What is the next question, Doctor?" "I fancy you're ill," exclaimed Dr. Simon sharply. "But I'll ask the next question if you like. How did Brain get out of the garden?" "He didn't get out of the garden," said the priest, still looking out of the window. "Didn't get out of the garden?" exploded Simon. "Not completely," said Father Brown. Simon shook his fists in a frenzy of French logic. "A man gets out of a garden, or he doesn't," he cried. "Not always," said Father Brown. Dr. Simon sprang to his feet impatiently. "I have no time to spare on such senseless talk," he cried angrily. "If you can't understand a man being on one side of a wall or the other, I won't trouble you further." "Doctor," said the cleric very gently, "we have always got on very pleasantly together. If only for the sake of old friendship, stop and tell me your fifth question." The impatient Simon sank into a chair by the door and said briefly, "The head and shoulders were cut about in a queer way. It seemed to be done after death." "Yes," said the motionless priest. "It was done so as to make you assume exactly the one simple falsehood that you did assume. It was done to make you take for granted that the head belonged to the body." The borderland of the brain, where all monsters are made, moved horribly in the Gaelic O'Brien. He felt the chaotic presence of all the horsemen and fish-women that man's unnatural fancy has begotten. A voice older than his first father's seemed saying in his ear, "Keep out of the monstrous garden where grows the tree with double fruit. Avoid the evil garden where died the man with two heads." Yet, while these shameful symbolic shapes passed across the ancient mirror of his Irish soul, his Frenchified intellect was quite alert, and was watching the odd priest as closely and incredulously as all the rest. Father Brown had turned round at last, and stood against the window, with his face in dense shadow. But even in that shadow, they could see it was pale as ashes. Nevertheless, he spoke quite sensibly, as if there were no Gaelic souls on earth. "Gentlemen," he said, "you did not find the strange body of Becca in the garden. You did not find any strange body in the garden. In face of Dr. Simon's rationalism, I still affirm that Becca was only partly present. Look here," pointing to the black bulk of the mysterious corpse. "You never saw that man in your lives. Did you ever see this man?" He rapidly rolled away the bald yellow head of the unknown, and put in its place the white-maned head beside it. And there, complete, unified, unmistakable, lay Julius K. Brain. "The murderer," went on Brown quietly, "hacked off his enemy's head and flung the sword far over the wall. But he was too clever to fling the sword only. He flung the head over the wall also. Then he had only to clap on another head to the corpse, and, as he insisted on a private inquest, you all imagined a totally new man." "Clap on another head?" said O'Brien, staring. "What other head? Heads don't grow on garden bushes, do they?" "No," said Father Brown, huskily, and looking at his boots. "There is only one place where they grow. They grow in the basket of the guillotine, beside which the chief of police, Aristide Valentin, was standing not an hour before the murder. Oh, my friends, hear me a minute more before you tear me in pieces. Valentin is an honest man, if being mad for an arguable cause is honesty. But did you never see in that cold grey eye of his that he is mad? He would do anything, to break what he calls the superstition of the cross. He has fought for it and starved for it, and now he is murdered for it. Brain's crazy millions had hitherto been scattered among so many sects that they did little to alter the balance of things. But Valentin heard a whisper that Brain, like so many scatterbrained sceptics, was drifting to us, and that was quite a different thing. Brain would pour supplies into the impoverished and pugnacious Church of France. He would support 6 nationalist newspapers like the Guillotine. The battle was already balanced on a point, and the fanatic took flame at the risk. He resolved to destroy the millionaire, and he did it as one would expect the greatest of detectives to commit his only crime. He abstracted the severed head of Becker on some criminological excuse, and took it home in his official box. He had that last argument with Brain that Lord Galloway did not hear the end of. That failing, he led him out into the sealed garden, talked about swordsmanship, used twigs and a sabre for illustration, and— Ivan of the Scar sprang up. "You lunatic!" he yelled. "You'll go to my master now, if I take you by—" "Why, I was going there," said Brown heavily. "I must ask him to confess and all that." Driving the unhappy Brown before them like a hostage or sacrifice, they rushed together into the sudden stillness of Valentin's study. The great detective sat at his desk, apparently too occupied to hear their turbulent entrance. They paused a moment, and then something in the look of that upright and elegant back made the doctor run forward suddenly. A touch and a glance showed him that there was a small box of pills at Valentin's elbow, and that Valentin was dead in his chair. And on the blind face of the suicide was more than the pride of Cato. The Queer Feat. If you meet a member of that select club, the 12 True Fishermen, entering the Vernon Hotel for the annual club dinner, you will observe, as he takes off his overcoat, that his evening coat is green and not black. If, supposing that you have the star-defying audacity to address such a being, you ask him why, he will probably answer that he does it to avoid being mistaken for a waiter. You will then retire crushed. But you will leave behind you a mystery as yet unsolved, and a tale worth telling. If, to pursue the same vein of improbable conjecture, you were to meet a mild, hard-working little priest named Father Brown, and were to ask him what he thought was the most singular luck of his life, he would probably reply that upon the whole his best stroke was at the Vernon Hotel, where he had averted a crime and, perhaps, saved a soul, merely by listening to a few footsteps in a passage. He is, perhaps, a little proud of this wild and wonderful guess of his, and it is possible that he might refer to it. But since it is immeasurably unlikely that you will ever rise high enough in the social world to find the 12 True Fishermen, or that you will ever sink low enough among slums and criminals to find Father Brown, I fear you will never hear the story at all, unless you hear it from me. The Vernon Hotel, at which the 12 true fishermen held their annual dinners, was an institution such as can only exist in an oligarchical society which has almost gone mad on good manners. It was that topsy-turvy product, an exclusive commercial enterprise. That is, it was a thing which paid not by attracting people, but actually by turning people away. In the heart of a plutocracy, tradesmen become cunning enough to be more fastidious than their customers. They positively create difficulties, so that their wealthy and weary clients may spend money and diplomacy in overcoming them. If there were a fashionable hotel in London, which no man could enter who was under 6 foot, society would meekly make up parties of 6-foot men to dine in it. If there were an expensive restaurant, which, by a mere caprice of its proprietor, was only open on Thursday afternoon, it would be crowded on Thursday afternoon. The Vernon Hotel stood, as if by accident, in the corner of a square in Belgravia. It was a small hotel, and a very inconvenient one. But its very inconveniences were considered as walls protecting a particular class. One inconvenience in particular was held to be of vital importance: the fact that practically only 24 people could dine in the place at once. The only big dinner table was the celebrated terrace table, which stood open to the air on a sort of veranda, overlooking one of the most exquisite old gardens in London. Thus it happened that even the 24 seats at this table could only be enjoyed in warm weather, and this, making the enjoyment yet more difficult, made it yet more desired. The existing owner of the hotel was a Jew named Lever, and he made nearly $1 million out of it, by making it difficult to get into. Of course, he combined with this limitation in the scope of his enterprise the most careful polish in its performance. The wines and cooking were really as good as any in Europe, and the demeanour of the attendants exactly mirrored the fixed mood of the English upper class. The proprietor knew all his waiters like the fingers on his hand. There were only 15 of them all told. It was much easier to become a member of Parliament than to become a waiter in that hotel. Each waiter was trained in terrible silence and smoothness, as if he were a gentleman's servant, and, indeed, there was generally at least one waiter to every gentleman who dined. The club of the 12 true fishermen would not have consented to dine anywhere but in such a place, for it insisted on a luxurious privacy, and would have been quite upset by the mere thought that any other club was even dining in the same building. On the occasion of their annual dinner, the fishermen were in the habit of exposing all their treasures, as if they were in a private house, especially the celebrated set of fish knives and forks, which were, as it were, the insignia of the society, each being exquisitely wrought in silver in the form of a fish, and each loaded at the hilt with one large pearl. These were always laid out for the fish course, and the fish course was always the most magnificent in that magnificent repast. The society had a vast number of ceremonies and observances, but it had no history and no object. That was where it was so very aristocratic. You did not have to be anything in order to be one of the 12 fishers. Unless you were already a certain sort of person, you never even heard of them. It had been in existence 12 years. Its president was Mr. Audley. Its vice-president was the Duke of Chester. If I have in any degree conveyed the atmosphere of this appalling hotel, the reader may feel a natural wonder as to how I came to know anything about it, and may even speculate as to how so ordinary a person as my friend Father Brown came to find himself in that golden galley. As far as that is concerned, my story is simple, or even vulgar. There is in the world a very aged rioter and demagogue who breaks into the most refined retreats with the dreadful information that all men are brothers, and wherever this leveller went on his pale horse, it was Father Brown's trade to follow. One of the waiters, an Italian, had been struck down with a paralytic stroke that afternoon, and his Jewish employer, marvelling mildly at such superstitions, had consented to send for the nearest popish priest. With what the waiter confessed to Father Brown, we are not concerned, for the excellent reason that the cleric kept it to himself, but apparently it involved him in writing out a note or statement for the conveying of some message or the righting of some wrong. Father Brown, therefore, with a meek impudence which he would have shown equally in Buckingham Palace, asked to be provided with a room and writing materials. Mr. Lever was torn in two. He was a kind man, and had also that bad imitation of kindness, the dislike of any difficulty or scene. At the same time, the presence of one unusual stranger in his hotel that evening was like a speck of dirt on something just cleaned. There was never any borderland or anteroom in the Vernon Hotel, no people waiting in the hall, no customers coming in on chance. There were 15 waiters. There were 12 guests. It would be as startling to find a new guest in the hotel that night as to find a new brother taking breakfast or tea in one's own family. Moreover, the priest's appearance was second-rate, and his clothes muddy. A mere glimpse of him afar off might precipitate a crisis in the club. Mr. Lever at last hit on a plan to cover, since he might not obliterate the disgrace. When you enter, as you never will, the Vernon Hotel, you pass down a short passage decorated with a few dingy but important pictures, and come to the main vestibule and lounge, which opens on your right into passages leading to the public rooms, and on your left to a similar passage pointing to the kitchens and offices of the hotel. Immediately on your left hand is the corner of a glass office, which abuts upon the lounge, a house within a house, so to speak, like the old hotel bar, which probably once occupied its place. In this office sat the representative of the proprietor. Nobody in this place ever appeared in person, if he could help it, and just beyond the office, on the way to the servants' quarters, was the gentleman's cloak-room, the last boundary of the gentleman's domain. But between the office and the cloak-room was a small private room, without other outlet, sometimes used by the proprietor for delicate and important matters, such as lending a duke £1,000, or declining to lend him sixpence. It is a mark of the magnificent tolerance of Mr. Lever that he permitted this holy place to be for about half an hour profaned by a mere priest, scribbling away on a piece of paper. The story which Father Brown was writing down was very likely a much better story than this one, only it will never be known. I can merely state that it was very nearly as long, and that the last 2 or 3 paragraphs of it were the least exciting and absorbing. For it was by the time that he had reached these that the priest began a little to allow his thoughts to wander, and his animal senses, which were commonly keen, to awaken. The time of darkness and dinner was drawing on. His own forgotten little room was without a light, and perhaps the gathering gloom, as occasionally happens, sharpened the sense of sound. As Father Brown wrote the last and least essential part of his document, he caught himself writing to the rhythm of a recurrent noise outside, just as one sometimes thinks to the tune of a railway train. When he became conscious of the thing, he found what it was, only the ordinary patter of feet passing the door, which in an hotel was no very unlikely matter. Nevertheless, he stared at the darkened ceiling, and listened to the sound. After he had listened for a few seconds dreamily, he got to his feet, and listened intently, with his head a little on one side. Then he sat down again, and buried his brow in his hands, now not merely listening, but listening and thinking also. The footsteps outside at any given moment were such as one might hear in any hotel, and yet, taken as a whole, there was something very strange about them. There were no other footsteps. It was always a very silent house, for the few familiar guests went at once to their own apartments, and the well-trained waiters were told to be almost invisible until they were wanted. One could not conceive any place where there was less reason to apprehend anything irregular. But these footsteps were so odd that one could not decide to call them regular or irregular. Father Brown followed them with his finger on the edge of the table, like a man trying to learn a tune on the piano. First, there came a long rush of rapid little steps, such as a light man might make in winning a walking race. At a certain point they stopped and changed to a sort of slow, swinging stamp, numbering not a quarter of the steps, but occupying about the same time. The moment the last echoing stamp had died away, would come again the run or ripple of light, hurrying feet, and then again the thud of the heavier walking. It was certainly the same pair of boots, partly because, as has been said, there were no other boots about, and partly because they had a small but unmistakable creak in them. Father Brown had the kind of head that cannot help asking questions, and on this apparently trivial question, his head almost split. He had seen men run in order to jump. He had seen men run in order to slide. But why on earth should a man run in order to walk? Or again, why should he walk in order to run? Yet no other description would cover the antics of this invisible pair of legs. The man was either walking very fast down one half of the corridor, in order to walk very slow down the other half, or he was walking very slow at one end to have the rapture of walking fast at the other. Neither suggestion seemed to make much sense. His brain was growing darker and darker, like his room. Yet, as he began to think steadily, the very blackness of his cell seemed to make his thoughts more vivid. He began to see, as in a kind of vision, the fantastic feet capering along the corridor in unnatural or symbolic attitudes. Was it a heathen religious dance, or some entirely new kind of scientific exercise? Father Brown began to ask himself with more exactness what the steps suggested. Taking the slow step first, it certainly was not the step of the proprietor. Men of his type walk with a rapid waddle, or they sit still. It could not be any servant or messenger waiting for directions. It did not sound like it. The poorer orders, in an oligarchy, sometimes lurch about when they are slightly drunk, but generally, and especially in such gorgeous scenes, they stand or sit in constrained attitudes. No, that heavy, yet springy step, with a kind of careless emphasis, not specially noisy, yet not caring what noise it made, belonged to any one of the animals of this earth. It was a gentleman of Western Europe, and probably one who had never worked for his living. Just as he came to this solid certainty, the step changed to the quicker one, and ran past the door as feverishly as a rat. The listener remarked that though this step was much swifter, it was also much more noiseless, almost as if the man were walking on tiptoe. Yet it was not associated in his mind with secrecy, but with something else, something that he could not remember. He was maddened by one of those half-memories that make a man feel half-witted. Surely he had heard that strange, swift walking somewhere. Suddenly he sprang to his feet with a new idea in his head, and walked to the door. His room had no direct outlet on the passage, but let on one side into the glass office, and on the other into the cloak-room beyond. He tried the door into the office, and found it locked. Then he looked at the window, now a square pane full of purple cloud, cleft by livid sunset, and for an instant he smelt evil, as a dog smells rats. The rational part of him, whether the wiser or not, regained its supremacy. He remembered that the proprietor had told him that he should lock the door, and would come later to release him. He told himself that 20 things he had not thought of might explain the eccentric sounds outside. He reminded himself that there was just enough light left to finish his own proper work. Bringing his paper to the window so as to catch the last stormy evening light, he resolutely plunged once more into the almost completed record. He had written for about 20 minutes, bending closer and closer to his paper in the lessening light. Then suddenly he sat upright. He had heard the strange feet once more. This time they had a third oddity. Previously, the unknown man had walked, with levity, indeed, and lightning quickness, but he had walked. This time he ran. One could hear the swift, soft, bounding steps coming along the corridor, like the pads of a fleeing and leaping panther. Whoever was coming was a very strong, active man, in still yet tearing excitement. Yet when the sound had swept up to the office, like a sort of whispering whirlwind, it suddenly changed again to the old, slow, swaggering stamp. Father Brown flung down his paper, and knowing the office door to be locked, went at once into the cloakroom on the other side. The attendant of this place was temporarily absent, probably because the only guests were at dinner, and his office was a sinecure. After groping through a grey forest of overcoats, he found that the dim cloakroom opened on the lighted corridor in the form of a sort of counter or half-door, like most of the counters across which we have all handed umbrellas and received tickets. There was a light immediately above the semicircular arch of this opening. It threw little illumination on Father Brown himself, who seemed a mere dark outline against the dim sunset window behind him, but it threw an almost theatrical light on the man who stood outside the cloakroom in the corridor. He was an elegant man in very plain evening dress, tall, but with an air of not taking up much room. One felt that he could have slid along like a shadow, where many smaller men would have been obvious and obstructive. His face, now flung back in the lamplight, was swarthy and vivacious, the face of a foreigner. His figure was good, his manners good-humoured and confident. A critic could only say that his black coat was a shade below his figure and manners, and even bulged and bagged in an odd way. The moment he caught sight of Brown's black silhouette against the sunset, he tossed down a scrap of paper with a number, and called out with amiable authority, "I want my hat and coat, please. I find I have to go away at once." Father Brown took the paper without a word, and obediently went to look for the coat. It was not the first menial work he had done in his life. He brought it and laid it on the counter. Meanwhile, the strange gentleman, who had been feeling in his waistcoat pocket, said, laughing, "I haven't got any silver. You can keep this." And he threw down half a sovereign, and caught up his coat. Father Brown's figure remained quite dark and still, but in that instant he had lost his head. His head was always most valuable when he had lost it. In such moments he put 2 and 2 together, and made 4 million. Often the Catholic Church, which is wedded to common sense, did not approve of it. Often he did not approve of it himself. But it was real inspiration, important at rare crises, when whosoever shall lose his head, the same shall save it. "I think, sir," he said civilly, "that you have some silver in your pocket." The tall gentleman stared. "Hang it," he cried. "If I choose to give you gold, why should you complain?" "Because silver is sometimes more valuable than gold," said the priest mildly. "That is, in large quantities." The stranger looked at him curiously. Then he looked still more curiously up the passage towards the main entrance. Then he looked back at Brown again, and then he looked very carefully at the window beyond Brown's head, still coloured with the afterglow of the storm. Then he seemed to make up his mind. He put one hand on the counter, vaulted over as easily as an acrobat, and towered above the priest, putting one tremendous hand upon his collar. "Stand still," he said, in a hacking whisper. "I don't want to threaten you, but—" "I do want to threaten you," said Father Brown, in a voice like a rolling drum. "I want to threaten you with the worm that dieth not, and the fire that is not quenched." "You're a rum sort of cloakroom clerk," said the other. "I am a priest, Monsieur Flambeau," said Brown, "and I am ready to hear your confession." The other stood gasping for a few moments, and then staggered back into a chair. The first two courses of the dinner of the 12 True Fishermen had proceeded with placid success. I do not possess a copy of the menu, and if I did, it would not convey anything to anybody. It was written in a sort of super-French employed by cooks, but quite unintelligible to Frenchmen. There was a tradition in the club that the hors d'oeuvres should be various and manifold to the point of madness. They were taken seriously because they were avowedly useless extras, like the whole dinner and the whole club. There was also a tradition that the soup course should be light and unpretending, a sort of simple and austere vigil for the feast of fish that was to come. The talk was that strange, slight talk which governs the British Empire, which governs it in secret, and yet would scarcely enlighten an ordinary Englishman, even if he could overhear it. Cabinet ministers on both sides were alluded to by their Christian names, with a sort of bored benignity. The radical Chancellor of the Exchequer, whom the whole Tory party was supposed to be cursing for his extortions, was praised for his minor poetry, or his saddle in the hunting field. The Tory leader, whom all Liberals were supposed to hate as a tyrant, was discussed and, on the whole, praised as a Liberal. It seemed somehow that politicians were very important, and yet anything seemed important about them, except their politics. Mr. Audley, the chairman, was an amiable, elderly man who still wore Gladstone collars. He was a kind of symbol of all that phantasmal and yet fixed society. He had never done anything, not even anything wrong. He was not fast, he was not even particularly rich. He was simply in the thing, and there was an end of it. No party could ignore him, and if he had wished to be in the cabinet, he certainly would have been put there. The Duke of Chester, the vice-president, was a young and rising politician. That is to say, he was a pleasant youth, with flat, fair hair and a freckled face, with moderate intelligence and enormous estates. In public, his appearances were always successful, and his principle was simple enough. When he thought of a joke, he made it, and was called brilliant. When he could not think of a joke, he said that this was no time for trifling, and was called able. In private, in a club of his own class, he was simply quite pleasantly frank and silly, like a schoolboy. Mr. Audley, never having been in politics, treated them a little more seriously. Sometimes he even embarrassed the company by phrases suggesting that there was some difference between a Liberal and a Conservative. He himself was a Conservative, even in private life. He had a roll of grey hair over the back of his collar, like certain old-fashioned statesmen, and seen from behind he looked like the man the Empire wants. Seen from the front, he looked like a mild, self-indulgent bachelor with rooms in the Albany, which he was. As has been remarked, there were 24 seats at the terrace table, and only 12 members of the club. Thus they could occupy the terrace in the most luxurious style of all, being ranged along the inner side of the table, with no one opposite, commanding an uninterrupted view of the garden, the colours of which were still vivid, though evening was closing in somewhat luridly for the time of year. The chairman sat in the centre of the line, and the vice-president at the right-hand end of it. When the 12 guests first trooped into their seats, it was the custom, for some unknown reason, for all the 15 waiters to stand lining the wall, like troops presenting arms to the king, while the fat proprietor stood and bowed to the club with radiant surprise, as if he had never heard of them before. But before the first chink of knife and fork, this army of retainers had vanished, only the 1 or 2 required to collect and distribute the plates, darting about in deathly silence. Mr. Lever, the proprietor, of course had disappeared in convulsions of courtesy long before. It would be exaggerative, indeed irreverent, to say that he ever positively appeared again. But when the important course, the fish course, was being brought on, there was, how shall I put it, a vivid shadow, a projection of his personality, which told that he was hovering near. The sacred fish course consisted, to the eyes of the vulgar, in a sort of monstrous pudding, about the size and shape of a wedding cake, in which some considerable number of interesting fishes had finally lost the shapes which God had given to them. The 12 true fishermen took up their celebrated fish knives and fish forks, and approached it as gravely as if every inch of the pudding cost as much as the silver fork it was eaten with. So it did, for all I know. This course was dealt with in eager and devouring silence, and it was only when his plate was nearly empty that the young Duke made the ritual remark, "They can't do this anywhere but here." "Nowhere," said Mr. Audley, in a deep bass voice, turning to the speaker and nodding his venerable head a number of times. "Nowhere, assuredly, except here. It was represented to me that at the Café Anglais—" Here he was interrupted, and even agitated for a moment by the removal of his plate. But he recaptured the valuable thread of his thoughts. "It was represented to me that the same could be done at the Café Anglais. Nothing like it, sir," he said, shaking his head ruthlessly like a hanging judge. "Nothing like it." "Overrated place," said a certain Colonel Pound, speaking, by the look of him, for the first time for some months. "Oh, I don't know," said the Duke of Chester, who was an optimist. "It's jolly good for some things. You can't beat it at—" A waiter came swiftly along the room, and then stopped dead. His stoppage was as silent as his tread, but all those vague and kindly gentlemen were so used to the utter smoothness of the unseen machinery which surrounded and supported their lives that a waiter doing anything unexpected was a start and a jar. They felt as you and I would feel if the inanimate world disobeyed, if a chair ran away from us. The waiter stood staring a few seconds, while there deepened on every face at table a strange shame which is wholly the product of our time. It is the combination of modern humanitarianism with a horrible modern abyss between the souls of the rich and poor. A genuine historic aristocrat would have thrown things at the waiter, beginning with empty bottles and very probably ending with money. A genuine democrat would have asked him, with comrade-like clearness of speech, what the devil he was doing. But these modern plutocrats could not bear a poor man near to them, either as a slave or as a friend. That something had gone wrong with the servants was merely a dull, hot embarrassment. They did not want to be brutal, and they dreaded the need to be benevolent. They wanted the thing, whatever it was, to be over. It was over. The waiter, after standing for some seconds rigid, like a cataleptic, turned round and ran madly out of the room. When he reappeared in the room, or rather in the doorway, it was in company with another waiter, with whom he whispered and gesticulated with southern fierceness. Then the first waiter went away, leaving the second waiter, and reappeared with a third waiter. By the time a fourth waiter had joined this hurried synod, Mr. Audley felt it necessary to break the silence in the interests of tact. He used a very loud cough instead of a presidential hammer, and said, "Splendid work young Moocher's doing in Burma. Now, no other nation in the world could have—" A fifth waiter had sped towards him like an arrow, and was whispering in his ear. "So sorry. Important. Might the proprietor speak to you?" The chairman turned in disorder, and with a dazed stare saw Mr. Lever coming towards them with his lumbering quickness. The gait of the good proprietor was indeed his usual gait, but his face was by no means usual. Generally it was a genial copper brown. Now it was a sickly yellow. "You will pardon me, Mr. Audley," he said, with asthmatic breathlessness. "I have great apprehensions. Your fish plates, they are cleared away with a knife and fork on them." "Well, I hope so," said the chairman with some warmth. "You see him?" panted the excited hotel-keeper. "You see the waiter who took them away? You know him?" "Know the waiter?" answered Mr. Audley indignantly. "Certainly not." Mr. Lever opened his hands with a gesture of agony. "I never send him," he said. "I know not when or why he come. I send my waiter to take away the plates, and he find them already away." Mr. Audley still looked too bewildered to be really the man the Empire wants. None of the company could say anything except the man of wood, Colonel Pound, who seemed galvanized into an unnatural life. He rose rigidly from his chair, leaving all the rest sitting, screwed his eyeglass into his eye, and spoke in a raucous undertone, as if he had half forgotten how to speak. "Do you mean," he said, "that somebody has stolen our silver fish service?" The proprietor repeated the open-handed gesture, with even greater helplessness, and in a flash all the men at the table were on their feet. "Are all your waiters here?" demanded the colonel, in his low, harsh accent. "Yes, they're all here. I noticed it myself," cried the young duke, pushing his boyish face into the inmost ring. "Always count 'em as I come in. They look so queer, standing up against the wall." "But surely one cannot exactly remember," began Mr. Audley, with heavy hesitation. "I remember exactly, I tell you," cried the Duke excitedly. "There never have been more than 15 waiters at this place, and there were no more than 15 tonight, I'll swear. No more and no less." The proprietor turned upon him, quaking in a kind of palsy of surprise. You say, he stammered, "that you see all my 15 waiters?" "As usual," assented the Duke. "What is the matter with that?" "Nothing," said Lever, with a deepening accent. "Only you did not, for one of them is dead, upstairs." There was a shocking stillness for an instant in that room. It may be, so supernatural is the word death, that each of those idle men looked for a second at his soul, and saw it as a small dried pea. One of them, the Duke, I think, even said, with the idiotic kindness of wealth, "Is there anything we can do?" "He has had a priest," said the Jewish proprietor, not untouched. Then, as to the clang of doom, they awoke to their own position. For a few weird seconds, they had really felt as if the 15th waiter might be the ghost of the dead man upstairs. They had been dumb under that oppression, for ghosts were to them an embarrassment like beggars. But the remembrance of the silver broke the spell of the miraculous, broke it abruptly, and with a brutal reaction. The colonel flung over his chair and strode to the door. "If there was a 15th man here, friends," he said, "that 15th fellow was a thief. Down at once to the front and back doors, and secure everything. Then we'll talk. The 24 pearls of the club are worth recovering." Mr. Audley seemed at first to hesitate about whether it was gentlemanly to be in such a hurry about anything, but seeing the Duke dash down the stairs with youthful energy, he followed with a more mature motion. At the same instant, a 6th waiter ran into the room and declared that he had found a pile of fish plates on a sideboard, with no trace of the silver. The crowd of diners and attendants that tumbled helter-skelter down the passages divided into two groups. Most of the fishermen followed the proprietor to the front room to demand news of any exit. Colonel Pound, with the chairman, the vice-president, and one or two others, darted down the corridor leading to the servants' quarters as the more likely line of escape. As they did so, they passed the dim alcove or cavern of the cloak-room, and saw a short, black-coated figure, presumably an attendant, standing a little way back in the shadow of it. "Hello there," called out the Duke. "Have you seen anyone pass?" The short figure did not answer the question directly, but merely said, "Perhaps I have got what you are looking for, gentlemen." They paused, wavering and wondering, while he quietly went to the back of the cloak-room, and came back with both hands full of shining silver, which he laid out on the counter as calmly as a salesman. It took the form of a dozen quaintly shaped forks and knives. You, began the colonel, quite thrown off his balance at last. Then he peered into the dim little room and saw two things. First, that the short, black-clad man was dressed like a clergyman, and second, that the window of the room behind him was burst, as if someone had passed violently through. "Valuable things to deposit in a cloak-room, aren't they?" remarked the clergyman, with cheerful composure. Did you steal those things?" stammered Mr. Audley, with staring eyes. "If I did," said the cleric pleasantly, "at least I am bringing them back again." "But you didn't," said Colonel Pound, still staring at the broken window. "To make a clean breast of it, I didn't," said the other, with some humour. And he seated himself quite gravely on a stool. "But you know who did," said the colonel. "I don't know his real name," said the priest placidly, "but I know something of his fighting weight, and a great deal about his spiritual difficulties. I formed the physical estimate when he was trying to throttle me, and the moral estimate when he repented." "Oh, I say, repented!" cried young Chester, with a sort of crow of laughter. Father Brown got to his feet, putting his hands behind him. "Odd, isn't it," he said, "that a thief and a vagabond should repent, when so many who are rich and secure remain hard and frivolous, and without fruit for God or man. But there, if you will excuse me, you trespass a little upon my province. If you doubt the penitence as a practical fact, there are your knives and forks. You are the 12 true fishers, and there are all your silver fish. But he has made me a fisher of men." "Did you catch this man?" asked the colonel, frowning. Father Brown looked him full in his frowning face. "Yes," he said, "I caught him, with an unseen hook and an invisible line, which is long enough to let him wander to the ends of the world, and still to bring him back, with a twitch upon the thread." There was a long silence. All the other men present drifted away to carry the recovered silver to their comrades, or to consult the proprietor about the queer condition of affairs. But the grim-faced colonel still sat sideways on the counter, swinging his long, lank legs, and biting his dark moustache. At last he said quietly to the priest, "He must have been a clever fellow, but I think I know a cleverer." "He was a clever fellow," answered the other, "but I am not quite sure of what other you mean." "I mean you," said the colonel, with a short laugh. "I don't want to get the fellow jailed, make yourself easy about that, but I'd give a good many silver forks to know exactly how you fell into this affair, and how you got the stuff out of him. I reckon you're the most up-to-date devil of the present company." Father Brown seemed rather to like the saturnine candour of the soldier. "Well," he said, smiling, "I mustn't tell you anything of the man's identity, or of his own story, of course, but there's no particular reason why I shouldn't tell you of the mere outside facts which I found out for myself." He hopped over the barrier with unexpected activity, and sat beside Colonel Pound, kicking his short legs like a little boy on a gate. He began to tell the story as easily as if he were telling it to an old friend by a Christmas fire. "You see, Colonel," he said, "I was shut up in that small room there, doing some writing, when I heard a pair of feet in this passage, doing a dance that was as queer as the dance of death. First came quick, funny little steps, like a man walking on tiptoe for a wager. Then came slow, careless, creaking steps, as of a big man walking about with a cigar. But they were both made by the same feet, I swear, and they came in rotation, first the run, and then the walk, and then the run again. I wondered, at first idly, and then wildly, why a man should act these two parts at once. One walk I knew. It was just like yours, Colonel. It was the walk of a well-fed gentleman waiting for something, who strolls about rather because he is physically alert than because he is mentally impatient. I knew that I knew the other walk, too, but I could not remember what it was. What wild creature had I met on my travels that tore along on tiptoe in that extraordinary style? Then I heard a clink of plates somewhere, and the answer stood up as plain as St. Peter's. It was the walk of a waiter. That walk with the body slanted forward, the eyes looking down, the ball of the toe spurning away the ground, the coat-tails and napkin flying. Then I thought for a minute and a half more, and I believe I saw the manner of the crime as clearly as if I were going to commit it." Colonel Pound looked at him keenly, but the speaker's mild grey eyes were fixed upon the ceiling, with almost empty wistfulness. "A crime," he said slowly, "is like any other work of art. Don't look surprised. Crimes are by no means the only works of art that come from an infernal workshop. But every work of art, divine or diabolic, has one indispensable mark. I mean that the centre of it is simple, however much the fulfilment may be complicated. Thus, in Hamlet, let us say, the grotesqueness of the grave-digger, the flowers of the mad-girl, the fantastic finery of Osric, the pallor of the ghost, and the grin of the skull are all oddities in a sort of tangled wreath round one plain tragic figure of a man in black. Well, this also," he said, getting slowly down from his seat with a smile, "this also is the plain tragedy of a man in black. Yes," he went on, seeing the Colonel look up in some wonder, "the whole of this tale turns on a black coat. In this, as in Hamlet, there are rococo excrescences. Yourselves, let us say. There is the dead waiter, who was there when he could not be there. There is the invisible hand that swept your table clear of silver and melted into air. But every clever crime is founded ultimately on some one quite simple fact, some fact that is not itself mysterious. The mystification comes in covering it up, in leading men's thoughts away from it. This large and subtle and, in the ordinary course, most profitable crime was built on the plain fact that a gentleman's evening dress is the same as a waiter's. All the rest was acting, and thundering good acting too." "Still," said the Colonel, getting up and frowning at his boots, "I am not sure that I understand." "Colonel," said Father Brown, "I tell you that this archangel of impudence who stole your forks, walked up and down this passage 20 times in the blaze of all the lamps, in the glare of all the eyes. He did not go and hide in dim corners, where suspicion might have searched for him. He kept constantly on the move in the lighted corridors, and everywhere that he went, he seemed to be there by right. Don't ask me what he was like. You have seen him yourself 6 or 7 times tonight. You were waiting with all the other grand people in the reception-room at the end of the passage there, with the terrace just beyond. Whenever he came among you gentlemen, he came in the lightning style of a waiter, with bent head, flapping napkin and flying feet. He shot out onto the terrace, did something to the tablecloth, and shot back again towards the office and the waiters' quarters. By the time he had come under the eye of the office clerk and the waiters, he had become another man in every inch of his body, in every instinctive gesture. He strolled among the servants with the absent-minded insolence which they have all seen in their patrons. It was no new thing to them that a swell from the dinner-party should pace all parts of the house like an animal at the zoo. They know that nothing marks the smart set more than a habit of walking where one chooses. When he was magnificently weary of walking down that particular passage, he would wheel round and pace back past the office. In the shadow of the arch just beyond, he was altered as by a blast of magic, and went hurrying forward again among the 12 fishermen, an obsequious attendant. Why should the gentleman look at a chance waiter? Why should the waiters suspect a first-rate walking gentleman? Once or twice he played the coolest tricks. In the proprietor's private quarters he called out breezily for a siphon of soda-water, saying he was thirsty. He said genially that he would carry it himself, and he did. He carried it quickly and correctly through the thick of you, a waiter with an obvious errand. Of course, it could not have been kept up long, but it only had to be kept up till the end of the fish course. His worst moment was when the waiters stood in a row, but even then he contrived to lean against the wall just round the corner in such a way that for that important instant the waiters thought him a gentleman, while the gentleman thought him a waiter. The rest went like winking. If any waiter caught him away from the table, that waiter caught a languid aristocrat. He had only to time himself 2 minutes before the fish was cleared, become a swift servant, and cleared it himself. He put the plates down on a sideboard, stuffed the silver in his breast-pocket, giving it a bulgy look, and ran like a hare, I heard him coming, till he came to the cloak-room. There he had only to be a plutocrat again, a plutocrat called away suddenly on business. He had only to give his ticket to the cloak-room attendant, and go out again elegantly as he had come in. Only I happened to be the cloak-room attendant. "What did you do to him?" cried the colonel, with unusual intensity. "What did he tell you?" "I beg your pardon," said the priest, immovably. "That is where the story ends." "And the interesting story begins," muttered Pound. "I think I understand his professional trick, but I don't seem to have got hold of yours." "I must be going," said Father Brown. They walked together along the passage to the entrance hall, where they saw the fresh, freckled face of the Duke of Chester, who was bounding buoyantly along towards them. "Come along, Pound," he cried breathlessly. "I've been looking for you everywhere. The dinner's going again in spanking style, and old Audley has got to make a speech in honour of the forks being saved. We want to start some new ceremony, don't you know, to commemorate the occasion. I say, you really got the goods back. What do you suggest?" "Why," said the colonel, eyeing him with a certain sardonic approval, "I should suggest that henceforward we wear green coats instead of black. One never knows what mistakes may arise when one looks so like a waiter." "Oh, hang it all," said the young man. A gentleman never looks like a waiter." "Nor a waiter like a gentleman, I suppose," said Colonel Pound, with the same lowering laughter on his face. "Reverend sir, your friend must have been very smart to act the gentleman." Father Brown buttoned up his commonplace overcoat to the neck, for the night was stormy, and took his commonplace umbrella from the stand. "Yes," he said, "it must be very hard work to be a gentleman. But, do you know, I have sometimes thought that it may be almost as laborious to be a waiter." And saying, "Good evening," he pushed open the heavy doors of that palace of pleasures. The golden gates closed behind him, and he went at a brisk walk through the damp, dark streets in search of a penny omnibus. The Invisible Man. In the cool blue twilight of two steep streets in Camden Town, the shop at the corner, a confectioner's, glowed like the butt of a cigar. One should rather say, perhaps, like the butt of a firework, for the light was of many colours and some complexity, broken up by many mirrors, and dancing on many gilt and gaily coloured cakes and sweetmeats. Against this one fiery glass were glued the noses of many gutter-snipes, for the chocolates were all wrapped in those red and gold and green metallic colours, which are almost better than chocolate itself, and the huge white wedding cake in the window was somehow at once remote and satisfying, just as if the whole North Pole were good to eat. Such rainbow provocations could naturally collect the youth of the neighbourhood up to the ages of 10 or 12. But this corner was also attractive to youth at a later stage, and a young man, not less than 24, was staring into the same shop window. To him, also, the shop was a fiery charm, but this attraction was not wholly to be explained by chocolates, which, however, he was far from despising. He was a tall, burly, red-haired young man, with a resolute face but a listless manner. He carried under his arm a flat grey portfolio of black and white sketches, which he had sold with more or less success to publishers, ever since his uncle, who was an admiral, had disinherited him for socialism, because of a lecture which he had delivered against that economic theory. His name was John Turnbull Angus. Entering at last, he walked through the confectioner's shop to the back room, which was a sort of pastry-cook restaurant, merely raising his hat to the young lady who was serving there. She was a dark, elegant, alert girl in black, with a high colour and very quick, dark eyes, and after the ordinary interval she followed him into the inner room to take his order. His order was evidently a usual one. "I want, please," he said with precision, "1 halfpenny bun and a small cup of black coffee." An instant before the girl could turn away, he added, "Also, I want you to marry me." The young lady of the shop stiffened suddenly and said, "Those are jokes I don't allow." The red-haired young man lifted grey eyes of an unexpected gravity. "Really and truly," he said, "it's as serious as the halfpenny bun. It is expensive, like the bun. One pays for it. It is indigestible, like the bun. It hurts." The dark young lady had never taken her dark eyes off him, but seemed to be studying him with almost tragic exactitude. At the end of her scrutiny she had something like the shadow of a smile, and she sat down in a chair. "Don't you think," observed Angus absently, "that it's rather cruel to eat these halfpenny buns? They might grow up into penny buns. I shall give up these brutal sports when we are married." The dark young lady rose from her chair and walked to the window, evidently in a state of strong, but not unsympathetic, cogitation. When at last she swung round again, with an air of resolution, she was bewildered to observe that the young man was carefully laying out on the table various objects from the shop window. They included a pyramid of highly coloured sweets, several plates of sandwiches, and the 2 decanters containing that mysterious port and sherry which are peculiar to pastry cooks. In the middle of this neat arrangement he had carefully let down the enormous load of white sugared cake which had been the huge ornament of the window. "What on earth are you doing?" she asked. "Duty, my dear Laura," he began. "Oh, for the Lord's sake, stop a minute," she cried, "and don't talk to me in that way. I mean, what is all that?" "A ceremonial meal, Miss Hope." "And what is that?" she asked impatiently, pointing to the mountain of sugar. "The wedding cake, Mrs. Angus," he said. The girl marched to that article, removed it with some clatter, and put it back in the shop window. She then returned, and, putting her elegant elbows on the table, regarded the young man not unfavourably, but with considerable exasperation. "You don't give me any time to think," she said. "I'm not such a fool," he answered. "That's my Christian humility." She was still looking at him, but she had grown considerably graver behind the smile. "Mr. Angus," she said steadily, "before there is a minute more of this nonsense, I must tell you something about myself as shortly as I can." "Delighted," replied Angus gravely. "You might tell me something about myself, too, while you're about it." "Oh, do hold your tongue and listen," she said. "It's nothing that I'm ashamed of, and it isn't even anything that I'm specially sorry about. But what would you say if there was something that is no business of mine, and yet is my nightmare?" "In that case," said the man seriously, "I should suggest that you bring back the cake." "Well, you must listen to the story first," said Laura persistently. "To begin with, I must tell you that my father owned an inn called the Red Fish at Ludbury, and I used to serve people in the bar." "I have often wondered," he said, "why there was a kind of a Christian air about this one confectioner's shop." Ludbury is a sleepy, grassy little hole in the eastern counties, and the only kind of people who ever came to the Red Fish were occasional commercial travellers, and for the rest, the most awful people you can see, only you've never seen them. I mean, little loungy men who had just enough to live on and had nothing to do but lean about in bar-rooms and bet on horses, in bad clothes that were just too good for them. Even these wretched young rotters were not very common at our house, but there were 2 of them that were a lot too common in every sort of way. They both lived on money of their own, and were wearisomely idle and overdressed, but yet I was a bit sorry for them, because I half believe they slunk into our little empty bar because each of them had a slight deformity, the sort of thing that some yokels laugh at. It wasn't exactly a deformity either, it was more of an oddity. One of them was a surprisingly small man, something like a dwarf, or at least like a jockey. He was not at all jockeyish to look at, though. He had a round black head and a well-trimmed black beard, bright eyes like a bird's. He jingled money in his pockets. He jangled a great gold watch-chain. And he never turned up, except dressed just too much like a gentleman to be one. He was no fool, though. Though a futile idler, he was curiously clever at all sorts of things that couldn't be the slightest use. A sort of impromptu conjuring, making 15 matches set fire to each other like a regular firework, or cutting a banana or some such thing into a dancing doll. His name was Isidore Smythe, and I can see him still, with his little dark face, just coming up to the counter, making a jumping kangaroo out of 5 cigars. The other fellow was more silent and more ordinary, but somehow he alarmed me much more than poor little Smythe. He was very tall and slight, and light-haired. His nose had a high bridge, and he might almost have been handsome in a spectral sort of way, but he had one of the most appalling squints I have ever seen or heard of. When he looked straight at you, you didn't know where you were yourself, let alone what he was looking at. I fancy this sort of disfigurement embittered the poor chap a little, for while Smythe was ready to show off his monkey tricks anywhere, James Welkin, that was the squinting man's name, never did anything except soak in our bar parlour and go for great walks by himself in the flat grey country all round. All the same, I think Smythe, too, was a little sensitive about being so small, though he carried it off more smartly. And so it was that I was really puzzled, as well as startled, and very sorry, when they both offered to marry me in the same week. Well, I did what I've since thought was perhaps a silly thing. But after all, these freaks were my friends in a way, and I had a horror of their thinking I refused them for the real reason, which was that they were so impossibly ugly. So I made up some gas of another sort about never meaning to marry anyone who hadn't carved his way in the world. I said it was a point of principle with me not to live on money that was just inherited like theirs. 2 days after I'd talked in this well-meaning sort of way, the whole trouble began. The first thing I heard was that both of them had gone off to seek their fortune, as if they were in some silly fairy tale. Well, I've never seen either of them from that day to this, but I've had 2 letters from the little man called Smythe, and really they were rather exciting. "Ever heard of the other man?" asked Angus. "No, he never wrote," said the girl, after an instant's hesitation. Smythe's first letter was simply to say that he had started out walking with Welkin to London, but Welkin was such a good walker that the little man dropped out of it and took a rest by the roadside. He happened to be picked up by some travelling show, and partly because he was nearly a dwarf, and partly because he was really a clever little wretch, he got on quite well in the show business, and was soon sent up to the aquarium to do some tricks that I forget. That was his first letter. His second was much more of a startler, and I only got it last week. The man called Angus emptied his coffee cup, and regarded her with mild and patient eyes. Her own mouth took a slight twist of laughter as she resumed. "I suppose you've seen on the hoardings all about this Smythe's silent service, or you must be the only person that hasn't. Oh, I don't know much about it. It's some clockwork invention for doing all the housework by machinery. You know the sort of thing. Press a button, a butler who never drinks. Turn a handle, 10 housemaids who never flirt. You must have seen the advertisements. Well, whatever these machines are, they are making pots of money, and they are making it all for that little imp whom I knew down in Ludbury. I can't help feeling pleased the poor little chap has fallen on his feet, but the plain fact is, I'm in terror of his turning up any minute and telling me he's carved his way in the world, as he certainly has." "And the other man?" repeated Angus, with a sort of obstinate quietude. Laura Hope got to her feet suddenly. "My friend," she said, "I think you are a witch. Yes, you are quite right. I have not seen a line of the other man's writing, and I have no more notion than the dead of what or where he is. But it is of him that I am frightened. It is he who is all about my path. It is he who has half driven me mad. Indeed, I think he has driven me mad, for I have felt him where he could not have been, and I have heard his voice when he could not have spoken." "Well, my dear," said the young man cheerfully, "if he were Satan himself, he is done for, now you've told somebody. One goes mad all alone, old girl. But when was it you fancied you felt and heard our squinting friend?" "I heard James Welkin laugh, as plainly as I hear you speak," said the girl, steadily. "There was nobody there, for I stood just outside the shop at the corner, and could see down both streets at once. I had forgotten how he laughed, though his laugh was as odd as his squint. I had not thought of him for nearly a year. But it's a solemn truth that a few seconds later the first letter came from his rival." "Did you ever make the spectre speak, or squeak, or anything?" asked Angus, with some interest. Laura suddenly shuddered, and then said, with an unshaken voice, "Yes, just when I had finished reading the second letter from Isidore Smythe, announcing his success. Just then I heard Welkin say, 'He shan't have you, though.' It was quite plain, as if he were in the room. It is awful. I think I must be mad." "If you really were mad," said the young man, "you would think you must be sane. But certainly there seems to me to be something a little rum about this unseen gentleman. 2 heads are better than 1. I spare you allusions to any other organs, and really, if you would allow me, as a sturdy, practical man, to bring back the wedding cake out of the window—" Even as he spoke, there was a sort of steely shriek in the street outside, and a small motor, driven at devilish speed, shot up to the door of the shop and stuck there. In the same flash of time, a small man in a shiny top hat stood stamping in the outer room. Angus, who had hitherto maintained hilarious ease from motives of mental hygiene, revealed the strain of his soul by striding abruptly out of the inner room and confronting the newcomer. A glance at him was quite sufficient to confirm the savage guesswork of a man in love. This very dapper but dwarfish figure, with the spike of black beard carried insolently forward, the clever, unrestful eyes, the neat but very nervous fingers, could be none other than the man just described to him, Isidore Smythe, who made dolls out of banana skins and matchboxes. Isidore Smythe, who made millions out of undrinking butlers and unflirting housemaids of metal. For a moment the 2 men, instinctively understanding each other's air of possession, looked at each other with that curious, cold generosity which is the soul of rivalry. Mr. Smythe, however, made no allusion to the ultimate ground of their antagonism, but said simply and explosively, "Has Miss Hope seen that thing on the window?" "On the window?" repeated the staring Angus. "There's no time to explain other things," said the small millionaire shortly. "There's some tomfoolery going on here that has to be investigated." He pointed his polished walking-stick at the window, recently depleted by the bridal preparations of Mr. Angus. And that gentleman was astonished to see, along the front of the glass, a long strip of paper pasted, which had certainly not been on the window when he looked through it some time before. Following the energetic Smythe outside into the street, he found that some 1.5 yards of stamp paper had been carefully gummed along the glass outside, and on this was written, in straggly characters, "If you marry Smythe, he will die." "Laura," said Angus, putting his big red head into the shop, "you're not mad." "It's the writing of that fellow Welkin," said Smythe, gruffly. "I haven't seen him for years, but he's always bothering me. 5 times in the last fortnight he's had threatening letters left at my flat, and I can't even find out who leaves them, let alone if it is Welkin himself. The porter of the flats swears that no suspicious characters have been seen, and here he has pasted up a sort of dado on a public shop window, while the people in the shop—" "Quite so," said Angus modestly, "while the people in the shop were having tea. Well, sir, I can assure you I appreciate your common sense in dealing so directly with the matter. We can talk about other things afterwards. The fellow cannot be very far off yet, for I swear there was no paper there when I went last to the window 10 or 15 minutes ago. On the other hand, he's too far off to be chased, as we don't even know the direction. If you'll take my advice, Mr. Smythe, you'll put this at once in the hands of some energetic inquiry man, private rather than public. I know an extremely clever fellow who was set up in business 5 minutes from here in your car. His name's Flambeau, and though his youth was a bit stormy, he's a strictly honest man now, and his brains are worth money. He lives in Lucknow Mansions, Hampstead." "That is odd," said the little man, arching his black eyebrows. "I live myself in Himalaya Mansions, round the corner. Perhaps you might care to come with me. I can go to my rooms and sort out these queer Welkin documents, while you run round and get your friend the detective." "You are very good," said Angus, politely. "Well, the sooner we act, the better." Both men, with a queer kind of impromptu fairness, took the same sort of formal farewell of the lady, and both jumped into the brisk little car. As Smythe took the handles, and they turned the great corner of the street, Angus was amused to see a gigantesque poster of Smythe's Silent Service, with a picture of a huge, headless iron doll, carrying a saucepan with the legend, "A cook who is never cross." "I use them in my own flat," said the little black-bearded man, laughing, "partly for advertisements and partly for real convenience. Honestly, and all above board, those big clockwork dolls of mine do bring your coals or claret or a timetable quicker than any live servants I've ever known, if you know which knob to press. But I'll never deny, between ourselves, that such servants have their disadvantages too." "Indeed," said Angus. "Is there something they can't do?" "Yes," replied Smythe, coolly. "They can't tell me who left those threatening letters at my flat." The man's motor was small and swift, like himself. In fact, like his domestic service, it was of his own invention. If he was an advertising quack, he was one who believed in his own wares. The sense of something tiny and flying was accentuated as they swept up long white curves of road, in the dead but open daylight of evening. Soon the white curves came sharper and dizzier. They were upon ascending spirals, as they say in the modern religions, for indeed they were cresting a corner of London which is almost as precipitous as Edinburgh, if not quite so picturesque. Terrace rose above terrace, and the special tower of flats they sought rose above them all, to almost Egyptian height, gilt by the level sunset. The change, as they turned the corner and entered the crescent known as Himalaya Mansions, was as abrupt as the opening of a window, for they found that pile of flats sitting above London as above a green sea of slate. Opposite to the mansions, on the other side of the gravel crescent, was a bushy enclosure, more like a steep hedge or dyke than a garden, and some way below that ran a strip of artificial water, a sort of canal, like the moat of that embowered fortress. As the car swept round the crescent, it passed, at one corner, the stray stall of a man selling chestnuts, and right away, at the other end of the curve, Angus could see a dim blue policeman walking slowly. These were the only human shapes in that high suburban solitude. But he had an irrational sense that they expressed the speechless poetry of London. He felt as if they were figures in a story. The little car shot up to the right house like a bullet, and shot out its owner like a bombshell. He was immediately inquiring of a tall commissionaire in shining braid, and a short porter in shirt-sleeves, whether anybody or anything had been seeking his apartments. He was assured that nobody and nothing had passed these officials since his last inquiries, whereupon he and the slightly bewildered Angus were shot up in the lift like a rocket till they reached the top floor. "Just come in for a minute," said the breathless Smythe. "I want to show you those Welkin letters. Then you might run round the corner and fetch your friend." He pressed a button concealed in the wall, and the door opened of itself. It opened on a long, commodious ante-room, of which the only arresting features, ordinarily speaking, were the rows of tall, half-human, mechanical figures that stood up on both sides, like tailors' dummies. Like tailors' dummies, they were headless, and, like tailors' dummies, they had a handsome, unnecessary humpiness in the shoulders, and a pigeon-breasted protuberance of chest. But barring this, they were not much more like a human figure than any automatic machine at a station that is about the human height. They had two great hooks, like arms, for carrying trays, and they were painted pea green, or vermilion, or black, for convenience of distinction. In every other way, They were only automatic machines, and nobody would have looked twice at them. On this occasion, at least, nobody did. For between the two rows of these domestic dummies lay something more interesting than most of the mechanics of the world. It was a white, tattered scrap of paper, scrawled with red ink, and the agile inventor had snatched it up almost as soon as the door flew open. He handed it to Angus without a word. The red ink on it actually was not dry, and the message ran, "If you have been to see her today, I shall kill you." There was a short silence, and then Isidore Smythe said quietly, "Would you like a little whisky? I rather feel as if I should." "Thank you. I should like a little flambeau," said Angus gloomily. "This business seems to me to be getting rather grave. I'm going round at once to fetch him." "Right you are," said the other, with admirable cheerfulness. "Bring him round here as quick as you can." But as Angus closed the front door behind him, he saw Smythe push back a button, and one of the clockwork images glided from its place and slid along a groove in the floor, carrying a tray with siphon and decanter. There did seem something a trifle weird about leaving the little man alone among those dead servants, who were coming to life as the door closed. 6 steps down from Smythe's landing, the man in shirt-sleeves was doing something with a pail. Angus stopped to extract a promise, fortified with a prospective bribe, that he would remain in that place until the return with the detective, and would keep count of any kind of stranger coming up those stairs. Dashing down to the front hall, he then laid similar charges of vigilance on the commissionaire at the front door, from whom he learned the simplifying circumstances that there was no back door. Not content with this, he captured the floating policeman and induced him to stand opposite the entrance and watch it, and finally paused an instant for a pennyworth of chestnuts, and an inquiry as to the probable length of the merchant's stay in the neighbourhood. The chestnut seller, turning up the collar of his coat, told him he should probably be moving shortly, as he thought it was going to snow. Indeed, the evening was growing grey and bitter. But Angus, with all his eloquence, proceeded to nail the chestnut man to his post. "Keep yourself warm on your own chestnuts," he said, earnestly. "Eat up your whole stock. I'll make it worth your while. I'll give you a sovereign if you'll wait here till I come back, and then tell me whether any man, woman, or child has gone into that house where the commissionaire is standing." He then walked away smartly, with a last look at the besieged tower. "I've made a ring round that room, anyhow," he said. "They can't all 4 of them be Mr. Welkin's accomplices." Lucknow Mansions were, so to speak, on a lower platform of that hill of houses, of which Himalaya Mansions might be called the peak. Mr. Flambeau's semi-official flat was on the ground floor, and presented in every way a marked contrast to the American machinery and cold hotel-like luxury of the flat of the silent service. Flambeau, who was a friend of Angus, received him in a rococo artistic den behind his office, of which the ornaments were sabres, harquebuses, Eastern curiosities, flasks of Italian wine, savage cooking-pots, a plumy Persian cat, and a small, dusty-looking Roman Catholic priest, who looked particularly out of place. "This is my friend Father Brown," said Flambeau. "I've often wanted you to meet him. Splendid weather, this. A little cold for southerners like me." "Yes, I think it will keep clear," said Angus, sitting down on a violet-striped Eastern ottoman. "No," said the priest quietly. "It has begun to snow." And indeed, as he spoke, the first few flakes, foreseen by the man of chestnuts, began to drift across the darkening window-pane. "Well," said Angus heavily, "I'm afraid I've come on business, and a rather jumpy business at that. The fact is, Flambeau, within a stone's throw of your house is a fellow who badly wants your help. He's perpetually being haunted and threatened by an invisible enemy, a scoundrel whom nobody has even seen." As Angus proceeded to tell the whole tale of Smythe and Welkin, beginning with Laura's story and going on with his own, the supernatural laugh at the corner of two empty streets, the strange distinct words spoken in an empty room, Flambeau grew more and more vividly concerned, and the little priest seemed to be left out of it, like a piece of furniture. When it came to the scribbled stamp paper pasted on the window, Flambeau rose, seeming to fill the room with his huge shoulders. "If you don't mind," he said, "I think you had better tell me the rest on the nearest road to this man's house. It strikes me, somehow, that there is no time to be lost." "Delighted," said Angus, rising also, "though he's safe enough for the present, for I've set 4 men to watch the only hole to his burrow." They turned out into the street, the small priest trundling after them with the docility of a small dog. He merely said, in a cheerful way, like one making conversation, "How quick the snow gets thick on the ground." As they threaded the steep side streets, already powdered with silver, Angus finished his story, and by the time they reached the crescent with the towering flats, he had leisure to turn his attention to the 4 sentinels. The chestnut seller, both before and after receiving a sovereign, swore stubbornly that he had watched the door and seen no visitor enter. The policeman was even more emphatic. He said he had had experience of crooks of all kinds, in top hats and in rags. He wasn't so green as to expect suspicious characters to look suspicious. He looked out for anybody, and so help him, there had been nobody. And when all 3 men gathered round the gilded commissionaire, who still stood smiling astride of the porch, the verdict was more final still. "I've got a right to ask any man, duke or dustman, what he wants in these flats," said the genial and gold-laced giant, "and I'll swear there's been nobody to ask since this gentleman went away." The unimportant Father Brown, who stood back, looking modestly at the pavement, here ventured to say meekly, "Has nobody been up and downstairs, then, since the snow began to fall? It began while we were all round at Flambeau's." "Nobody's been in here, sir. You can take it from me," said the official, with beaming authority. "Then I wonder what that is," said the priest, and stared at the ground blankly like a fish. The others all looked down also, and Flambeau used a fierce exclamation and a French gesture. For it was unquestionably true that down the middle of the entrance guarded by the man in gold lace, actually between the arrogant stretched legs of that colossus, ran a stringy pattern of grey footprints, stamped upon the white snow. "God!" cried Angus involuntarily. "The Invisible Man!" Without another word he turned and dashed up the stairs, with Flambeau following. But Father Brown still stood looking about him in the snow-clad street, as if he had lost interest in his query. Flambeau was plainly in a mood to break down the door with his big shoulders, but the Scotsman, with more reason, if less intuition, fumbled about on the frame of the door till he found the invisible button, and the door swung slowly open. It showed substantially the same serried interior. The hall had grown darker, though it was still struck here and there with the last crimson shafts of sunset, and 1 or 2 of the headless machines had been moved from their places for this or that purpose, and stood here and there about the twilit place. The green and red of their coats were all darkened in the dusk, and their likeness to human shapes slightly increased by their very shapelessness. But in the middle of them all, exactly where the paper with the red ink had lain, there lay something that looked like red ink spilt out of its bottle. But it was not red ink. With a French combination of reason and violence, Flambeau simply said, "Murder," and, plunging into the flat, had explored every corner and cupboard of it in 5 minutes. But if he expected to find a corpse, he found none. Isidore Smythe was not in the place, either dead or alive. After the most tearing search, the two men met each other in the outer hall, with streaming faces and staring eyes. "My friend," said Flambeau, talking French in his excitement, "not only is your murderer invisible, but he makes invisible also the murdered man." Angus looked round at the dim room full of dummies, and in some Celtic corner of his Scotch soul a shudder started. One of the life-size dolls stood immediately overshadowing the blood-stain, summoned, perhaps, by the slain man an instant before he fell. One of the high-shouldered hooks that served the things for arms was a little lifted, and Angus had suddenly the horrid fancy that poor Smythe's own iron child had struck him down. Matter had rebelled, and these machines had killed their master. But even so, what had they done with him? "Eaten him?" said the nightmare at his ear, and he sickened for an instant at the idea of rent human remains, absorbed and crushed into all that acephalous clockwork. He recovered his mental health by an emphatic effort, and said to Flambeau, "Well, there it is. The poor fellow has evaporated like a cloud, and left a red streak on the floor. The tale does not belong to this world." "There is only one thing to be done," said Flambeau, "whether it belongs to this world or the other. I must go down and talk to my friend." They descended, passing the man with the pail, who again asseverated that he had let no intruder pass, down to the commissionaire and the hovering chestnut man, who rigidly reasserted their own watchfulness. But when Angus looked round for his fourth confirmation, he could not see it, and called out with some nervousness, "Where is the policeman?" "I beg your pardon," said Father Brown. "That is my fault. I just sent him down the road to investigate something that I just thought worth investigating." "Well, we want him back pretty soon," said Angus abruptly, "for the wretched man upstairs has not only been murdered, but wiped out." "How?" asked the priest. "Father," said Flambeau after a pause, "upon my soul, I believe it is more in your department than mine. No friend or foe has entered the house, but Smythe is gone, as if stolen by the fairies. If that is not supernatural, I—" As he spoke, they were all checked by an unusual sight. The big blue policeman came round the corner of the crescent, running. He came straight up to Brown. "You're right, sir," he panted. "They've just found poor Mr. Smythe's body in the canal down below." Angus put his hand wildly to his head. "Did he run down and drown himself?" he asked. "He never came down, I'll swear," said the constable. "And he wasn't drowned either, for he died of a great stab over the heart." "And yet you saw no one enter?" said Flambeau in a grave voice. "Let us walk down the road a little," said the priest. As they reached the other end of the crescent, he observed abruptly, "Oh, stupid of me. I forgot to ask the policeman something. I wonder if they found a light brown sack." "Why a light brown sack?" asked Angus, astonished. "Because if it was any other coloured sack, the case must begin over again," said Father Brown. "But if it was a light brown sack, why, the case is finished." "I am pleased to hear it," said Angus with hearty irony. "It hasn't begun, so far as I'm concerned." "You must tell us all about it," said Flambeau, with a strange heavy simplicity, like a child. Unconsciously, they were walking with quickening steps down the long sweep of road on the other side of the high crescent, Father Brown leading briskly, though in silence. At last he said, with an almost touching vagueness, "Well, I'm afraid you'll think it so prosy. We always begin at the abstract end of things, and you can't begin this story anywhere else. Have you ever noticed this? That people never answer what you say. They answer what you mean, or what they think you mean. Suppose one lady says to another in a country house, "Is anybody staying with you?" The lady doesn't answer, "Yes, the butler, the 3 footmen, the parlour-maid, and so on, though the parlour-maid may be in the room, or the butler behind her chair. She says, "There is nobody staying with us," meaning nobody of the sort you mean. But suppose a doctor, inquiring into an epidemic, asks, "Who is staying in the house?" Then the lady will remember the butler, the parlour-maid, and the rest. All language is used like that. You never get a question answered literally, even when you get it answered truly. When those 4 quite honest men said that no man had gone into the mansions, they did not really mean that no man had gone into them. They meant no man whom they could suspect of being your man. A man did go into the house, and did come out of it, but they never noticed him. "An invisible man?" inquired Angus, raising his red eyebrows. "A mentally invisible man," said Father Brown. A minute or two after, he resumed in the same unassuming voice, like a man thinking his way. "Of course, you can't think of such a man until you do think of him. That's where his cleverness comes in. But I came to think of him through 2 or 3 little things in the tale Mr. Angus told us. First, there was the fact that this Welkin went for long walks, and then there was the vast lot of stamp paper on the window, and then, most of all, there were the 2 things the young lady said, things that couldn't be true. Don't get annoyed," he added hastily, noting the sudden movement of the Scotsman's head. "She thought they were true all right, but they couldn't be true. A person can't be quite alone in a street a second before she receives a letter. She can't be quite alone in a street when she starts reading a letter just received. There must be somebody pretty near her. He must be mentally invisible." "Why must there be somebody near her?" asked Angus. "Because," said Father Brown, "barring carrier pigeons, somebody must have brought her the letter." "Do you really mean to say," asked Flambeau with energy, "that Welkin carried his rival's letters to his lady?" "Yes," said the priest. "Welkin carried his rival's letters to his lady. You see, he had to."
"Oh, I can't stand much more of this," exploded Flambeau. "Who is this fellow? What does he look like? What is the usual get-up of a mentally invisible man?"
"He is dressed rather handsomely in red, blue, and gold," replied the priest promptly, with precision. "And in this striking and even showy costume he entered Himalaya Mansions under 8 human eyes. He killed Smythe in cold blood, and came down into the street again, carrying the dead body in his arms."
"Reverend sir," cried Angus, standing still, "are you raving mad, or am I?"
"You are not mad," said Brown, "only a little unobservant. You have not noticed such a man as this, for example." He took 3 quick strides forward, and put his hand on the shoulder of an ordinary passing postman, who had bustled by them unnoticed under the shade of the trees. "Nobody ever notices postmen, somehow," he said thoughtfully. "Yet they have passions like other men, and even carry large bags, where a small corpse can be stowed quite easily." The postman, instead of turning naturally, had ducked and tumbled against the garden fence. He was a lean, fair-bearded man of very ordinary appearance, but as he turned an alarmed face over his shoulder, all 3 men were fixed with an almost fiendish squint. Flambeau went back to his sabres, purple rugs, and Persian cat, having many things to attend to. John Turnbull Angus went back to the lady at the shop, with whom that imprudent young man contrives to be extremely comfortable. But Father Brown walked those snow-covered hills under the stars for many hours with a murderer, and what they said to each other will never be known. The Mirror of the Magistrate. James Bagshaw and Wilfrid Underhill were old friends, and were fond of rambling through the streets at night, talking interminably as they turned corner after corner in the silent and seemingly lifeless labyrinth of the large suburb in which they lived. The former, a big, dark, good-humoured man, with a strip of black moustache, was a professional police detective. The latter, a sharp-faced, sensitive-looking gentleman with light hair, was an amateur interested in detection. It will come as a shock to the readers of the best scientific romance to learn that it was the policeman who was talking, and the amateur who was listening, even with a certain respect. "Ours is the only trade," said Bagshaw, "in which the professional is always supposed to be wrong. After all, people don't write stories in which hairdressers can't cut hair and have to be helped by a customer, or in which a cabman can't drive a cab until his fare explains to him the philosophy of cab driving. For all that, I'd never deny that we often tend to get into a rut, or, in other words, have the disadvantages of going by a rule. Where the romancers are wrong is that they don't allow us even the advantages of going by a rule." "Surely," said Underhill, "Sherlock Holmes would say that he went by a logical rule." "He may be right," answered the other, "but I mean a collective rule. It's like the staff work of an army. We pool our information." "And you don't think detective stories allow for that?" asked his friend. "Well, let's take any imaginary case of Sherlock Holmes and Lestrade, the official detective. Sherlock Holmes, let us say, can guess that a total stranger crossing the street is a foreigner, merely because he seems to look for the traffic to go to the right instead of the left. I'm quite ready to admit Holmes might guess that. I'm quite sure Lestrade wouldn't guess anything of the kind. But what they leave out is the fact that the policeman, who couldn't guess, might very probably know. Lestrade might know the man was a foreigner, merely because his department has to keep an eye on all foreigners. Some would say on all natives, too. As a policeman, I'm glad the police know so much, for every man wants to do his own job well. But as a citizen, I sometimes wonder whether they don't know too much." "You don't seriously mean to say," cried Underhill, incredulously, "that you know anything about strange people in a strange street? That if a man walked out of that house over there, you would know anything about him?" "Well, I should, if he was the householder," answered Bagshaw. "That house is rented by a literary man of Anglo-Romanian extraction, who generally lives in Paris, but is over here in connection with some poetical play of his. His name's Osric Orme, one of the new poets, and pretty steep to read, I believe." "But I mean all the people down the road," said his companion. "I was thinking how strange and new and nameless everything looks, with these high blank walls, and these houses lost in large gardens. You can't know all of them." "Well, I know a few," answered Bagshaw. "This garden wall we're walking under is at the end of the grounds of Sir Humphrey Gwynn, better known as Mr. Justice Gwynn, the old judge who made such a row about spying during the war. The house next door to it belongs to a wealthy cigar merchant. He comes from Spanish America, and looks very swarthy and Spanish himself, but he bears the very English name of Buller. The house beyond that— Did you hear that noise?" "I heard something," said Underhill, "but I really don't know what it was." "I know what it was," replied the detective. It was a rather heavy revolver, fired twice, followed by a cry for help, and it came straight out of the back garden of Mr. Justice Gwynn, that paradise of peace and legality. He looked up and down the street sharply, and then added, "And the only gate of the back garden is 1/2 a mile round on the other side. I wish this wall were a little lower, or I were a little lighter, but it's got to be tried." "It is lower a little farther on," said Underhill, "and there seems to be a tree that looks helpful." They moved hastily along, and found a place where the wall seemed to stoop abruptly, almost as if it had half sunk into the earth, and a garden tree, flamboyant with the gayest garden blossom, straggled out of the dark enclosure, and was gilded by the gleam of a solitary street lamp. Bagshaw caught the crooked branch, and threw one leg over the low wall, and the next moment they stood knee-deep amid the snapping plants of a garden border. The garden of Mr. Justice Gwynn by night was rather a singular spectacle. It was large, and lay on the empty edge of the suburb, in the shadow of a tall, dark house that was the last in its line of houses. The house was literally dark, being shuttered and unlighted, at least on the side overlooking the garden, but the garden itself, which lay in its shadow, and should have been a tract of absolute darkness, showed a random glitter, like that of fading fireworks, as if a giant rocket had fallen in fire among the trees. As they advanced, they were able to locate it as the light of several coloured lamps, entangled in the trees, like the jewel fruits of Aladdin, and especially as the light from a small, round lake or pond, which gleamed with pale colours, as if a lamp were kindled under it. "Is he having a party?" asked Underhill. "The garden seems to be illuminated." "No," answered Bagshaw. "It's a hobby of his, and I believe he prefers to do it when he's alone. He likes playing with a little plant of electricity that he works from that bungalow or hut over there, where he does his work and keeps his papers. Buller, who knows him very well, says the coloured lamps are rather more often a sign he's not to be disturbed." "Sort of red danger signals," suggested the other. "Good Lord, I'm afraid they are danger signals." And he began suddenly to run. A moment after, Underhill saw what he had seen. The opalescent ring of light, like the halo of the moon, round the sloping sides of the pond, was broken by 2 black stripes, or streaks, which soon proved themselves to be the long, black legs of a figure, fallen head downwards into the hollow, with the head in the pond. "Come on!" cried the detective sharply. "That looks to me like—" His voice was lost as he ran on across the wide lawn, faintly luminous in the artificial light, making a bee-line across the big garden for the pool and the fallen figure. Underhill was trotting steadily in that straight track when something happened that startled him for the moment. Bagshaw, who was travelling as steadily as a bullet towards the black figure by the luminous pool, suddenly turned at a sharp angle and began to run even more rapidly towards the shadow of the house. Underhill could not imagine what he meant by the altered direction. The next moment, when the detective had vanished into the shadow of the house, there came out of that obscurity the sound of a scuffle and a curse, and Bagshaw returned, lugging with him a little struggling man with red hair. The captive had evidently been escaping under the shelter of the building, when the quicker ears of the detective had heard him rustling like a bird among the bushes. "Underhill," said the detective, "I wish you'd run on and see what's up by the pool. And now, who are you?" he asked, coming to a halt. "What's your name?" "Michael Flood," said the stranger in a snappy fashion. He was an unnaturally lean little man, with a hooked nose, too large for his face, which was colourless, like parchment, in contrast with the ginger colour of his hair. "I've got nothing to do with this. I found him lying dead, and I was scared, but I only came to interview him for a paper." "When you interview celebrities for the press," said Bagshaw, "do you generally climb over the garden wall and he pointed grimly to a trail of footprints, coming and going along the path towards the flower-bed. The man calling himself Flood wore an expression equally grim. "An interviewer might very well get over the wall," he said, "for I couldn't make anybody hear at the front door. The servant had gone out." "How do you know he'd gone out?" asked the detective, suspiciously. "Because," said Flood, with an almost unnatural calm, "I'm not the only person who gets over garden walls. It seems just possible that you did it yourself. But anyhow, the servant did, for I've just this moment seen him drop over the wall, away on the other side of the garden, just by the garden door." "Then why didn't he use the garden door?" demanded the cross-examiner. "How should I know?" retorted Flood. "Because it was shut, I suppose. But you'd better ask him, not me. He's coming towards the house at this minute." There was, indeed, another shadowy figure beginning to be visible through the fire-shot gloaming. A squat, square-headed figure, wearing a red waistcoat as the most conspicuous part of rather shabby livery. He appeared to be making with unobtrusive haste towards a side door in the house, until Bagshaw hallooed to him to halt. He drew nearer to them very reluctantly, revealing a heavy, yellow face with a touch of something Asiatic, which was consonant with his flat, blue-black hair. Bagshaw turned abruptly to the man called Flood. "Is there anybody in this place," he said, "who can testify to your identity?" "Not many, even in this country," growled Flood. "I've only just come from Ireland. The only man I know round here is the priest at St. Dominic's Church, Father Brown." "Neither of you must leave this place," said Bagshaw, and then added to the servant, "but you can go into the house and ring up St. Dominic's Presbytery and ask Father Brown if he would mind coming round here at once. No tricks, mind." While the energetic detective was securing the potential fugitives, his companion, at his direction, had hastened on to the actual scene of the tragedy. It was a strange enough scene, and, indeed, if the tragedy had not been tragic, it would have been highly fantastic. The dead man, for the briefest examination proved him to be dead, lay with his head in the pond, where the glow of the artificial illumination encircled the head with something of the appearance of an unholy halo. The face was gaunt and rather sinister, the brow bald, and the scanty curls dark grey, like iron rings, and, despite the damage done by the bullet wound in the temple, Underhill had no difficulty in recognizing the features he had seen in the many portraits of Sir Humphrey Gwynn. The dead man was in evening dress, and his long black legs, so thin as to be almost spidery, were sprawling at different angles up the steep bank from which he had fallen. As by some weird whim of diabolical arabesque, blood was eddying out, very slowly, into the luminous water in snaky rings, like the transparent crimson of sunset clouds. Underhill did not know how long he stood, staring down at this macabre figure, when he looked up and saw a group of 4 figures standing above him on the bank. He was prepared for Bagshaw and his Irish captive, and he had no difficulty in guessing the status of the servant in the red waistcoat. But the 4th figure had a sort of grotesque solemnity that seemed strangely congruous to that incongruity. It was a stumpy figure, with a round face and a hat like a black halo. He realized that it was, in fact, a priest, but there was something about it that reminded him of some quaint old black woodcut at the end of a dance of death. Then he heard Bagshaw saying to the priest, "I'm glad you can identify this man, but you must realize that he's to some extent under suspicion. Of course, he may be innocent, but he did enter the garden in an irregular fashion." "Well, I think he's innocent myself," said the little priest in a colourless voice. "But, of course, I may be wrong." "Why do you think he is innocent?" "Because he entered the garden in an irregular fashion." answered the cleric. "You see, I entered it in a regular fashion myself, but I seem to be almost the only person who did. All the best people seem to get over garden walls nowadays."
"What do you mean by a regular fashion?" asked the detective.
"Well," said Father Brown, looking at him with limpid gravity, "I came in by the front door. I often come into houses that way."
"Excuse me," said Bagshaw, "but does it matter very much how you came in, unless you propose to confess to the murder?"
"Yes, I think it does," said the priest mildly. "The truth is that when I came in at the front door I saw something I don't think any of the rest of you have seen. It seems to me it might have something to do with it."
"What did you see?"
"I saw a sort of general smash-up," said Father Brown in his mild voice. "A big looking-glass broken, and a small palm tree knocked over, and the pot smashed all over the floor. Somehow it looked to me as if something had happened."
"You are right," said Bagshaw, after a pause. "If you saw that, it certainly looks as if it had something to do with it."
"And if it had anything to do with it," said the priest very gently, "it looks as if there was one person who had nothing to do with it, and that is Mr. Michael Flood, who entered the garden over the wall in an irregular fashion, and then tried to leave it in the same irregular fashion. It is his irregularity that makes me believe in his innocence."
"Let us go into the house," said Bagshaw abruptly.
As they passed in at the side door, the servant leading the way, Bagshaw fell back a pace or two and spoke to his friend.
"Something odd about that servant," he said. "Says his name is Green, though he doesn't look it. But there seems no doubt he's really Gwyn's servant, apparently the only regular servant he had. But the queer thing is that he flatly denied that his master was in the garden at all, dead or alive. Said the old judge had gone out to a grand legal dinner, and couldn't be home for hours, and gave that as his excuse for slipping out."
"Did he," asked Underhill, "give any excuse for his curious way of slipping in?"
"No, none that I can make sense of," answered the detective. "I can't make him out. He seems to be scared of something."
Entering by the side door, they found themselves at the inner end of the entrance hall, which ran along the side of the house and ended with the front door, surmounted by a dreary fanlight of the old-fashioned pattern. A faint grey light was beginning to outline its radiation upon the darkness, like some dismal and discoloured sunrise. But what light there was in the hall came from a single shaded lamp, also of an antiquated sort, that stood on a bracket in a corner. By the light of this, Bagshaw could distinguish the debris of which Brown had spoken. A tall palm, with long sweeping leaves, had fallen full length, and its dark red pot was shattered into shards. They lay littered on the carpet, along with pale and gleaming fragments of a broken mirror, of which the almost empty frame hung behind them on the wall at the end of the vestibule. At right angles to this entrance, and directly opposite the side door as they entered, was another and similar passage, leading into the rest of the house. At the other end of it could be seen the telephone which the servant had used to summon the priest, and a half-open door, showing, even through the crack, the serried ranks of great leather-bound books, marked the entrance to the judge's study. Bagshaw stood looking down at the fallen pot and the mingled fragments at his feet. "You're quite right," he said to the priest. "There's been a struggle here, and it must have been a struggle between Gwyn and his murderer." "It seemed to me," said Father Brown modestly, "that something had happened here." "Yes, it's pretty clear what happened," assented the detective. "The murderer entered by the front door and found Gwyn. Probably Gwyn let him in. There was a death grapple, possibly a chance shot that hit the glass, though they might have broken it with a stray kick or anything. Gwyn managed to free himself and fled into the garden, where he was pursued and shot finally by the pond. I fancy that's the whole story of the crime itself, but, of course, I must look round the other rooms." The other rooms, however, revealed very little, though Bagshaw pointed significantly to the loaded automatic pistol that he found in a drawer of the library desk. "Looks as if he was expecting this," he said. "Yet it seems queer he didn't take it with him when he went out into the hall." Eventually they returned to the hall, making their way towards the front door, Father Brown letting his eye rove around in a rather absent-minded fashion. The two corridors, monotonously papered in the same grey and faded pattern, seemed to emphasize the dust and dingy floridity of the few early Victorian ornaments, the green rust that devoured the bronze of the lamp, the dull gold that glimmered in the frame of the broken mirror. "They say it's bad luck to break a looking-glass," he said. "This looks like the very house of ill luck. There's something about the very furniture." "That's rather odd," said Bagshaw, sharply. "I thought the front door would be shut, but it's left on the latch." There was no reply, and they passed out of the front door into the front garden, a narrower and more formal plot of flowers, having at one end a curiously clipped hedge with a hole in it, like a green cave, under the shadow of which some broken steps peeped out. Father Brown strolled up to the hole and ducked his head under it. A few moments after he had disappeared, they were astonished to hear his quiet voice in conversation above their heads, as if he were talking to somebody at the top of a tree. The detective followed, and found that the curious covered stairway led to what looked like a broken bridge, overhanging the darker and emptier spaces of the garden. It just curled round the corner of the house, bringing in sight the field of coloured lights beyond and beneath. Probably it was the relic of some abandoned architectural fancy of building a sort of terrace on arches across the lawn. Bagshaw thought it a curious cul-de-sac in which to find anybody in the small hours between night and morning, but he was not looking at the details of it just then. He was looking at the man who was found. As the man stood with his back turned, a small man in light grey clothes, the one outstanding feature about him was a wonderful head of hair, as yellow and radiant as the head of a huge dandelion. It was literally outstanding like a halo, and something in that association made the face, when it was slowly and sulkily turned on them, rather a shock of contrast. That halo should have enclosed an oval face of the mildly angelic sort, but the face was crabbed and elderly, with a powerful jowl, and a short nose that somehow suggested the broken nose of a pugilist. "This is Mr. Orme, the celebrated poet, I understand," said Father Brown, as calmly as if he were introducing two people in a drawing-room. "Whoever he is," said Bagshaw, "I must trouble him to come with me and answer a few questions." Mr. Osric Orme, the poet, was not a model of self-expression when it came to the answering of questions. There, in that corner of the old garden, as the grey twilight before dawn began to creep over the heavy hedges and the broken bridge, and afterwards in a succession of circumstances and stages of legal inquiry that grew more and more ominous, he refused to say anything, except that he had intended to call on Sir Humphrey Gwynn, but had not done so because he could not get anyone to answer the bell. When it was pointed out that the door was practically open, he snorted. When it was hinted that the hour was somewhat late, he snarled. The little that he said was obscure, either because he really knew hardly any English, or because he knew better than to know any. His opinions seemed to be of a nihilistic and destructive sort, as was indeed the tendency of his poetry for those who could follow it, and it seemed possible that his business with the judge, and perhaps his quarrel with the judge, had been something in the anarchist line. Gwynn was known to have had something of a mania about Bolshevist spies, as he had about German spies. Anyhow, one coincidence, only a few moments after his capture, confirmed Bagshaw in the impression that the case must be taken seriously. As they went out of the front gate into the street, they so happened to encounter yet another neighbour, Buller, the cigar merchant from next door, conspicuous by his brown, shrewd face and the unique orchid in his buttonhole, for he had a name in that branch of horticulture. Rather to the surprise of the rest, he hailed his neighbour, the poet, in a matter-of-fact manner, almost as if he had expected to see him. "Hello! Here we are again," he said. "Had a long talk with old Gwyn, I suppose?" "Sir Humphrey Gwyn is dead," said Bagshaw. "I am investigating the case, and I must ask you to explain." Buller stood as still as the lamp-post beside him, possibly stiffened with surprise. The red end of his cigar brightened and darkened rhythmically, but his brown face was in shadow. When he spoke, it was with quite a new voice. "I only mean," he said, "that when I passed 2 hours ago, Mr. Orme was going in at this gate to see Sir Humphrey." "He says he hasn't seen him yet," observed Bagshaw, "or even been into the house." "It's a long time to stand on the doorstep," observed Buller. "Yes," said Father Brown, "it's rather a long time to stand in the street." "I've been home since then," said the cigar merchant. "Been writing letters, and came out again to post them." "You'll have to tell all that later," said Bagshaw. "Good night, or good morning." The trial of Osric Orme for the murder of Sir Humphrey Gwyn, which filled the newspapers for so many weeks, really turned entirely on the same crux as that little talk under the lamp-post, when the grey-green dawn was breaking about the dark streets and gardens. Everything came back to the enigma of those 2 empty hours between the time when Buller saw Orme going in at the garden gate and the time when Father Brown found him apparently still lingering in the garden. He had certainly had the time to commit 6 murders, and might almost have committed them for want of something to do, for he could give no coherent account of what he was doing. It was argued by the prosecution that he had also the opportunity, as the front door was unlatched and the side door into the larger garden left standing open. The court followed, with considerable interest, Bagshaw's clear reconstruction of the struggle in the passage, of which the traces were so evident. Indeed, the police had since found the shot that had shattered the glass. Finally, the hole in the hedge to which he had been tracked had very much the appearance of a hiding-place. On the other hand, Sir Matthew Blake, the very able counsel for the defence, turned this last argument the other way, asking why any man should entrap himself in a place without possible exit, when it would obviously be much more sensible to slip out into the street. Sir Matthew Blake also made effective use of the mystery that still rested upon the motive for the murder. Indeed, upon this point, the passages between Sir Matthew Blake and Sir Arthur Travers, the equally brilliant advocate for the prosecution, turned rather to the advantage of the prisoner. Sir Arthur could only throw out suggestions about a Bolshevist conspiracy, which sounded a little thin. But when it came to investigating the facts of Orme's mysterious behaviour that night, he was considerably more effective. The prisoner went into the witness box, chiefly because his astute counsel calculated that it would create a bad impression if he did not. But he was almost as uncommunicative to his own counsel as to the prosecuting counsel. Sir Arthur Travers made all possible capital out of his stubborn silence, but did not succeed in breaking it. Sir Arthur was a long, gaunt man, with a long, cadaverous face, in striking contrast to the sturdy figure and bright, bird-like eye of Sir Matthew Blake. But if Sir Matthew suggested a very cocksure sort of cock-sparrow, Sir Arthur might more truly have been compared to a crane or stork. As he leaned forward, prodding the poet with questions, his long nose might have been a long beak. "Do you mean to tell the jury," he asked, in tones of grating incredulity, "that you never went in to see the deceased gentleman at all?" "No," replied Orm, shortly. "You wanted to see him, I suppose? You must have been very anxious to see him. Didn't you wait 2 whole hours in front of his front door?" "Yes," replied the other. "And yet you never even noticed the door was open?" "No," said Orm. "What in the world were you doing for 2 hours in somebody else's front garden?" insisted the barrister. "You were doing something, I suppose?" "Yes." "Is it a secret?" asked Sir Arthur, with adamantine jocularity. "It's a secret from you," answered the poet. It was upon this suggestion of a secret that Sir Arthur seized in developing his line of accusation. With a boldness which some thought unscrupulous, he turned the very mystery of the motive, which was the strongest part of his opponent's case, into an argument for his own. He gave it as the first fragmentary hint of some far-flung and elaborate conspiracy, in which a patriot had perished like one caught in the coils of an octopus. "Yes," he cried in a vibrating voice, "my learned friend is perfectly right. We do not know the exact reason why this honourable public servant was murdered. We shall not know the reason why the next public servant is murdered. If my learned friend himself falls a victim to his eminence, and the hatred which the hellish powers of destruction feel for the guardians of law, he will be murdered, and he will not know the reason. Half the decent people in this court will be butchered in their beds, and we shall not know the reason. And we shall never know the reason, and never arrest the massacre, until it has depopulated our country, so long as the defence is permitted to stop all proceedings with this stale tag about motive, when every other fact in the case, every glaring incongruity, every gaping silence, tells us that we stand in the presence of Cain." "I never knew Sir Arthur so excited," said Bagshaw to his group of companions afterwards. "Some people are saying he went beyond the usual limit, and that the prosecutor in a murder case oughtn't to be so vindictive. But I must say there was something downright creepy about that little goblin with the yellow hair that seemed to play up to the impression. I was vaguely recalling, all the time, something that De Quincey says about Mr. Williams, that ghastly criminal who slaughtered 2 whole families almost in silence. I think he says that Williams had hair of a vivid, unnatural yellow, and that he thought it had been dyed by a trick learned in India, where they dye horses green or blue. Then there was his queer, stony silence, like a troglodyte's. I'll never deny that it all worked me up until I felt there was a sort of monster in the dock. If that was only Sir Arthur's eloquence, then he certainly took a heavy responsibility in putting so much passion into it. "He was a friend of poor Gwyn's, as a matter of fact," said Underhill, more gently. "A man I know saw them hobnobbing together after a great legal dinner lately. I dare say that's why he feels so strongly in this case. I suppose it's doubtful whether a man ought to act in such a case on mere personal feelings." "He wouldn't," said Bagshaw. "I bet Sir Arthur Travers wouldn't act only on feeling, however strongly he felt. He's got a very stiff sense of his own professional position. He's one of those men who are ambitious even when they've satisfied their ambition. I know nobody who'd take more trouble to keep his position in the world. No, you've got hold of the wrong moral to his rather thundering sermon. If he lets himself go like that, it's because he thinks he can get a conviction anyhow, and wants to put himself at the head of some political movement against the conspiracy he talks about. He must have some very good reason for wanting to convict Orm, and some very good reason for thinking he can do it. That means that the facts will support him. His confidence doesn't look well for the prisoner." He became conscious of an insignificant figure in the group. "Well, Father Brown," he said with a smile, "what do you think of our judicial procedure?" "Well," replied the priest, rather absently, I think the thing that struck me most was how different men look in their wigs. You talk about the prosecuting barrister being so tremendous, but I happened to see him take his wig off for a minute, and he really looks quite a different man. He's quite bald, for one thing." "Well, I'm afraid that won't prevent his being tremendous," answered Bagshaw. "You don't propose to found the defence on the fact that the prosecuting counsel is bald, do you?" "Not exactly," said Father Brown good-humouredly. "To tell the truth, I was thinking how little some kinds of people know about other kinds of people. Suppose I went among some remote people who had never even heard of England. Suppose I told them that there is a man in my country who won't ask a question of life and death until he has put an erection made of horsehair on the top of his head, with little tails behind, and grey corkscrew curls at the side, like an early Victorian old woman. They would think he must be rather eccentric. But he isn't at all eccentric. He's only conventional. They would think so because they don't know anything about English barristers, because they don't know what a barrister is. Well, that barrister doesn't know what a poet is. He doesn't understand that a poet's eccentricities wouldn't seem eccentric to other poets. He thinks it odd that Orm should walk about in a beautiful garden for 2 hours with nothing to do. God bless my soul! A poet would think nothing of walking about in the same backyard for 10 hours if he had a poem to do. Orm's own counsel was quite as stupid. It never occurred to him to ask Orm the obvious question. "What question do you mean?" asked the other. "Why, what poem he was making up, of course," said Father Brown, rather impatiently. "What line he was stuck at, what epithet he was looking for, what climax he was trying to work up to. If there were any educated people in court who know what literature is, they would have known well enough whether he had had anything genuine to do. You'd have asked a manufacturer about the conditions of his factory, but nobody seems to consider the conditions under which poetry is manufactured. It's done by doing nothing." "That's all very well," replied the detective. "But why did he hide? Why did he climb up that crooked little stairway and stop there? It led nowhere." "Why, because it led nowhere, of course," cried Father Brown explosively. "Anybody who clapped eyes on that blind alley ending in mid-air might have known an artist would want to go there, just as a child would." He stood blinking for a moment, and then said apologetically, "I beg your pardon, but it seems odd that none of them understand these things. And then there was another thing. Don't you know that everything has, for an artist, one aspect or angle that is exactly right? A tree, a cow, and a cloud in a certain relation only mean something, as 3 letters in one order only mean a word. Well, the view of that illuminated garden from that unfinished bridge was the right view of it. It was as unique as the 4th dimension. It was a sort of fairy foreshortening. It was like looking down at heaven and seeing all the stars growing on trees, and that luminous pond like a moon fallen flat on the fields in some happy nursery tale. He could have looked at it for ever. If you told him the path led nowhere, he would tell you it had led him to the country at the end of the world. But do you expect him to tell you that in the witness box? What would you say to him if he did? You talk about a man having a jury of his peers. Why don't you have a jury of poets?" "You talk as if you were a poet yourself," said Bagshaw. "Thank your stars I'm not," said Father Brown. "Thank your lucky stars, a priest has to be more charitable than a poet. Lord have mercy on us! If you knew what a crushing, what a cruel contempt he feels for the lot of you, you'd feel as if you were under Niagara." "Well, you may know more about the artistic temperament than I do," said Bagshaw, after a pause. "But, after all, the answer is simple. You can only show that he might have done what he did without committing the crime, but it's equally true that he might have committed the crime. And who else could have committed it? "Have you thought about the servant Green?" asked Father Brown, reflectively. "He told a rather queer story." "Ah!" cried Bagshaw, quickly. "You think Green did it, after all?" "I'm quite sure he didn't," replied the other. "I only asked if you'd thought about his queer story. He only went out for some trifle, a drink or an assignation or what-not, but he went out by the garden door and came back over the garden wall. In other words, he left the door open, but he came back to find it shut. Why? Because somebody else had already passed out that way." "The murderer," muttered the detective, doubtfully. "Do you know who he was?" "I know what he looked like," answered Father Brown, quietly. "That's the only thing I do know. I can almost see him as he came in at the front door, in the gleam of the hall lamp. His figure, his clothes, even his face."
"What's all this?"
"He looked like Sir Humphrey Gwynn," said the priest.
"What the devil do you mean?" demanded Bagshaw. "Gwynn was lying dead, with his head in the pond."
"Oh, yes," said Father Brown. After a moment he went on. "Let's go back to that theory of yours, which was a very good one, though I don't quite agree with it. You suppose the murderer came in at the front door, met the judge in the front hall, struggling with him and breaking the mirror, that the judge then retreated into the garden, where he was finally shot. Somehow it doesn't sound natural to me. Granted he retreated down the hall. There are 2 exits at the end, one into the garden and one into the house. Surely he would be more likely to retreat into the house. His gun was there. His telephone was there. His servant, as far as he knew, was there. Even the nearest neighbours were in that direction. Why should he stop to open the garden door and go out alone on the deserted side of the house?"
"But we know he did go out of the house," replied his companion, puzzled. "We know he went out of the house because he was found in the garden."
"He never went out of the house because he never was in the house," said Father Brown. "Not that evening, I mean. He was sitting in that bungalow. I read that lesson in the dark, at the beginning, in red and golden stars across the garden. They were worked from the hut. They wouldn't have been burning at all if he hadn't been in the hut. He was trying to run across to the house and the telephone when the murderer shot him beside the pond."
"But what about the pot and the palm and the broken mirror?" cried Bagshaw. "Why, it was you who found them. It was you yourself who said there must have been a struggle in the hall."
The priest blinked rather painfully. "Did I?" he muttered. "Surely I didn't say that. I never thought that. What I think I said was that something had happened in the hall, and something did happen, but it wasn't a struggle."
"Then what broke the mirror?" asked Bagshaw, shortly.
"A bullet broke the mirror," answered Father Brown, gravely. "A bullet fired by the criminal. The big fragments of falling glass were quite enough to knock over the pot and the palm."
"Well, what else could he have been firing at, except Gwynn?" asked the detective.
"It's rather a fine metaphysical point," answered his clerical companion, almost dreamily. "In one sense, of course, he was firing at Gwynn, but Gwynn wasn't there to be fired at. The criminal was alone in the hall." He was silent for a moment, and then went on quietly. "Imagine the looking-glass at the end of the passage, before it was broken, and the tall palm arching over it. In the half-light, reflecting these monochrome walls, it would look like the end of the passage. A man reflected in it would look like a man coming from inside the house. It would look like the master of the house, if only the reflection were a little like him. "Stop a minute," cried Bagshaw. "I believe I begin—" "You begin to see," said Father Brown. "You begin to see why all the suspects in this case must be innocent. Not one of them could possibly have mistaken his own reflection for old Gwyn. Orme would have known at once that his bush of yellow hair was not a bald head. Flood would have seen his own red head, and Green his own red waistcoat. Besides, they're all short and shabby. None of them could have thought his own image was a tall, thin, old gentleman in evening dress. We want another, equally tall and thin, to match him. That's what I meant by saying that I knew what the murderer looked like." "And what do you argue from that?" asked Bagshaw, looking at him steadily. The priest uttered a sort of sharp, crisp laugh, oddly different from his ordinary mild manner of speech. "I am going to argue," he said, "the very thing that you said was so ludicrous and impossible." "What do you mean?" "I'm going to base the defence," said Father Brown, "on the fact that the prosecuting counsel has a bald head." "Oh, my God," said the detective quietly, and got to his feet, staring. Father Brown had resumed his monologue in an unruffled manner. "You've been following the movements of a good many people in this business. You policemen were prodigiously interested in the movements of the poet, and the servant, and the Irishman. The man whose movements seem to have been rather forgotten is the dead man himself. His servant was quite honestly astonished at finding his master had returned. His master had gone to a great dinner of all the leaders of the legal profession, but had left it abruptly and come home. He was not ill, for he summoned no assistance. He had almost certainly quarrelled with some leader of the legal profession. It's among the leaders of that profession that we should have looked first for his enemy. He returned and shut himself up in the bungalow, where he kept all his private documents about treasonable practices. But the leader of the legal profession, who knew there was something against him in those documents, was thoughtful enough to follow his accuser home. He also being in evening dress, but with a pistol in his pocket. That is all, and nobody could ever have guessed it, except for the mirror." He seemed to be gazing into vacancy for a moment, and then added, "A queer thing is a mirror, a picture frame that holds hundreds of different pictures, all vivid and all vanished forever. Yet there was something specially strange about the glass that hung at the end of that grey corridor, under that green palm. It is as if it was a magic glass, and had a different fate from others, as if its picture could somehow survive it, hanging in the air of that twilight house like a spectre, or at least like an abstract diagram, the skeleton of an argument. We could, at least, conjure out of the void the thing that Sir Arthur Travers saw. And, by the way, there was one very true thing that you said about him." "I'm glad to hear it," said Bagshaw, with grim good nature. "What was it?" "You said," observed the priest, "that Sir Arthur must have had some good reason for wanting to get Orme hanged." A week later, the priest met the police detective once more, and learned that the authorities had already been moving on the new lines of inquiry, when they were interrupted by a sensational event. "Sir Arthur Travers," began Father Brown. "Sir Arthur Travers is dead," said Bagshaw, briefly. "Ah," said the other, with a little catch in his voice. "You mean that he—" "Yes," said Bagshaw. "He shot at the same man again, but not in a mirror." The Man with Two Beards. This tale was told by Father Brown to Professor Craik, the celebrated criminologist, after dinner at a club, where the two were introduced to each other as sharing a harmless hobby of murder and robbery. But, as Father Brown's version rather minimized his own part in the matter, it is here retold in a more impartial style. It arose out of a playful passage of arms, in which the professor was very scientific, and the priest rather sceptical. "My good sir," said the professor in remonstrance, "don't you believe that criminology is a science?" "I'm not sure," replied Father Brown. "Do you believe that hagiology is a science?" "What's that?" asked the specialist sharply. "No, it's not the study of hags, and has nothing to do with burning witches," said the priest, smiling. "It's the study of holy things, saints and so on. You see, the Dark Ages tried to make a science about good people, but our own humane and enlightened age is only interested in a science about bad ones. Yet I think our general experience is that every conceivable sort of man has been a saint, and I suspect you will find, too, that every conceivable sort of man has been a murderer." "Well, we believe murderers can be pretty well classified," observed Craik. "The list sounds rather long and dull, but I think it's exhaustive. First, all killing can be divided into rational and irrational, and we'll take the last first, because they are much fewer. There is such a thing as homicidal mania, or love of butchery in the abstract. There is such a thing as irrational antipathy, though it's very seldom homicidal. Then we come to the true motives. Of these, some are less rational in the sense of being merely romantic and retrospective. Acts of pure revenge are acts of hopeless revenge. Thus, a lover will sometimes kill a rival he could never supplant, or a rebel assassinate a tyrant after the conquest is complete. But, more often, even these acts have a rational explanation. They are hopeful murders. They fall into the larger section of the second division, of what we may call prudential crimes. These, again, fall chiefly under two descriptions. A man kills either in order to obtain what the other man possesses, either by theft or inheritance, or to stop the other man from acting in some way, as in the case of killing a blackmailer or a political opponent, or, in the case of a rather more passive obstacle, a husband or wife whose continued functioning as such interferes with other things. We believe that classification is pretty thoroughly thought out, and properly applied covers the whole ground. But I'm afraid that it perhaps sounds rather dull. I hope I'm not boring you." "Not at all," said Father Brown. "If I seemed a little absent-minded, I must apologize. The truth is, I was thinking of a man I once knew. He was a murderer, but I can't see where he fits into your museum of murderers. He was not mad, nor did he like killing. He did not hate the man he killed. He hardly knew him, and certainly had nothing to avenge on him. The other man did not possess anything that he could possibly want. The other man was not behaving in any way which the murderer wanted to stop. The murdered man was not in a position to hurt or hinder or even affect the murderer in any way. There was no woman in the case. There were no politics in the case. This man killed a fellow creature who was practically a stranger, and that for a very strange reason, which is possibly unique in human history." And so, in his own more conversational fashion, he told the story. The story may well begin in a sufficiently respectable setting, at the breakfast table of a worthy, though wealthy, suburban family named Banks, where the normal discussion of the newspaper had, for once, been silenced by the discussion about a mystery nearer home. Such people are sometimes accused of gossip about their neighbours, but they are in that matter almost inhumanly innocent. Rustic villagers tell tales about their neighbours, true and false. But the curious culture of the modern suburb will believe anything it is told in the papers about the wickedness of the Pope, or the martyrdom of the King of the Cannibal Islands, and, in the excitement of these topics, never knows what is happening next door. In this case, however, the two forms of interest actually coincided in a coincidence of thrilling intensity. Their own suburb had actually been mentioned in their favourite newspaper. It seemed to them like a new proof of their own existence when they saw the name in print. It was almost as if they had been unconscious and invisible before, and now they were as real as the King of the Cannibal Islands. It was stated in the paper that a once famous criminal, known as Michael Moonshine, and many other names that were presumably not his own, had recently been released after a long term of imprisonment for his numerous burglaries, that his whereabouts was being kept quiet, but that he was believed to have settled down in the suburb in question, which we will call for convenience Chisham. A résumé of some of his famous and daring exploits and escapes was given in the same issue. For it is a character of that kind of press, intended for that kind of public, that it assumes that its readers have no memories. While the peasant will remember an outlaw like Robin Hood or Rob Roy for centuries, the clerk will hardly remember the name of the criminal about whom he argued in trams and tubes 2 years before. Yet Michael Moonshine had really shown some of the heroic rascality of Rob Roy or Robin Hood. He was worthy to be turned into legend, and not merely into news. He was far too capable a burglar to be a murderer, but his terrific strength, and the ease with which he knocked policemen over like ninepins, stunned people, and bound and gagged them, gave something almost like a final touch of fear or mystery to the fact that he never killed them. People almost felt that he would have been more human if he had. Mr. Simon Banks, the father of the family, was at once better read and more old-fashioned than the rest. He was a sturdy man, with a short grey beard, and a brow barred with wrinkles. He had a turn for anecdotes and reminiscence, and he distinctly remembered the days when Londoners had lain awake, listening for Mike Moonshine, as they did for Spring-Heeled Jack. Then there was his wife, a thin, dark lady. There was a sort of acid elegance about her, for her family had much more money than her husband's, if rather less education, and she even possessed a very valuable emerald necklace upstairs that gave her a right to prominence in a discussion about thieves. There was his daughter, Opal, who was also thin and dark, and supposed to be psychic, at any rate by herself, for she had little domestic encouragement. Spirits of an ardently astral turn will be well advised not to materialize as members of a large family. There was her brother John, a burly youth, particularly boisterous in his indifference to her spiritual development, and otherwise distinguishable only by his interest in motor cars. He seemed to be always in the act of selling one car and buying another, and by some process, hard for the economic theorist to follow, it was always possible to buy a much better article by selling the one that was damaged or discredited. There was his brother Philip, a young man with dark curly hair, distinguished by his attention to dress, which is doubtless part of the duty of a stockbroker's clerk, but, as the stockbroker was prone to hint, hardly the whole of it. Finally, there was present at this family scene his friend Daniel Devine, who was also dark and exquisitely dressed, but bearded in a fashion that was somewhat foreign, and therefore, for many, slightly menacing. It was Devine who had introduced the topic of the newspaper paragraph, tactfully insinuating so effective an instrument of distraction at what looked like the beginning of a small family quarrel. For the psychic lady had begun the description of a vision she had had of pale faces floating in empty night outside her window, and John Banks was trying to roar down this revelation of a higher state with more than his usual heartiness. But the newspaper reference to their new and possibly alarming neighbour soon put both controversialists out of court. "How frightful!" cried Mrs. Banks. "He must be quite a newcomer, but who can he possibly be?" "I don't know any particularly newcomers," said her husband, "except Sir Leopold Pullman at Beechwood House." "My dear," said the lady, "how absurd you are! Sir Leopold!" Then, after a pause, she added, "If anybody suggested his secretary now, that man with the whiskers. I've always said, ever since he got the place Philip ought to have had." "Nothing doing," said Philip languidly, making his sole contribution to the conversation. "Not good enough." "The only one I know," observed Devine, "is that man called Carver, who is stopping at Smith's farm. He lives a very quiet life, but he's quite interesting to talk to. I think John has had some business with him." "Knows a bit about cars," conceded the monomaniac John. "He'll know a bit more when he's been in my new car." Devine smiled slightly. Everybody had been threatened with the hospitality of John's new car. Then he added reflectively, "That's a little what I feel about him. He knows a lot about motoring and travelling, and the active ways of the world, and yet he always stays at home, pottering about round old Smith's beehives. Says he's only interested in bee culture, and that's why he's staying with Smith. It seems a very quiet hobby for a man of his sort. However, I've no doubt John's car will shake him up a bit." As Devine walked away from the house that evening, his dark face wore an expression of concentrated thought. His thoughts would, perhaps, have been worthy of our attention, even at this stage, but it is enough to say that their practical upshot was a resolution to pay an immediate visit to Mr. Carver at the house of Mr. Smith. As he was making his way thither, he encountered Barnard, the secretary at Beechwood House, conspicuous by his lanky figure and the large side whiskers which Mrs. Banks counted among her private wrongs. Their acquaintance was slight, and their conversation brief and casual, but Devine seemed to find in it food for further cogitation. "Look here," he said abruptly. "Excuse my asking, but is it true that Lady Pullman has some very famous jewellery up at the house? I'm not a professional thief, but I've just heard there's one hanging about." "I'll get her to give an eye to them," answered the secretary. "To tell the truth, I ventured to warn her about them already myself. I hope she has attended to it." As they spoke, there came the hideous cry of a motor horn just behind, and John Banks came to a stop beside them, radiant at his own steering wheel. When he heard of Devine's destination, he claimed it as his own, though his tone suggested rather an abstract relish for offering people a ride. The ride was consumed in continuous praises of the car, now mostly in the matter of its adaptability to weather. "Shuts up tight as a box," he said, "and opens as easy as opening your mouth." Devine's mouth at the moment did not seem so easy to open, and they arrived at Smith's farm to the sound of a soliloquy. Passing the outer gate, Devine found the man he was looking for without going into the house. The man was walking about in the garden, with his hands in his pockets, wearing a large, limp straw hat, a man with a long face and a large chin. The wide brim cut off the upper part of his face with a shadow that looked a little like a mask. In the background was a row of sunny beehives, along which an elderly man, presumably Mr. Smith, was moving, accompanied by a short, commonplace-looking companion in black clerical costume. "I say!" burst in the irrepressible John, before Devine could offer any polite greeting. "I've brought her round to give you a little run. You see if she isn't better than a thunderbolt." Mr. Carver's mouth set into a smile that may have been meant to be gracious, but looked rather grim. "I'm afraid I shall be too busy for pleasure this evening," he said. "How doth the little busy bee?" observed Devine, equally enigmatically. "Your bees must be very busy if they keep you at it all night. I was wondering if—" "Well?" demanded Carver, with a certain cool defiance. "Well, they say we should make hay while the sun shines," said Devine. "Perhaps you make honey while the moon shines." There came a flash from the shadow of the broad-brimmed hat, as the whites of the man's eyes shifted and shone. "Perhaps there is a good deal of moonshine in the business," he said. "But I warn you, my bees do not only make honey, they sting." "Are you coming along in the car?" insisted the staring John. But Carver, though he threw off the momentary air of sinister significance with which he had been answering Devine, was still positive in his polite refusal. "I can't possibly go," he said. "Got a lot of writing to do. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to give some of my friends a run, if you want a companion. This is my friend, Mr. Smith, Father Brown." "Of course," cried Banks. "Let 'em all come." "Thank you very much," said Father Brown. "I'm afraid I shall have to decline. I've got to go on to benediction in a few minutes." "Mr. Smith is your man, then?" said Carver, with something almost like impatience. "I'm sure Smith is longing for a motor ride." Smith, who wore a broad grin, bore no appearance of longing for anything. He was an active little old man, with a very honest wig, one of those wigs that look no more natural than a hat. Its tinge of yellow was out of keeping with his colourless complexion. He shook his head, and answered with amiable obstinacy, "I remember I went over this road 10 years ago, in one of those contraptions. Came over in it from my sister's place at Holmgate, and never been over that road in a car since. It was rough going, I can tell you." "10 years ago?" scoffed John Banks. 2,000 years ago you went in an ox wagon. Do you think cars haven't changed in 10 years? And roads too, for that matter. In my little bus, you don't know the wheels are going round. You think you're just flying." "I'm sure Smith wants to go flying," urged Carver. "It's the dream of his life. Come, Smith, go over to Holmgate and see your sister. You know you ought to go and see your sister. Go over and stay the night if you like." "Well, I generally walk over, so I generally do stay the night," said old Smith. "No need to trouble the gentleman today, particularly." "But think what fun it will be for your sister to see you arrive in a car," cried Carver. "You really ought to go. Don't be so selfish." "That's it," assented Banks, with buoyant benevolence. "Don't you be selfish. It won't hurt you. You aren't afraid of it, are you?" "Well," said Mr. Smith, blinking thoughtfully, "I don't want to be selfish, and I don't think I'm afraid. I'll come with you, if you put it that way." The pair drove off, amid waving salutations that seemed somehow to give the little group the appearance of a cheering crowd. Yet Devine and the priest only joined in out of courtesy, and they both felt it was the dominating gesture of their host that gave it its final air of farewell. The detail gave them a curious sense of the pervasive force of his personality. The moment the car was out of sight, he turned to them with a sort of boisterous apology, and said, "Well." He said it with that curious heartiness which is the reverse of hospitality. That extreme geniality is the same as a dismissal. "I must be going," said Devine. "We must not interrupt the busy bee. I'm afraid I know very little about bees. Sometimes I can hardly tell a bee from a wasp." "I've kept wasps, too," answered the mysterious Mr. Carver. When his guests were a few yards down the street, Devine said, rather impulsively, to his companion, "Rather an odd scene, that, don't you think?" "Yes," replied Father Brown. "And what do you think about it?" Devine looked at the little man in black, and something in the gaze of his great grey eyes seemed to renew his impulse. "I think," he said, "that Carver was very anxious to have the house to himself tonight. I don't know whether you had any such suspicions?" "I may have my suspicions," replied the priest, "but I'm not sure whether they're the same as yours." That evening, when the last dusk was turning into dark in the gardens round the family mansion, Opal Banks was moving through some of the dim and empty rooms, with even more than her usual abstraction, and anyone who had looked at her closely would have noted that her pale face had more than its usual pallor. Despite its bourgeois luxury, the house as a whole had a rather unique shade of melancholy. It was the sort of immediate sadness that belongs to things that are old rather than ancient. It was full of faded fashions rather than historic customs, of the order and ornament that is just recent enough to be recognized as dead. Here and there, early Victorian-coloured glass tinted the twilight. The high ceilings made the long rooms look narrow, and at the end of the long room down which she was walking was one of those round windows to be found in the buildings of its period. As she came to about the middle of the room, she stopped, and then suddenly swayed a little, as if some invisible hand had struck her on the face. An instant after, there was the noise of knocking on the front door, dulled by the closed doors between. She knew that the rest of the household were in the upper parts of the house, but she could not have analysed the motive that made her go to the front door herself. On the doorstep stood a dumpy and dingy figure in black, which she recognised as the Roman Catholic priest, whose name was Brown. She knew him only slightly, but she liked him. He did not encourage her psychic views, quite the contrary, but he discouraged them as if they mattered, and not as if they did not matter. It was not so much that he did not sympathise with her opinions, as that he did sympathise, but did not agree. All this was in some sort of chaos in her mind, as she found herself saying, without greeting, or waiting to hear his business, "I'm so glad you've come. I've seen a ghost." "There's no need to be distressed about that," he said. "It often happens. Most of the ghosts aren't ghosts, and the few that may be won't do you any harm. Was it any ghost in particular?" "No," she admitted, with a vague feeling of relief. "It wasn't so much the thing itself, as an atmosphere of awful decay, a sort of luminous ruin. It was a face at the window, but it was pale and goggling, and looked like the picture of Judas." "Well, some people do look like that," reflected the priest, "and I dare say they look in at windows sometimes. May I come in and see where it happened?" When she returned to the room with the visitor, however, other members of the family had assembled, and those of a less psychic habit had thought it convenient to light the lamps. In the presence of Mrs. Banks, Father Brown assumed a more conventional civility, and apologized for his intrusion. "I'm afraid it is taking a liberty with your house, Mrs. Banks," he said, "but I think I can explain how the business happens to concern you. I was up at the Pullman's place just now, when I was rung up and asked to come round here to meet a man who is coming to communicate something that may be of some moment to you. I should not have added myself to the party, only I am wanted, apparently, because I am a witness to what has happened up at Beechwood. In fact, it was I who had to give the alarm." "What has happened?" repeated the lady. "There has been a robbery up at Beechwood House," said Father Brown, gravely. "A robbery, and, what I fear is worse, Lady Pullman's jewels have gone, and her unfortunate secretary, Mr. Barnard, was picked up in the garden, having evidently been shot by the escaping burglar." "That man!" ejaculated the lady of the house. "I believe he was—" She encountered the grave gaze of the priest, and her words suddenly went from her. She never knew why. "I communicated with the police," he went on, "and with another authority interested in this case, and they say that even a superficial examination has revealed footprints and fingerprints and other indications of a well-known criminal." At this point, the conference was for a moment disturbed by the return of John Banks, from what appeared to have been an abortive expedition in the car. Old Smith seemed to have been a disappointing passenger, after all. "Funked it, after all, at the last minute," he announced with noisy disgust. "Bolted off while I was looking at what I thought was a puncture. Last time I'll take one of these yokels." But his complaints received small attention in the general excitement that gathered round Father Brown and his news. "Somebody will arrive in a moment," went on the priest, with the same air of weighty reserve, "who will relieve me of this responsibility. When I have confronted you with him, I shall have done my duty as a witness in a serious business. It only remains for me to say that a servant up at Beechwood House told me that she had seen a face at one of the windows." "I saw a face," said Opal, "at one of our windows." "Oh, you were always seeing faces," said her brother John, roughly. "It is as well to see facts, even if they are faces," said Father Brown, equably. "And I think the face you saw—" Another knock at the front door sounded through the house, and a minute afterwards the door of the room opened, and another figure appeared. Devine half rose from his chair at the sight of it. It was a tall, erect figure, with a long, rather cadaverous face, ending in a formidable chin. The brow was rather bald, and the eyes bright and blue, which Devine had last seen obscured with a broad straw hat. "Pray, don't let anybody move," said the man called Carver, in clear and courteous tones. But to Devine's disturbed mind, the courtesy had an ominous resemblance to that of a brigand who holds a company motionless with a pistol. "Please sit down, Mr. Devine," said Carver, "and, with Mrs. Banks's permission, I will follow your example. My presence here necessitates an explanation. I rather fancy you suspected me of being an eminent and distinguished burglar." "I did," said Devine, grimly. "As you remarked," said Carver, "it is not always easy to know a wasp from a bee." After a pause he continued, "I can claim to be one of the more useful, though equally annoying, insects. I am a detective, and I have come down to investigate an alleged renewal of the activities of the criminal calling himself Michael Moonshine. Jewel robberies were his speciality, and there has just been one of them at Beechwood House, which, by all the technical tests, is obviously his work. Not only do the prints correspond, but you may possibly know that when he was last arrested, and it is believed on other occasions also, he wore a simple but effective disguise of a red beard and a pair of large, horn-rimmed spectacles." Opal Banks leaned forward fiercely. "That was it!" she cried, in excitement. "That was the face I saw, with great goggles and a red ragged beard, like Judas. I thought it was a ghost." "That was also the ghost the servant at Beechwood saw," said Carver, dryly. He laid some papers and packages on the table, and began carefully to unfold them. "As I say," he continued, "I was sent down here to make inquiries about the criminal plans of this man Moonshine, That is why I interested myself in beekeeping, and went to stay with Mr. Smith." There was a silence, and then Devine started and spoke. "You don't seriously mean to say that nice old man—" "Come, Mr. Devine," said Carver with a smile. "You believed a beehive was only a hiding-place for me. Why shouldn't it be a hiding-place for him?" Devine nodded gloomily, and the detective turned back to his papers. "Suspecting Smith, I wanted to get him out of the way and go through his belongings. So I took advantage of Mr. Banks's kindness in giving him a joy-ride. Searching his house, I found some curious things to be owned by an innocent old rustic interested only in bees. This is one of them." From the unfolded paper he lifted a long, hairy object, almost scarlet in colour, the sort of sham beard that is worn in theatricals. Beside it lay an old pair of heavy, horn-rimmed spectacles. "But I also found something," continued Carver, "that more directly concerns this house, and must be my excuse for intruding tonight. I found a memorandum, with notes of the names and conjectural value of various pieces of jewellery in the neighbourhood. Immediately after the note of Lady Pullman's tiara was the mention of an emerald necklace belonging to Mrs. Banks. Mrs. Banks, who had hitherto regarded the invasion of her house with an air of supercilious bewilderment, suddenly grew attentive. Her face suddenly looked 10 years older and much more intelligent. But before she could speak, the impetuous John had risen to his full height, like a trumpeting elephant. "And the tiara's gone already," he roared. "And the necklace. I'm going to see about that necklace." "Not a bad idea," said Carver, as the young man rushed from the room. "Though, of course, we've been keeping our eyes open since we've been here. Well, it took me a little time to make out the memorandum, which was in cipher, and Father Brown's telephone message from the house came as I was near the end. I asked him to run round here first with the news, and I would follow. And so—" His speech was sundered by a scream. Opal was standing up and pointing rigidly at the round window. "There it is again!" she cried. For a moment they all saw something that cleared the lady of the charges of lying and hysteria not uncommonly brought against her. Thrust out of the slate-blue darkness without, the face was pale, or, perhaps, blanched by pressure against the glass, and the great glaring eyes, encircled as with rings, gave it rather the look of a great fish out of the dark blue sea, nosing at the porthole of a ship. But the gills or fins of the fish were a coppery red. They were, in truth, fierce red whiskers, and the upper part of a red beard. The next moment it had vanished. Devine had taken a single stride towards the window, when a shout resounded through the house, a shout that seemed to shake it. It seemed almost too deafening to be distinguishable as words, yet it was enough to stop Devine in his stride, and he knew what had happened. "Necklace gone!" shouted John Banks, appearing huge and heaving in the doorway, and almost instantly vanishing again with the plunge of a pursuing hound. "Thief was at the window just now," cried the detective, who had already darted to the door, following the headlong John, who was already in the garden. "Be careful," wailed the lady. "They have pistols and things." "So have I," boomed the distant voice of the dauntless John out of the dark garden. Devine had indeed noticed, as the young man plunged past him, that he was defiantly brandishing a revolver, and hoped there would be no need for him to so defend himself. But even as he had the thought, came the shock of 2 shots, as if one answered the other, and awakened a wild flock of echoes in that still suburban garden. They flapped into silence.
"Is John dead?"
asked Opal, in a low, shuddering voice. Father Brown had already advanced deeper into the darkness, and stood with his back to them, looking down at something. It was he who answered her. "No," he said. "It is the other." Carver had joined him, and for a moment the two figures, the tall and the short, blocked out what view the fitful and stormy moonlight would allow. Then they moved to one side, and the others saw the small, wiry figure lying slightly twisted, as if with its last struggle. The false red beard was thrust upwards, as if scornfully at the sky, and the moon shone on the great sham spectacles of the man who had been called Moonshine.
"What an end," muttered the detective, Carver.
"After all his adventures, to be shot almost by accident by a stockbroker in a suburban garden." The stockbroker himself naturally regarded his own triumph with more solemnity, though not without nervousness.
"I had to do it," he gasped, still panting with exertion. "I'm sorry. He fired at me."
"There will have to be an inquest, of course," said Carver, gravely. "But I think there will be nothing for you to worry about. There's a revolver fallen from his hand, with one shot discharged, and he certainly didn't fire after he'd got yours." By this time they had assembled again in the room, and the detective was getting his papers together for departure. Father Brown was standing opposite to him, looking down at the table as if in a brown study. Then he spoke abruptly.
"Mr. Carver, you have certainly worked out a very complete case, in a very masterly way. I rather suspected your professional business, but I never guessed you would link everything up together so quickly. The bees, and the beard, and the spectacles, and the cipher, and the necklace, and everything."
"Always satisfactory to get a case really rounded off," said Carver.
"Yes," said Father Brown, still looking at the table. "I admire it very much."
Then he added, with a modesty verging on nervousness,
"It's only fair to you to say that I don't believe a word of it."
Devine leaned forward with sudden interest.
"Do you mean you don't believe he is Moonshine the burglar?" "I know he is the burglar, but he didn't burgle," answered Father Brown. "I know he didn't come here, or to the great house, to steal jewels, or get shot getting away with them. Where are the jewels?"
"Where they generally are in such cases," said Carver. "He's either hidden them, or passed them on to a confederate. This was not a one-man job. Of course, my people are searching the garden and warning the district."
"Perhaps," suggested Mrs. Banks, "the confederate stole the necklace while Moonshine was looking in at the window." "Why was Moonshine looking in at the window?" asked Father Brown quietly. "Why should he want to look in at the window?"
"Well, what do you think?" cried the cheery John.
"I think," said Father Brown, "that he never did want to look in at the window."
"Then why did he do it?" demanded Carver. "What's the good of talking in the air like that? We've seen the whole thing, acted before our very eyes."
"I've seen a good many things acted before my eyes that I didn't believe in," replied the priest. "So have you, on the stage and off." "Father Brown," said Devine, with a certain respect in his tones, "will you tell us why you can't believe your eyes?" "Yes, I will try to tell you," answered the priest.
Then he said gently, "You know what I am, and what we are. We don't bother you much. We try to be friends with all our neighbours. But you can't think we do nothing. You can't think we know nothing. We mind our own business. But we know our own people. I knew this dead man very well indeed. I was his confessor, and his friend. So far as a man can, I knew his mind when he left that garden today, and his mind was like a glass hive full of golden bees. It's an understatement to say his reformation was sincere. He was one of those great penitents who manage to make more out of penitence than others can make out of virtue. I say I was his confessor, but, indeed, it was I who went to him for comfort. It did me good to be near so good a man. And when I saw him lying there dead in the garden, it seemed to me as if certain strange words that were said of old were spoken over him aloud in my ear. They might well be, for if ever a man went straight to heaven, it might be he."
"Hang it all," said John Banks, restlessly. "After all, he was a convicted thief."
"Yes," said Father Brown, "and only a convicted thief has ever in this world heard that assurance, 'This night shalt thou be with me in paradise.'" Nobody seemed to know what to do with the silence that followed, until Devine said, abruptly at last, "Then how in the world would you explain it all?" The priest shook his head. "I can't explain it at all, just yet," he said simply. "I can see one or two odd things, but I don't understand them. As yet I've nothing to go on to prove the man's innocence, except the man, but I'm quite sure I'm right." He sighed and put out his hand for his big black hat. As he removed it, he remained gazing at the table with rather a new expression, his round, straight-haired head cocked at a new angle. It was rather as if some curious animal had come out of his hat, as of out of the hat of a conjurer. But the others, looking at the table, could see nothing there but the detective's documents, and the tawdry old property beard and spectacles. "Lord bless us," muttered Father Brown. "And he's lying outside dead, in a beard and spectacles." He swung round suddenly upon Devine. "Here's something to follow up, if you want to know. Why did he have 2 beards?" With that, he bustled, in his undignified way, out of the room. But Devine was now devoured with curiosity, and pursued him into the front garden. "I can't tell you now," said Father Brown. "I'm not sure, and I'm bothered about what to do. Come round and see me tomorrow, and I may be able to tell you the whole thing. It may already be settled for me, and— Did you hear that noise?"
"A motor car starting," remarked Devine.
"Mr. John Banks's motor car," said the priest. "I believe it goes very fast."
"He certainly is of that opinion," said Devine, with a smile.
"It will go far, as well as fast, tonight," said Father Brown.
"And what do you mean by that?" demanded the other.
"I mean it will not return," replied the priest. "John Banks suspected something of what I knew from what I said. John Banks has gone, and the emeralds and all the other jewels with him." Next day, Devine found Father Brown moving to and fro in front of the row of beehives, sadly, but with a certain serenity. "I've been telling the bees," he said. "You know, one has to tell the bees. Those singing masons, building roofs of gold. What a line! Then, more abruptly, he would like the bees looked after. I hope he doesn't want the human beings neglected when the whole swarm is buzzing with curiosity, observed the young man. You were quite right when you said that Banks was gone with the jewels, but I don't know how you knew, or even what there was to be known. Father Brown blinked benevolently at the beehives and said, One sort of stumbles on things, and there was one stumbling block at the start. I was puzzled by poor Barnard being shot up at Beechwood House. Now, even when Michael was a master criminal, he made it a point of honour, even a point of vanity, to succeed without any killing. It seemed extraordinary that when he had become a sort of saint, he should go out of his way to commit the sin he had despised when he was a sinner. The rest of the business puzzled me to the last. I could make nothing out of it, except that it wasn't true. Then I had a belated gleam of sense when I saw the beard and goggles, and remembered the thief had come in another beard with other goggles. Now, of course it was just possible that he had duplicates, but it was at least a coincidence that he used neither the old glasses nor the old beard, both in good repair. Again, it was just possible that he went out without them and had to procure new ones, but it was unlikely. There was nothing to make him go motoring with Banks at all. If he was really going burgling, he could have taken his outfit easily in his pocket. Besides, beards don't grow on bushes. He would have found it hard to get such things anywhere in the time. No, the more I thought of it, the more I felt there was something funny about his having a completely new outfit. And then the truth began to dawn on me by reason, which I knew already by instinct. He never did go out with Banks with any intention of putting on the disguise. He never did put on the disguise. Somebody else manufactured the disguise at leisure, and then put it on him. "Put it on him?" repeated Devine. "How the devil could they?" "Let us go back," said Father Brown, "and look at the thing through another window, the window through which the young lady saw the ghost." "The ghost?" repeated the other, with a slight start. "She called it the ghost," said the little man with composure, "and perhaps she was not so far wrong. It's quite true that she is what they call psychic. Her only mistake is in thinking that being psychic is being spiritual. Some animals are psychic. Anyhow, she is a sensitive, and she was right when she felt that the face at the window had a sort of horrible halo of deathly things." "You mean—" began Devine. "I mean it was a dead man who looked in at the window," said Father Brown. "It was a dead man who crawled round more than one house, looking in at more than one window. Creepy, wasn't it? But in one way it was the reverse of a ghost, for it was not the antic of the soul freed from the body, it was the antic of the body freed from the soul." He blinked again at the beehive, and continued, "But I suppose the shortest explanation is to take it from the standpoint of the man who did it. You know the man who did it, John Banks." "The very last man I should have thought of," said Devine. "The very first man I thought of," said Father Brown, "insofar as I had any right to think of anybody. My friend, there are no good or bad social types or trades. Any man can be a murderer, like poor John. Any man, even the same man, can be a saint, like poor Michael. But if there is one type that tends at times to be more utterly godless than another, it is that rather brutal sort of business-man. He has no social ideal, let alone religion. He has neither the gentleman's traditions nor the trade unionist's class loyalty. All his boasts about getting good bargains were practically boasts of having cheated people. His snubbing of his sister's poor little attempts at mysticism was detestable. Her mysticism was all nonsense, but he only hated spiritualism because it was spirituality. Anyhow, there's no doubt he was the villain of the piece. The only interest is in a rather original piece of villainy. It was really a new and unique motive for murder. It was the motive of using the corpse as a stage property, a sort of hideous doll or dummy. At the start, he conceived a plan of killing Michael in the motor, merely to take him home and pretend to have killed him in the garden. But all sorts of fantastic finishing touches followed quite naturally from the primary fact that he had at his disposal, in a closed car at night, the dead body of a recognized and recognizable burglar. He could leave his fingerprints and footprints. He could lean the familiar face against windows and take it away. You will notice that Moonshine ostensibly appeared and vanished, while Banks was ostensibly out of the room, looking for the emerald necklace. Finally, he had only to tumble the corpse onto the lawn, fire a shot from each pistol, and there he was. It might never have been found out, but for a guess about the two beards. "Why had your friend Michael kept the old beard?" Devine said thoughtfully. "That seems to me questionable." "To me, who knew him, it seems quite inevitable," replied Father Brown. "His whole attitude was like that wig that he wore. There was no disguise about his disguises. He didn't want the old disguise any more, but he wasn't frightened of it. He would have felt it false to destroy the false beard. It would have been like hiding, and he was not hiding. He was not hiding from God. He was not hiding from himself. He was in the broad daylight. If they'd taken him back to prison, he'd still have been quite happy. He was not whitewashed, but washed white. There was something very strange about him, almost as strange as the grotesque dance of death through which he was dragged after he was dead. When he moved to and fro, smiling among these beehives, even then, in a most radiant and shining sense, he was dead. He was out of the judgment of this world." There was a short pause, and then Devine shrugged his shoulders and said, "It all comes back to bees and wasps, looking very much alike in this world, doesn't it?" The Oracle of the Dog. "Yes," said Father Brown. "I always like a dog, so long as he isn't spelt backwards." Those who are quick in talking are not always quick in listening. Sometimes even their brilliancy produces a sort of stupidity. Father Brown's friend and companion was a young man with a stream of ideas and stories, an enthusiastic young man named Fiennes, with eager blue eyes and blonde hair that seemed to be brushed back, not merely with a hairbrush, but with the wind of the world as he rushed through it. But he stopped in the torrent of his talk in a momentary bewilderment before he saw the priest's very simple meaning. "You mean that people make too much of them?" he said. "Well, I don't know. They're marvellous creatures. Sometimes I think they know a lot more than we do." Father Brown said nothing, but continued to stroke the head of the big retriever in a half-abstracted but apparently soothing fashion. "Why," said Fiennes, warming again to his monologue, "there was a dog in the case I've come to see you about, what they call the invisible murder case, you know. It's a strange story, but from my point of view, the dog is about the strangest thing in it. Of course, there's the mystery of the crime itself, and how old Druce can have been killed by somebody else when he was all alone in the summer house. The hand stroking the dog stopped for a moment in its rhythmic movement, and Father Brown said calmly, "Oh, it was a summer house, was it?" "Why, I thought you'd read all about it in the papers," answered Fiennes. "Stop a minute. I believe I've got a cutting that will give you all the particulars." He produced a strip of newspaper from his pocket and handed it to the priest, who began to read it, holding it close to his blinking eyes with one hand, while the other continued its half-conscious caresses of the dog. It looked like the parable of a man not letting his right hand know what his left hand did. Many mystery stories about men murdered behind locked doors and windows, and murderers escaping without means of entrance and exit, have come true in the course of the extraordinary events at Cranston on the coast of Yorkshire, where Colonel Druce was found stabbed from behind by a dagger that has entirely disappeared from the scene, and apparently even from the neighbourhood. The summer house in which he died was indeed accessible at one entrance, the ordinary doorway, which looked down the central walk of the garden towards the house. But by a combination of events almost to be called a coincidence, it appears that both the path and the entrance were watched during the crucial time, and there is a chain of witnesses who confirm each other. The summer house stands at the extreme end of the garden, where there is no exit or entrance of any kind. The central garden path is a lane between two ranks of tall delphiniums, planted so close that any stray step off the path would leave its traces, and both path and plants run right up to the very mouth of the summer house, so that no straying from that straight path could fail to be observed, and no other mode of entrance can be imagined. Patrick Floyd, secretary of the murdered man, testified that he had been in a position to overlook the whole garden from the time when Colonel Druce last appeared alive in the doorway to the time when he was found dead, as he, Floyd, had been on the top of a step-ladder, clipping the garden hedge. Janet Druce, the dead man's daughter, confirmed this, saying that she had sat on the terrace of the house throughout that time, and had seen Floyd at his work. Touching some part of the time, this is again supported by Donald Druce, her brother, who overlooked the garden, standing at his bedroom window in his dressing-gown, for he had risen late. Lastly, the account is consistent with that given by Dr. Valentine, a neighbour, who called for a time to talk with Miss Druce on the terrace, and by the Colonel's solicitor, Mr. Aubrey Trail, who was apparently the last to see the murdered man alive, presumably with the exception of the murderer. All are agreed that the course of events was as follows. About 3:30 in the afternoon, Miss Druce went down the path to ask her father when he would like tea, but he said he did not want any, and was waiting to see Trail, his lawyer, who was to be sent to him in the summer house. The girl then came away and met Trail coming down the path. She directed him to her father, and he went in as directed. About half an hour afterwards, he came out again, the Colonel coming with him to the door, and showing himself to all appearance in health and even high spirits. He had been somewhat annoyed earlier in the day by his son's irregular hours, but seemed to recover his temper in a perfectly normal fashion, and had been rather markedly genial in receiving other visitors, including 2 of his nephews, who came over for the day. But as these were out walking during the whole period of the tragedy, they had no evidence to give. It is said, indeed, that the Colonel was not on very good terms with Dr. Valentine, but that gentleman only had a brief interview with the daughter of the house, to whom he is supposed to be paying serious attentions. Trail, the solicitor, says he left the Colonel entirely alone in the summer house, and this is confirmed by Floyd's bird's-eye view of the garden, which showed nobody else passing the only entrance. 10 minutes later, Miss Druce again went down the garden, and had not reached the end of the path when she saw her father, who was conspicuous by his white linen coat, lying in a heap on the floor. She uttered a scream, which brought others to the spot, and on entering the place they found the colonel lying dead beside his basket chair, which was also upset. Dr. Valentine, who was still in the immediate neighbourhood, testified that the wound was made by some sort of stiletto, entering under the shoulder blade and piercing the heart. The police have searched the neighbourhood for such a weapon, but no trace of it can be found. "So Colonel Druce wore a white coat, did he?" said Father Brown, as he put down the paper. "Trick he learnt in the tropics," replied Fiennes, with some wonder. "He'd had some queer adventures there, by his own account, and I fancy his dislike of Valentine was connected with the doctor coming from the tropics too. But it's all an infernal puzzle. The account there is pretty accurate. I didn't see the tragedy, in the sense of the discovery. I was out walking with the young nephews and the dog I wanted to tell you about. But I saw the stage set for it, as described, the straight lane between the blue flowers right up to the dark entrance, and the lawyer going down it in his blacks and his silk hat, and the red head of the secretary showing high above the green hedge as he worked on it with his shears. Nobody could have mistaken that red head at any distance, and if people say they saw it there all the time, you may be sure they did. This red-haired secretary, Floyd, is quite a character, a breathless, bounding sort of fellow, always doing everybody's work, as he was doing the gardener's. I think he is an American. He's certainly got the American view of life, what they call the viewpoint, bless 'em." "What about the lawyer?" asked Father Brown. There was a silence, and then Fiennes spoke, quite slowly for him. "Trail struck me as a singular man. In his fine black clothes he was almost foppish, yet you can hardly call him fashionable, for he wore a pair of long, luxuriant, black whiskers, such as haven't been seen since Victorian times. He had a rather fine, grave face, and a fine, grave manner, but every now and then he seemed to remember to smile, and when he showed his white teeth, he seemed to lose a little of his dignity, and there was something faintly fawning about him. It may have been only embarrassment, for he would also fidget with his cravat and his tie-pin, which were at once handsome and unusual, like himself. If I could think of anybody— But what's the good, when the whole thing's impossible? Nobody knows who did it. Nobody knows how it could be done. At least, there's only one exception I'd make, and that's why I really mentioned the whole thing. The dog knows." Father Brown sighed, and then said absently, "You were there as a friend of young Donald, weren't you? He didn't go on your walk with you?" "No," replied Fiennes, smiling. "The young scoundrel had gone to bed that morning and got up that afternoon. I went with his cousins, 2 young officers from India, and our conversation was trivial enough. I remember the elder, whose name I think is Herbert Druce, and who is an authority on horse breeding, talked about nothing but a mare he had bought, and the moral character of the man who sold her, while his brother Harry seemed to be brooding on his bad luck at Monte Carlo. I only mention it to show you, in the light of what happened on our walk, that there was nothing psychic about us. The dog was the only mystic in our company." "What sort of a dog was he?" asked the priest. "Same breed as that one," answered Fiennes. "That's what started me off on the story, your saying you didn't believe in believing in a dog. He's a big black retriever named Knox, and a suggestive name, too, for I think what he did a darker mystery than the murder. You know Druce's house and garden are by the sea. We walked about a mile from it along the sands, and then turned back, going the other way. We passed a rather curious rock called the Rock of Fortune, famous in the neighbourhood because it's one of those examples of one stone barely balanced on another, so that a touch would knock it over. It is not really very high, but the hanging outline of it makes it look a little wild and sinister. At least, it made it look so to me, for I don't imagine my jolly young companions were afflicted with the picturesque. But it may be that I was beginning to feel an atmosphere, for just then the question arose of whether it was time to go back to tea, and even then I think I had a premonition that time counted for a good deal in the business. Neither Herbert Druce nor I had a watch, so we called out to his brother, who was some paces behind, having stopped to light his pipe under the hedge. Hence it happened that he shouted out the hour, which was 4:20, in his big voice through the growing twilight, and somehow the loudness of it made it sound like the proclamation of something tremendous. His unconsciousness seemed to make it all the more so, but that was always the way with omens, and particular ticks of the clock were really very ominous things that afternoon. According to Dr. Valentine's testimony, poor Druce had actually died just about 4:30. Well, they said we needn't go home for 10 minutes, and we walked a little farther along the sands, doing nothing in particular, throwing stones for the dog, and throwing sticks into the sea for him to swim after. But to me, the twilight seemed to grow oddly oppressive, and the very shadow of the top-heavy Rock of Fortune lay on me like a load. And then a very curious thing happened. Knox had just brought back Herbert's walking-stick out of the sea, and his brother had thrown his in also. The dog swam out again, but just about what must have been the stroke of the half-hour, he stopped swimming. He came back again onto the shore and stood in front of us. Then he suddenly threw up his head and sent up a howl or wail of woe, if ever I heard one in the world. "What the devil's the matter with the dog?" asked Herbert, but none of us could answer. There was a long silence after the brute's wailing and whining died away on the desolate shore, and then the silence was broken. As I live, it was broken by a faint and far-off shriek, like the shriek of a woman, from beyond the hedges inland. We didn't know what it was then, but we knew afterwards. It was the cry the girl gave when she first saw the body of her father. "You went back, I suppose?" said Father Brown patiently. "What happened then?" "I'll tell you what happened then," said Fiennes, with a grim emphasis. "When we got back into that garden, the first thing we saw was Trail, the lawyer. I can see him now, with his black hat and black whiskers, relieved against the perspective of the blue flowers stretching down to the summer-house, with the sunset and the strange outline of the Rock of Fortune in the distance. His face and figure were in shadow against the sunset, but I swear the white teeth were showing in his head, and he was smiling. The moment Knox saw that man, the dog dashed forward and stood in the middle of the path, barking at him madly, murderously, volleying out curses that were almost verbal in their dreadful distinctness of hatred, and the man doubled up and fled along the path between the flowers." Father Brown sprang to his feet with a startling impatience. "So the dog denounced him, did he?" he cried. "The oracle of the dog condemned him. Did you see what birds were flying? And are you sure whether they were on the right hand or the left? Did you consult the augurs about the sacrifices? Surely you didn't omit to cut open the dog and examine his entrails? That is the sort of scientific test you heathen humanitarians seem to trust when you are thinking of taking away the life and honour of a man." Fiennes sat gaping for an instant, before he found breath to say, "Why, what's the matter with you? What have I done now?" A sort of anxiety came back into the priest's eyes, the anxiety of a man who has run against a post in the dark, and wonders for a moment whether he has hurt it. "I'm most awfully sorry," he said, with sincere distress. "I beg your pardon for being so rude. Pray forgive me." Fiennes looked at him curiously. "I sometimes think you are more of a mystery than any of the mysteries," he said. "But anyhow, if you don't believe in the mystery of the dog, at least you can't get over the mystery of the man. You can't deny that at the very moment when the beast came back from the sea and bellowed, his master's soul was driven out of his body by the blow of some unseen power that no mortal man can trace or even imagine. And as for the lawyer, I don't go only by the dog. There are other curious details too. He struck me as a smooth, smiling, equivocal sort of person, and one of his tricks seemed like a sort of hint. You know the doctor and the police were on the spot very quickly. Valentine was brought back when walking away from the house, and he telephoned instantly. That, with the secluded house, small numbers, and enclosed space, made it pretty possible to search everybody who could have been near, and everybody was thoroughly searched, for a weapon. The whole house, garden, and shore were combed for a weapon. The disappearance of the dagger is almost as crazy as the disappearance of the man." "The disappearance of the dagger," said Father Brown, nodding. He seemed to have become suddenly attentive. "Well," continued Fiennes, "I told you that man Trail had a trick of fidgeting with his tie and tie-pin, especially his tie-pin. His pin, like himself, was at once showy and old-fashioned. It had one of those stones with concentric coloured rings that look like an eye, and his own concentration on it got on my nerves, as if he had been a cyclops with one eye in the middle of his body. But the pin was not only large but long, and it occurred to me that his anxiety about its adjustment was because it was even longer than it looked, as long as a stiletto, in fact." Father Brown nodded thoughtfully. "Was any other instrument ever suggested?" he asked. "There was another suggestion," answered Fiennes, "from one of the young Druces, the cousins, I mean. Neither Herbert nor Harry Druce would have struck one at first as likely to be of assistance in scientific detection, but while Herbert was really the traditional type of heavy dragoon, caring for nothing but horses and being an ornament to the Horse Guards, his younger brother Harry had been in the Indian police and knew something about such things. Indeed, in his own way he was quite clever, and I rather fancy he had been too clever. I mean, he had left the police through breaking some red tape regulations and taking some sort of risk and responsibility of his own. Anyhow, he was in some sense a detective out of work, and threw himself into this business with more than the ardour of an amateur. And it was with him that I had an argument about the weapon, an argument that led to something new. It began by his countering my description of the dog barking at Trail, and he said that a dog at his worst didn't bark, but growled. "He was quite right there," observed the priest. The young fellow went on to say that if it came to that, he'd heard Knox growling at other people before then, and among others at Floyd, the secretary. I retorted that his own argument answered itself, for the crime couldn't be brought home to 2 or 3 people, and least of all to Floyd, who was as innocent as a harum-scarum schoolboy, and had been seen by everybody all the time, perched above the garden hedge, with his fan of red hair as conspicuous as a scarlet cockatoo. "I know there's difficulties anyhow," said my colleague, "but I wish you'd come down the garden a minute. I want to show you something I don't think anyone else has seen." This was on the very day of the discovery, and the garden was just as it had been. The step-ladder was still standing by the hedge, and just under the hedge my guide stopped and disentangled something from the deep grass. It was the shears used for clipping the hedge, and on the point of one of them was a smear of blood. There was a short silence, and then Father Brown said suddenly, "What was the lawyer there for?" "He told us the colonel sent for him to alter his will," answered Fiennes. "And, by the way, there was another thing about the business of the will that I ought to mention. You see, the will wasn't actually signed in the summer-house that afternoon." "I suppose not," said Father Brown. "There would have to be 2 witnesses. The lawyer actually came down the day before, and it was signed then, but he was sent for again the next day because the old man had a doubt about one of the witnesses and had to be reassured." "Who were the witnesses?" asked Father Brown. "Well, that's just the point," replied his informant eagerly. "The witnesses were Floyd, the secretary, and this Dr. Valentine, the foreign sort of surgeon, or whatever he is, and the 2 have a quarrel. Now, I'm bound to say that the secretary is something of a busybody. He's one of those hot and headlong people whose warmth of temperament has unfortunately turned to pugnacity and bristling suspicion, to distrusting people instead of to trusting them. That sort of red-haired, red-hot fellow is always either universally credulous or universally incredulous, and sometimes both. He was not only a jack of all trades, but he knew better than all tradesmen. He not only knew everything, but he warned everybody against everybody. All that must be taken into account in his suspicions about Valentine, but in that particular case there seems to have been something behind it. He said the name of Valentine was not really Valentine. He said he had seen him elsewhere, known by the name of de Villon. He said it would invalidate the will. Of course, he was kind enough to explain to the lawyer what the law was on that point. They were both in a frightful wax." Father Brown laughed. "People often are when they are to witness a will," he said. "For one thing, it means they can't have any legacy under it. But what did Dr. Valentine say? No doubt the Universal Secretary knew more about the doctor's name than the doctor did, but even the doctor might have some information about his own name." Fiennes paused a moment before he replied. "Dr. Valentine took it in a curious way. Dr. Valentine is a curious man. His appearance is rather striking, but very foreign. He is young, but wears a beard cut square, and his face is very pale, dreadfully pale, and dreadfully serious. His eyes have a sort of ache in them, as if he ought to wear glasses, or had given himself a headache with thinking. But he is quite handsome, and always very formally dressed, with a top hat and a dark coat, and a little red rosette. His manner is rather cold and haughty, and he has a way of staring at you which is very disconcerting. When thus charged with having changed his name, he merely stared like a sphinx, and then said, with a little laugh, that he supposed Americans had no names to change. At that, I think the colonel also got into a fuss, and said all sorts of angry things to the doctor. All the more angry because of the doctor's pretensions to a future place in his family. But I shouldn't have thought much of that, but for a few words that I happened to hear later, early in the afternoon of the tragedy. I don't want to make a lot of them, for they weren't the sort of words on which one would like, in the ordinary way, to play the eavesdropper. As I was passing out towards the front gate with my 2 companions and the dog, I heard voices which told me that Dr. Valentine and Miss Druce had withdrawn for a moment into the shadow of the house, in an angle behind a row of flowering plants, and were talking to each other in passionate whisperings, sometimes almost like hissings, for it was something of a lover's quarrel as well as a lover's tryst. Nobody repeats the sort of things they said for the most part, but in an unfortunate business like this, I'm bound to say that there was repeated, more than once, a phrase about killing somebody. In fact, the girl seemed to be begging him not to kill somebody, or saying that no provocation could justify killing anybody, which seems an unusual sort of talk to address to a gentleman who has dropped in to tea. "Do you know," asked the priest, "whether Dr. Valentine seemed to be very angry after the scene with the secretary and the colonel? I mean, about witnessing the will?" "By all accounts," replied the other, "he wasn't half so angry as the secretary was. It was the secretary who went away raging after witnessing the will." "And now," said Father Brown, "what about the will itself?" "The colonel was a very wealthy man, and his will was important. Trail wouldn't tell us the alteration at that stage, but I have since heard, only this morning in fact, that most of the money was transferred from the son to the daughter. I told you that Druce was wild with my friend Donald over his dissipated hours." "The question of motive has been rather overshadowed by the question of method," observed Father Brown thoughtfully. "At that moment, apparently, Miss Druce was the immediate gainer by the death." "Good God, what a cold-blooded way of talking!" cried Fiennes, staring at him. "You don't really mean to hint that she—" "Is she going to marry that Dr. Valentine?" asked the other. "Some people are against it," answered his friend, "but he is liked and respected in the place, and is a skilled and devoted surgeon." "So devoted a surgeon," said Father Brown, "that he had surgical instruments with him when he went to call on the young lady at tea-time, for he must have used a lancet or something, and he never seems to have gone home." Fiennes sprang to his feet and looked at him in a heat of inquiry. "You suggest he might have used the very same lancet?" Father Brown shook his head. "All these suggestions are fancies just now," he said. "The problem is not who did it, or what did it, but how it was done. We might find many men, and even many tools, pins and shears and lancets, but how did a man get into the room? How did even a pin get into it?" He was staring reflectively at the ceiling as he spoke, but as he said the last words, his eye cocked, in an alert fashion, as if he had suddenly seen a curious fly on the ceiling. "Well, what would you do about it?" asked the young man. "You have a lot of experience. What would you advise now?" "I'm afraid I'm not much use," said Father Brown with a sigh. "I can't suggest very much without having ever been near the place or the people. For the moment, you can only go on with local inquiries. I gather that your friend from the Indian police is more or less in charge of your inquiry down there. I should run down and see how he is getting on. See what he's been doing in the way of amateur detection. There may be news already." As his guests, the biped and the quadruped, disappeared, Father Brown took up his pen and went back to his interrupted occupation of planning a course of lectures on the encyclical Rerum Novarum. The subject was a large one, and he had to recast it more than once, so that he was somewhat similarly employed some 2 days later, when the big black dog again came bounding into the room, and sprawled all over him with enthusiasm and excitement. The master who followed the dog shared the excitement, if not the enthusiasm. He had been excited in a less pleasant fashion, for his blue eyes seemed to start from his head, and his eager face was even a little pale. "You told me," he said abruptly and without preface, "to find out what Harry Druce was doing. Do you know what he's done?" The priest did not reply, and the young man went on in jerky tones. "I'll tell you what he's done. He's killed himself." Father Brown's lips moved only faintly, and there was nothing practical about what he was saying, nothing that has anything to do with this story or this world. "You give me the creeps sometimes," said Fiennes. Did you expect this?" "I thought it possible," said Father Brown. "That was why I asked you to go and see what he was doing. I hoped you might not be too late." "It was I who found him," said Fiennes, rather huskily. "It was the ugliest and most uncanny thing I ever knew. I went down that old garden again, and I knew there was something new and unnatural about it, besides the murder. The flowers still tossed about in blue masses on each side of the black entrance into the old grey summer-house. But to me, the blue flowers looked like blue devils dancing before some dark cavern of the underworld. I looked all round. Everything seemed to be in its ordinary place, but the queer notion grew on me that there was something wrong with the very shape of the sky, and then I saw what it was. The Rock of Fortune always rose in the background beyond the garden hedge and against the sea, and the Rock of Fortune was gone. Father Brown had lifted his head and was listening intently. It was as if a mountain had walked away out of a landscape, or a moon fallen from the sky, though I knew, of course, that a touch at any time would have tipped the thing over. Something possessed me, and I rushed down that garden path like the wind, and went crashing through that hedge as if it were a spider's web. It was a thin hedge, really, though its undisturbed trimness had made it serve all the purposes of a wall. On the shore I found the loose rock fallen from its pedestal, and poor Harry Druce lay like a wreck underneath it. One arm was thrown round it in a sort of embrace, as if he had pulled it down on himself, and on the broad brown sands beside it, in large crazy lettering, he had scrawled the words, "The Rock of Fortune falls on the fool." "It was the Colonel's will that did that," observed Father Brown. "The young man had staked everything on profiting himself by Donald's disgrace, especially when his uncle sent for him on the same day as the lawyer, and welcomed him with so much warmth. Otherwise he was done. He'd lost his police job. He was beggared at Monte Carlo. And he killed himself when he found he'd killed his kinsman for nothing." "Here, stop a minute," cried the staring Fiennes. "You're going too fast for me." "Talking about the will, by the way," continued Father Brown, calmly, "before I forget it, or we go on to bigger things, there was a simple explanation, I think, of all that business about the doctor's name. I rather fancy I have heard both names before somewhere. The doctor is really a French nobleman, with the title of the Marquis de Villon, but he is also an ardent Republican, and has abandoned his title and fallen back on the forgotten family surname. With your citizen Riquetti, you have puzzled Europe for 10 days. "What is that?" asked the young man blankly. "Never mind," said the priest. 9 times out of 10, it is a rascally thing to change one's name, but this was a piece of fine fanaticism. That's the point of his sarcasm about Americans having no names, that is, no titles. Now, in England, the Marquis of Hartington is never called Mr. Hartington, but in France, the Marquis de Villon is called Monsieur de Villon. So it might well look like a change of name. As for the talk about killing, I fancy that also was a point of French etiquette. The doctor was talking about challenging Floyd to a duel, and the girl was trying to dissuade him. "Oh, I see," cried Fiennes, slowly. "Now I understand what she meant." "And what is that about?" asked his companion, smiling. "Well," said the young man, "it was something that happened to me just before I found that poor fellow's body, only the catastrophe drove it out of my head. I suppose it's hard to remember a little romantic idyll when you've just come on top of a tragedy. But as I went down the lanes leading to the Colonel's old place, I met his daughter walking with Dr. Valentine. She was in mourning, of course, and he always wore black as if he were going to a funeral, but I can't say that their faces were very funereal. Never have I seen 2 people looking in their own way more respectably radiant and cheerful. They stopped and saluted me, and then she told me they were married and living in a little house on the outskirts of the town, where the doctor was continuing his practice. This rather surprised me, because I knew that her old father's will had left her his property, and I hinted at it delicately by saying I was going along to her father's old place, and had half expected to meet her there. But she only laughed and said, "Oh, we've given up all that. My husband doesn't like heiresses." And I discovered with some astonishment they really had insisted on restoring the property to poor Donald. So I hope he's had a healthy shock and will treat it sensibly. There was never much really the matter with him. He was very young, and his father was not very wise. But it was in connection with that she said something I didn't understand at the time, but now I'm sure it must be as you say. She said, with a sort of sudden and splendid arrogance that was entirely altruistic, "I hope it'll stop that red-haired fool from fussing any more about the will. Does he think my husband, who has given up a crest and a coronet as old as the Crusades for his principles, would kill an old man in a summer-house for a legacy like that?" Then she laughed again and said, "My husband isn't killing anybody, except in the way of business. Why, he didn't even ask his friends to call on the secretary." Now, of course, I see what she meant. "I see part of what she meant, of course," said Father Brown. "What did she mean exactly by the secretary fussing about the will?" Fiennes smiled as he answered, "I wish you knew the secretary, Father Brown. It would be a joy to you to watch him make things hum, as he calls it. He made the house of mourning hum. He filled the funeral with all the snap and zip of the brightest sporting event. There was no holding him after something had really happened. I've told you how he used to oversee the gardener as he did the garden, and how he instructed the lawyer in the law. Needless to say, he also instructed the surgeon in the practice of surgery, and as the surgeon was Dr. Valentine, you may be sure it ended in accusing him of something worse than bad surgery. The secretary got it fixed in his red head that the doctor had committed the crime, and when the police arrived he was perfectly sublime. Need I say that he became, on the spot, the greatest of all amateur detectives? Sherlock Holmes never towered over Scotland Yard with more titanic intellectual pride and scorn than Colonel Druce's private secretary over the police investigating Colonel Druce's death. I tell you, it was a joy to see him. He strode about with an abstracted air, tossing his scarlet crest of hair and giving curt, impatient replies. Of course, it was his demeanour during these days that made Druce's daughter so wild with him. Of course, he had a theory. It's just the sort of theory a man would have in a book, and Floyd is the sort of man who ought to be in a book. He'd be better fun and less bother in a book. "What was his theory?" asked the other. "Oh, it was full of pep," replied Fiennes gloomily. "It would have been glorious copy if it could have held together for 10 minutes longer. He said the colonel was still alive when they found him in the summer-house, and the doctor killed him with the surgical instrument on pretence of cutting the clothes." "I see," said the priest. "I suppose he was lying flat on his face on the mud floor as a form of siesta." "It's wonderful what hustle will do," continued his informant. "I believe Floyd would have got his great theory into the papers at any rate, and perhaps had the doctor arrested, when all these things were blown sky-high, as if by dynamite, by the discovery of that dead body lying under the Rock of Fortune. And that's what we come back to, after all. I suppose the suicide is almost a confession, but nobody will ever know the whole story." There was a silence, and then the priest said, modestly, "I rather think I know the whole story." Fiennes stared. "But look here," he cried. "How do you come to know the whole story? Or to be sure it's the true story? You've been sitting here 100 miles away writing a sermon. Do you mean to tell me you really know what happened already? If you've really come to the end, where in the world do you begin? What started you off with your own story?" Father Brown jumped up with a very unusual excitement, and his first exclamation was like an explosion. "The dog!" he cried. "The dog, of course. You had the whole story in your hands in the business of the dog on the beach, if you'd only noticed the dog properly. Fiennes stared still more. "But you told me before that my feelings about the dog were all nonsense, and the dog had nothing to do with it." "The dog had everything to do with it," said Father Brown, "as you'd have found out if you'd only treated the dog as a dog, and not as God Almighty judging the souls of men." He paused in an embarrassed way for a moment, and then said, with a rather pathetic air of apology, "The truth is, I happen to be awfully fond of dogs, and it seemed to me that in all this lurid halo of dog superstitions, nobody was really thinking about the poor dog at all. To begin with a small point, about his barking at the lawyer or growling at the secretary, you asked how I could guess things 100 miles away, but honestly, it's mostly to your credit, for you described people so well that I know the types. A man like Trail, who frowns usually and smiles suddenly, a man who fiddles with things, especially at his throat, is a nervous, easily embarrassed man. I shouldn't wonder if Floyd, the efficient secretary, is nervy and jumpy too. Those Yankee hustlers often are. Otherwise he wouldn't have cut his fingers on the shears and dropped them when he heard Janet Druce scream. Now, dogs hate nervous people. I don't know whether they make the dog nervous too, or whether, being after all a brute, he is a bit of a bully, or whether his canine vanity, which is colossal, is simply offended at not being liked. But anyhow, there was nothing in poor Knox protesting against those people, except that he disliked them for being afraid of him. Now, I know you're awfully clever, and nobody of sense sneers at cleverness, but I sometimes fancy, for instance, that you are too clever to understand animals. Sometimes you are too clever to understand men, especially when they act almost as simply as animals. Animals are very literal. They live in a world of truisms. Take this case. A dog barks at a man, and a man runs away from a dog. Now, you do not seem to be quite simple enough to see the fact that the dog barked because he disliked the man, and the man fled because he was frightened of the dog. They had no other motives, and they needed none. But you must read psychological mysteries into it, and suppose the dog had supernormal vision, and was a mysterious mouthpiece of doom. You must suppose the man was running away, not from the dog, but from the hangman. And yet, if you come to think of it, all this deeper psychology is exceedingly improbable. If the dog really could completely and consciously realize the murderer of his master, he wouldn't stand yapping as he might at a curate at a tea-party. He's much more likely to fly at his throat. And on the other hand, do you really think a man who had hardened his heart to murder an old friend, and then walk about smiling at the old friend's family, under the eyes of his old friend's daughter and post-mortem doctor, do you think a man like that would be doubled up by mere remorse because a dog barked? He might feel the tragic irony of it. It might shake his soul like any other tragic trifle, but he wouldn't rush madly the length of a garden to escape from the only witness whom he knew to be unable to talk. People have a panic like that when they are frightened, not of tragic ironies, but of teeth. The whole thing is simpler than you can understand. But when we come to that business by the seashore, things are much more interesting. As you stated them, they were much more puzzling. I didn't understand that tale of the dog going in and out of the water. It didn't seem to me a doggy thing to do. If Knox had been very much upset about something else, he might possibly have refused to go after the stick at all. He'd probably go off nosing in whatever direction he suspected the mischief. But when once a dog is actually chasing a thing, a stone or a stick or a rabbit, my experience is that he won't stop for anything but the most peremptory command, and not always for that. That he should turn round because his mood changed seems to me unthinkable. But he did turn round, insisted Fiennes, and came back without the stick. He came back without the stick for the best reason in the world," replied the priest. "He came back because he couldn't find it. He whined because he couldn't find it. That's the sort of thing a dog really does whine about. A dog is a devil of a ritualist. He is as particular about the precise routine of a game as a child about the precise repetition of a fairy tale. In this case, something had gone wrong with the game. He came back to complain seriously of the conduct of the stick. Never had such a thing happened before. Never had an eminent and distinguished dog been so treated by a rotten old walking-stick." "Why, what had the walking-stick done?" inquired the young man. "It had sunk," said Father Brown. Fiennes said nothing, but continued to stare, and it was the priest who continued. "It had sunk because it was not really a stick, but a rod of steel, with a very thin shell of cane and a sharp point. In other words, it was a sword-stick. I suppose a murderer never gets rid of a bloody weapon so oddly, and yet so naturally, as by throwing it into the sea for a retriever." "I begin to see what you mean," admitted Fiennes. "But even if a sword-stick was used, I have no guess of how it was used." "I had a sort of guess," said Father Brown, "right at the beginning, when you said the word summer-house, and another when you said that Druce wore a white coat. As long as everybody was looking for a short dagger, nobody thought of it. But if we admit a rather long blade, like a rapier, it's not so impossible." He was leaning back, looking at the ceiling, and began like one going back to his own first thoughts and fundamentals. "All that discussion about detective stories, like The Yellow Room, about a man found dead in sealed chambers which no one could enter, does not apply to the present case, because it is a summer-house. When we talk of a yellow room, or any room, we imply walls that are really homogeneous and impenetrable. But a summer-house is not made like that. It is often made, as it was in this case, of closely interlaced but separate boughs and strips of wood, in which there are chinks here and there. There was one of them just behind Druce's back, as he sat in his chair up against the wall. But just as the room was a summer-house, so the chair was a basket chair. That also was a lattice of loopholes. Lastly, the summer-house was close up against the hedge, and you have just told me that it was really a thin hedge. A man standing outside it could easily see, amid a network of twigs and branches and canes, one white spot of the colonel's coat, as plain as the white of a target. Now, you left the geography a little vague, but it was possible to put two and two together. You said the Rock of Fortune was not really high, but you also said it could be seen dominating the garden like a mountain peak. In other words, it was very near the end of the garden, though your walk had taken you a long way round to it. Also, it isn't likely the young lady really howled so as to be heard half a mile. She gave an ordinary, involuntary cry, and yet you heard it on the shore. And among other interesting things that you told me, may I remind you that you said Harry Druce had fallen behind to light his pipe under a hedge." Fiennes shuddered slightly. "You mean he drew his blade there, and sent it through the hedge at the white spot? But surely it was a very odd chance, and a very sudden choice. Besides, he couldn't be certain the old man's money had passed to him, and, as a fact, it hadn't." Father Brown's face became animated. "You misunderstand the man's character," he said, as if he himself had known the man all his life. "A curious, but not unknown type of character. If he had really known the money would come to him, I seriously believe he wouldn't have done it. He would have seen it as the dirty thing it was." "Isn't that rather paradoxical?" asked the other. "The man was a gambler," said the priest, "and a man in disgrace for having taken risks and anticipated orders. It was probably for something pretty unscrupulous, for every imperial police is more like a Russian secret police than we like to think. But he had gone beyond the line and failed. Now, the temptation of that type of man is to do a mad thing precisely because the risk will be wonderful in retrospect. He wants to say, 'Nobody but I could have seized that chance, or seen that it was then or never. What a wild and wonderful guess it was, when I put all those things together, Donald in disgrace, and the lawyer being sent for, and Herbert and I sent for at the same time, and then nothing more but the way the old man grinned at me and shook hands. Anybody would say I was mad to risk it, but that is how fortunes are made, by the man mad enough to have a little foresight. In short, it is the vanity of guessing. It is the megalomania of the gambler. The more incongruous the coincidence, the more instantaneous the decision, the more likely he is to snatch the chance. The accident, the very triviality of the white speck and the hole in the hedge, intoxicated him like a vision of the world's desire. Nobody clever enough to see such a combination of accidents could be cowardly enough not to use them. That is how the devil talks to the gambler. But the devil himself would hardly have induced that unhappy man to go down in a dull, deliberate way and kill an old uncle from whom he'd always had expectations. It would be too respectable. He paused a moment, and then went on, with a certain quiet emphasis. "And now try to call up the scene, even as you saw it yourself." As he stood there, dizzy with his diabolical opportunity, he looked up and saw that strange outline that might have been the image of his own tottering soul, the one great crag poised perilously on the other, like a pyramid on its point, and remembered that it was called the Rock of Fortune. Can you guess how such a man, at such a moment, would read such a signal? I think it strung him up to action, and even to vigilance. He who would be a tower must not fear to be a toppling tower. Anyhow, he acted. His next difficulty was to cover his tracks. To be found with a sword-stick, let alone a blood-stained sword-stick, would be fatal in the search that was certain to follow. If he left it anywhere, it would be found, and probably traced. Even if he threw it into the sea, the action might be noticed, and thought noticeable. Unless, indeed, he could think of some more natural way of covering the action. As you know, he did think of one, and a very good one. Being the only one of you with a watch, he told you it was not yet time to return, strolled a little farther, and started the game of throwing in sticks for the retriever. But how his eyes must have rolled darkly over all that desolate seashore before they alighted on the dog. Fiennes nodded, gazing thoughtfully into space. His mind seemed to have drifted back to a less practical part of the narrative. "It's queer," he said, "that the dog really was in the story after all." "The dog could almost have told you the story if he could talk," said the priest. "All I complain of is that because he couldn't talk, you made up his story for him, and made him talk with the tongues of men and angels. It's part of something I've noticed more and more in the modern world, appearing in all sorts of newspaper rumours and conversational catchwords. Something that's arbitrary, without being authoritative. People readily swallow the untested claims of this, that, or the other. It's drowning all your old rationalism and scepticism. It's coming in like a sea, and the name of it is superstition." He stood up abruptly, his face heavy with a sort of frown, and went on talking almost as if he were alone. "It's the first effect of not believing in God, that you lose your common sense and can't see things as they are. Anything that anybody talks about, and says there's a good deal in it, extends itself indefinitely, like a vista in a nightmare. And a dog is an omen, and a cat is a mystery, and a pig is a mascot, and a beetle is a scarab, calling up all the menagerie of polytheism from Egypt and old India, Dog Anubis, and great green-eyed Pasht, and all the holy howling bulls of Bashan, reeling back to the bestial gods of the beginning, escaping into elephants and snakes and crocodiles, and all because you are frightened of 4 words. He was made man. The young man got up with a little embarrassment, almost as if he had overheard a soliloquy. He called to the dog, and left the room with vague but breezy farewells. But he had to call the dog twice, for the dog had remained behind, quite motionless, for a moment, looking up steadily at Father Brown, as the wolf looked at St. Francis. You've been listening to a bite-sized audiobook, read by me, Simon Stanhope. If you enjoy these stories and would like to help me to keep producing new content, you can find links in the video description to my Patreon page or to buy me a coffee. Another way to support me is through my Bandcamp page, bitesizedaudio.bandcamp.com, where you can hear my narrations of many more classic short stories, as well as purchase and download them to keep. This recording is copyright Bitesized Audio 2024. Thank you for listening.